Section 1 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Preface. Few works of literature are held to be of more general use than those which treat in a methodical and elementary way of the principles of science. But the human mind in every enlightened age is progressive, and the best elementary treatises, after a certain time, are reduced in value by the operation of subsequent discoveries. Hence it has always been desired by the intelligent that new works of this kind should from time to time be brought forward, including the improvements which had not yet been realized when former compilations upon the subject were produced. It would be strange if something of this kind were not requisite in the science of politics, after the concussion that the minds of men have suffered upon this subject, and the materials that have been furnished by the recent experiments of America and France. A sense of the value of such a work, if properly executed, was the motive which gave birth to these volumes. Authors who have formed the design of supplying the defects of their predecessors will be found, if they were in any degree equal to the task, not merely to have collected the scattered information that had been produced upon the subject, but to have enlarged the science by the effect of their own meditations. In the following work principles will occasionally occur which it will not be just to reject without examination upon the ground of their apparent novelty. It was impossible perseveringly to reflect upon so comprehensive a science, and a science which may be said to be yet in its infancy, without being led into ways of thinking that were in some degree uncommon. Another argument in favor of the utility of such a work was frequently in the author's mind, and therefore ought to be mentioned. He conceived politics to be the proper vehicle of a liberal morality. That description of ethics will be found perhaps to be worthy of slight estimation, which confines itself to petty detail and the offices of private life, instead of designing the combined and simultaneous improvement of communities and nations. But if individual correction ought not to be the grand purpose of ethics, neither ought it be by any means to be overlooked. It appears sufficiently practicable to make of such a treatise, exclusive of its direct political use, an advantageous vehicle for this subordinate purpose. The author was accordingly desirous of producing a work from the perusal of which no man should rise without being strengthened in habits of sincerity, fortitude, and justice. Having stated the considerations in which the work originated, it is proper to mention a few circumstances of the outline of its history. It was projected in the month of May, 1791. The composition was begun in the following September, and has therefore occupied a space of 16 months. This period was for the most part devoted to the purpose with unusual ardor. It were to be wished it had been longer, but the state of the public mind and of the general interests of the species operated as a strong argument in favor of an early publication. The printing of the following treatise, as well as the composition, was influenced by the same principle, a desire to reconcile a certain degree of dispatch with the necessary deliberation. The printing was for that reason commenced long before the composition was finished. Some disadvantages have arisen from this circumstance. The ideas of the author became more perspicuous and digested as his inquiries advanced. The longer he considered the subject, the more clearly he seemed to understand it. This circumstance has led him into some inaccuracies of language and reasoning, particularly in the earlier part of the work, respecting the properties and utility of government. He did not enter upon the subject without being aware that government by its very nature counteracts the improvement of individual intellect. But as the views he entertains in this particular are out of the common road, it is scarcely to be wondered at that he understood the proposition more completely as he proceeded, and saw more distinctly into the nature of the remedy. This defect, together with some others, might, under a different mode of preparation, have been avoided. The judicious reader will make a suitable allowance. The author judges upon a review that the errors are not such as essentially to affect the object of the work, and that more has been gained than lost by the conduct he has pursued. In addition to what is here stated, it may not be useless to describe the progress by which the author's mind was led to its present sentiments. They are not the suggestions of any sudden effervescence of fancy. Political inquiry had long held a considerable place in the writer's attention. It is now 12 years since he became satisfied that monarchy was a species of government essentially corrupt. He owed this conviction to the political writings of Swift and to a perusal of the Latin historians. Nearly at the same time he derived much additional stimulus from several French productions on the nature of man, which fell into his hands in the following order: the Système de la Nature, the works of Rousseau, and those of Helvetius. Long before he projected the present work, his mind had been familiarized to several of the speculations suggested in it respecting justice, gratitude, the rights of man, promises, oaths, and the omnipotence of opinion. Of the desirableness of a government in the utmost degree simple he was not persuaded, but in consequence of ideas suggested by the French Revolution. To the same event he owes the determination of mind which gave birth to the present work. The period in which it makes its appearance is singular. The people of England have assiduously been excited to declare their loyalty, and to mark every man as obnoxious who is not ready to sign the shibboleth of the Constitution. Money is raised by voluntary subscription to defray the expense of prosecuting men who shall dare to promulgate heretical opinions, and thus to oppress them at once with the authority of government and the resentment of individuals. This was an accident unforeseen when the work was undertaken, and it will scarcely be supposed that such an accident could produce any alteration in the writer's designs. Every man, if we may believe the voice of rumor, is to be prosecuted who shall appeal to the people by the publication of any unconstitutional paper or pamphlet, and it is added that men are to be punished for any unguarded words that may be dropped in the warmth of conversation and debate. It is now to be tried whether, in addition to these alarming encroachments upon our liberty, a book is to fall under the arm of the civil power, which, beside the advantage of having for one of its express objects the dissuading from tumult and violence, is by its very nature an appeal to men of study and reflection. It is to be tried whether an attempt shall be made to suppress the activity of mind and put an end to the disquisitions of science. Respecting the event in a personal view, the author has formed his resolution. Whatever conduct his countrymen may pursue, they will not be able to shake his tranquillity. The duty he conceives himself most bound to discharge is the assisting the progress of truth, and if he suffer in any respect for such a proceeding, there is certainly no vicissitude that can befall him that can ever bring along with it a more satisfactory consolation. But exclusively of this precarious and unimportant consideration, it is the fortune of the present work to appear before a public that is panic-struck and impressed with the most dreadful apprehensions respecting such doctrines as are here delivered. All the prejudices of the human mind are in arms against it. This circumstance may appear to be more essential than the other, but it is the property of truth to be fearless, and to prove victorious over every adversary. It requires no great deal of fortitude to look with indifference upon the false fire of the moment, and to foresee the calm period of reason which will succeed. London, January 7th, 1793. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Preface to the Second Edition. The reception of the following work has been such as to exceed what the author dared to promise himself. Its principles and reasonings have obtained the attention of the public to a considerable extent. This circumstance he has construed as imposing upon him the duty of a severe and assiduous revisal. Every author figures to himself while writing a numerous and liberal attention to his lucubrations. If he did not believe that he had something to offer that was worthy of public notice, it is impossible that he should write with any degree of animation. But the most ardent imagination can scarcely be expected to come in competition with sense. In the present instance there are many things that now appear to the author upon a review not to have been meditated with a sufficiently profound reflection, and to have been too hastily obtruded upon the reader. These things have been pruned away with a liberal hand. The wish nearest to his heart is that there should be nothing in the book unworthy of the cause it was intended to serve. But though he professes to have done much, much yet remains to be done. After repeated revisals, the jealous eye of a man habituated to the detection of errors still discovers things that might be better. Some are obscure, some are doubtful. As to the last, the author did not conceive himself at liberty to retract anything without a conviction, or something near a conviction, that he was wrong. He deemed it by no means justifiable to suppress any opinion, because it was inconsistent with the prejudice or persuasion of others. A circumstance by which it was originally intended that this book should be characterized was a perfect explicitness and unreserve, and even if this intention should at last be an improper one, it was apparently too late to reverse it. It would have been an act incompatible with every pretension to integrity to have rescinded sentiments originally advanced as true, so long as they stood forward to the author's mind accompanied by their original evidence. It will perhaps be asked by some persons in perusing the present edition how it has happened that the author has varied in so many points from the propositions advanced in the former. And this variation may even be treated as a topic of censure. To this he has only to answer, in the first place, that the spirit and great outlines of the work he believes remained untouched, and that it is reasoned in various particulars with more accuracy from the premises and fundamental positions than it was before. Secondly, he presumes to ascribe the variations to an industrious and conscientious endeavor to keep his mind awake to correction and improvement. He has in several instances detected error, and so far is he from feeling mortified at the discovery, that he hopes yet by such activity and impartiality as he shall be able to exert to arrive at many truths, of which he has scarcely at present perhaps the slightest presentiment. Some apology is due to the purchasers of the former edition respecting the variations that appear in this. It was extremely the wish of the author that the variations should be printed separately for their use. But how was this possible? They grew under his hands, and at last, out of 8 books of which the work consists, the 4 first and the last may, without impropriety, be said to be rewritten. An obvious alternative unavoidably offers itself. If the work be of that useless sort with which the press is daily encumbered, these purchasers will not be very solicitous about the variations of such a performance. If, on the contrary, it be a production of any value, they will probably sympathize with the author. He feels himself particularly indebted to them for having enabled him to bring the work to its present state of correction, and it is to be hoped that they will not regret the having been instrumental to that purpose. The parts of the work in which the most material variations of deduction or statement appear will be found under the following titles. The characters of men originate in their external circumstances. The voluntary actions of men originate in their opinions. Of personal virtue and duty, of rights of promises, of obedience, of forms of government. illustrations of sincerity, of self-love and benevolence, of good and evil, principles of property, and of the supposed advantages of luxury. Important explanations are also subjoined on the topics of marriage and longevity, Book 8, appendices to chapters 8 and 9. To these the author would wish particularly to call the attention of his former readers. Inferior variations are scattered everywhere and are impossible to be enumerated. The inquiry concerning political justice has been treated by some persons as of a seditious and inflammatory nature. This is probably an aspersion. If the political principles in favor of which it is written have no solid foundation, they have little chance to obtain more than a temporary fashion, and the present work is ill calculated to answer a temporary purpose. If, on the contrary, they be founded in immutable truth, it is highly probable, to say the least, that they will one day gain a decisive ascendancy. In that case, the tendency of such a disquisition will be to smooth the gradation, and to prepare the enlightened to sympathize with the just claims of the oppressed and the humble. No man can more fervently deprecate scenes of commotion and tumult than the author of this book. No man would more anxiously avoid the lending his assistance in the most distant matter to animosity and bloodshed, but he persuades himself that whatever may be the events with which the present crisis of human history shall be distinguished, the effect of his writings, as far as they are in any degree remembered, will be found favorable to the increase and preservation of general kindness and benevolence. October 29, 1795. Advertisement. The author has not failed to make use of the opportunity afforded him by the third edition to revise the work throughout. The alterations, however, that he has made, though numerous, are not of a fundamental nature. Their object has been merely to remove a few of the crude and juvenile remarks which, upon consideration, he thought himself able to detect in the book as it originally stood. July 1797. End of Section 2. Section 3 of Enquiry concerning political justice and its influence on morals and happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Enquiry concerning political justice and its influence on morals and happiness by William Godwin. Summary of principles established and reasoned upon in the following work. The reader who would form a just estimate of the reasonings of these volumes cannot perhaps proceed more judiciously than by examining for himself the truth of these principles and the support they afford to the various inferences interspersed throughout the work. 1. The true object of moral and political disquisition is pleasure or happiness. The primary or earliest class of human pleasures is the pleasures of the external senses. In addition to these, man is susceptible of certain secondary pleasures, as the pleasures of intellectual feeling, the pleasures of sympathy, and the pleasures of self-approbation. These secondary pleasures are probably more exquisite than the primary, or at least the most desirable state of man is that in which he has access to all these sources of pleasure, and is in possession of a happiness the most varied and uninterrupted. This state is a state of high civilization. 2. The most desirable condition of the human species is a state of society. The injustice and violence of men in a state of society produce the demand for government. Government, as it was forced upon mankind by their vices, so has it commonly been the creature of their ignorance and mistake. Government was intended to suppress injustice, but it offers new occasions and temptations for the commission of it. By concentrating the force of the community, it gives occasion to wild projects of calamity, to oppression, despotism, war, and conquest. By perpetuating and aggravating the inequality of property, it fosters many injurious passions and excites men to the practice of robbery and fraud. Government was intended to suppress injustice, but its effect has been to embody and perpetuate it. 3. The immediate object of government is security. The means employed by government is restriction and abridgment of individual independence. The pleasures of self-approbation, together with the right cultivation of all our pleasures, require individual independence. Without independence, men cannot become either wise or useful or happy. Consequently, the most desirable state of mankind is that which maintains general security with the smallest encroachment upon individual independence. 4. The true standard of the conduct of one man towards another is justice. Justice is a principle which proposes to itself the production of the greatest sum of pleasure or happiness. Justice requires that I should put myself in the place of an impartial spectator of human concerns, and divest myself of retrospect to my own predilections. Justice is a rule of the utmost universality, and prescribes a specific mode of proceeding in all affairs by which the happiness of a human being may be effected. 5. Duty is that mode of action which constitutes the best application of the capacity of the individual to the general advantage. Right is the claim of the individual to a share of the benefit arising from his neighbor's discharge of their several duties. The claim of the individual is either to the exertion or the forbearance of his neighbors. The exertion of men in society should ordinarily be trusted to their discretion. Their forbearance, in certain cases, is a point of more pressing necessity, and is the direct province of political superintendence or government. 6. The voluntary actions of men are under the direction of their feelings. Reason is not an independent principle, and has no tendency to excite us to action. In a practical view, it is merely a comparison and balancing of different feelings. Reason, though it cannot excite us to action, is calculated to regulate our conduct, according to the comparative worth it ascribes to different excitements. It is to the improvement of reason, therefore, that we are to look for the improvement of our social condition. 7. Reason depends for its clearness and strength upon the cultivation of knowledge. The extent of our progress in the cultivation of knowledge is unlimited. Hence it follows, 1. That human inventions and the modes of social existence are susceptible of perpetual improvement. 2. That institutions calculated to give perpetuity to any particular mode of thinking or condition of existence are pernicious. 8. The pleasures of intellectual feeling and the pleasures of self-approbation, together with the right cultivation of all our pleasures, are connected with soundness of understanding. Soundness of understanding is inconsistent with prejudice. Consequently, as few falsehoods as possible, either speculative or practical, should be fostered among mankind. Soundness of understanding is connected with freedom of inquiry. Consequently, opinion should, as far as public security will admit, be exempted from restraint. Soundness of understanding is connected with simplicity of manners and leisure for intellectual cultivation. Consequently, a distribution of property extremely unequal is adverse to the most desirable state of man. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Ding. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 1. Of the Powers of Man Considered in His Social Capacity. Chapter 1. Introduction. Subject of inquiry of the first book. Received ideas of political institutions. Propriety of these ideas questioned. Plan of the first book. The object proposed in the following work is an investigation concerning that form of public or political society, that system of intercourse and reciprocal action extending beyond the bounds of a single family, which shall be found most to conduce to the general benefit. How may the peculiar and independent operation of each individual in the social state most effectually be preserved? How may the security each man ought to possess as to his life and the employment of his faculties, according to the dictates of his own understanding, be most certainly defended from invasion? How may the individuals of the human species be made to contribute most substantially to the general improvement and happiness? The inquiry here undertaken has for its object to facilitate the solution of these interesting questions. In entering upon this investigation, nothing can be more useful than to examine into the extent of the influence that is to be ascribed to political institutions. In other words, into the powers of men as they have modified or may hereafter modify his social state of existence. Upon this subject there has been considerable difference of opinion. The most usually received hypothesis is that which considers the effects of government or social institutions, whether acting by express regulations or otherwise, as rather of a negative than positive nature. No doubt the purposes for which government was established are in their strictest sense negative, to maintain us in the possession of certain advantages against the occasional hostility either of domestic or foreign invaders. But does the influence of government stop at the point for the sake of which mankind were first prevailed on to adopt it? Those who believe that it does or can stop at this point necessarily regard it as a matter of subordinate disquisition, or at most only coordinate with several others. They survey man in his individual character, in his domestic connections, and in the pursuits and attachments which his feelings may incline him to adopt. These, of course, fill the principal part of the picture. These are supposed, by the speculators of whom we now speak, to be in ordinary cases independent of all political systems and establishments. It is only in peculiar emergencies and matters that depart from the accustomed routine of affairs that they conceive a private individual to have any occasion to remember or to be in the least affected by the government of his country. If he commit or is supposed to commit any offense against the general welfare, if he find himself called upon to repress the offense of another, or if any danger from foreign hostility threaten the community in which he resides, in these cases and these only is he obliged to recollect that he has a country. These considerations impose upon him the further duty of consulting, even when no immediate danger is nigh, how political liberty may best be maintained and maladministration prevented. Many of the best patriots and most popular writers on the subject of government appear to have proceeded upon the principles here delineated. They have treated morality and personal happiness as one science, and politics as a different one. But while they have considered the virtues and pleasures of mankind as essentially independent of civil policy, they have justly remarked that the security with which the one can be exercised and the other enjoyed will be decided by the wisdom of our public institutions and the equity with which they are administered, and have earnestly pressed it upon the attention of mankind not to forget, in the rectitude or happiness of the present moment, those precautions and that generous plan of power which may tend to render it impregnable to the stratagems of corruption or the insolence of tyranny. But while we confess ourselves indebted to the labors of these writers, and perhaps still more to the intrepid language and behavior of these patriots, we are incited to inquire whether the topic which engaged their attention be not of higher and more extensive importance than they suspected. Perhaps government is not merely in some cases the defender, and in others the treacherous foe of the domestic virtues. Perhaps it insinuates itself into our personal dispositions and insensibly communicates its own spirit to our private transactions. Were not the inhabitants of ancient Greece and Rome indebted in some degree to their political liberties for their excellence in art and the illustrious theater they occupy in the moral history of mankind? Are not the governments of modern Europe accountable for the slowness and inconstancy of its literary efforts and the unworthy selfishness that characterizes its inhabitants? Is it not owing to the governments of the East that that part of the world can scarcely be said to have made any progress in intellect or science? When skepticism or a spirit of investigation has led us to start these questions, we shall be apt not to stop at them. A wide field of speculation opens itself before us. If government thus insinuate itself in its effects into our most secret retirements, who shall define the extent of its operation? If it be the author of this much, who shall specify the points from which its influence is excluded? May it not happen that the grand moral evils that exist in the world, the calamities by which we are so grievously oppressed, are to be traced to political institutions as their source, and that their removal is only to be expected from its correction? May it not be found that the attempt to alter the morals of mankind singly and in detail is an injudicious and futile undertaking, and that the change of their political institutions must keep pace with their advancement in knowledge, if we expect to secure to them a real and permanent improvement? To prove the affirmative of these questions shall be the business of this first book. The method to be pursued for that purpose shall be, first, to take a concise survey of the evils existing in political society; secondly, to show that these evils are to be ascribed to public institutions; and thirdly, that they are not the inseparable condition of our existence, but admit of removal and remedy. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in January 2020. And now, Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin, published 1793. Book 1, Chapter 2, The History of Political Society. War. Frequency of war among the ancients, among the moderns, the French, the English. Causes of war. Penal laws. Despotism. Deduction from the whole. The extent of the influence of political systems will be forcibly illustrated by a concise recollection of the records of political society. It is an old observation that the history of mankind is little else than the record of crimes. If we consider the human species as they were found previously to the existence of political society, it is difficult not to be impressed with emotions of melancholy. But though the chief purpose of society is to defend us from want and inconvenience, it effects this purpose in a very imperfect degree. We are still liable to casualties, disease, infirmity, and death. Famine destroys its thousands, and pestilence its 10,000s. Anguish visits us under every variety of form, and day after day is spent in languor and dissatisfaction. Exquisite pleasure is a guest of very rare approach, and not less short continuance. But though the evils that arise to us from the structure of the material universe are neither trivial nor few, yet the history of political society sufficiently shows that man is of all other beings the most formidable enemy to man. Among the various schemes that he has formed to destroy and plague his kind, war is the most terrible. Satiated with petty mischief and the retail of insulated crimes, he rises in this instance to a project that lays nations waste and thins the population of the world. Man directs the murderous engine against the life of his brother. He invents with indefatigable care refinements in destruction. He proceeds in the midst of gaiety and pomp to the execution of his horrid purpose. Whole ranks of sensitive beings, endowed with the most admirable faculties, are mowed down in an instant. They perish by inches in the midst of agony and neglect, lacerated with every variety of method that can give torture to the frame. This is indeed a tremendous scene. Are we permitted to console ourselves under the spectacle of its evils, by the rareness with which it occurs, and the forcible reasons that compel men to have recourse to this last appeal of human society? Let us consider it under each of these heads. War has hitherto been found the inseparable ally of political institutions. The earliest records of time are the annals of conquerors and heroes, a Bacchus, a Sesostris, a Semiramis, and a Cyrus. These princes led millions of men under their standard and ravaged innumerable provinces. A small number only of their forces ever returned to their native homes, the rest having perished by diseases, hardship, and misery. The evils they inflicted and the mortality introduced in the countries against which their expeditions were directed were certainly not less severe than those which their countrymen suffered. No sooner does history become more precise than we are presented with the 4 great monarchies, that is, with 4 successful projects, by means of bloodshed, violence, and murder, of enslaving mankind. The expeditions of Cambyses against Egypt, of Darius against the Scythians, and of Xerxes against the Greeks seem almost to set credibility at defiance by the fatal consequences with which they were attended. The conquests of Alexander cost innumerable lives, and the immortality of Caesar is computed to have been purchased by the death of 1,200,000 men. Indeed, the Romans, by the long duration of their wars and their inflexible adherence to their purpose, are to be ranked among the foremost destroyers of the human species. Their wars in Italy continued for more than 400 years, and their contest for supremacy with the Carthaginians 200. The Mithridatic War began with a massacre of 150,000 Romans, and in 3 single actions 500,000 men were lost by the Eastern monarch. Sylla, his ferocious conqueror, next turned his arms against his country, and the struggle between him and Marius was attended with proscriptions, butcheries, and murders that knew no restraint from humanity or shame. The Romans at length suffered the evils they had been so prompt to inflict upon others, and the world was vexed for 300 years with the eruptions of Goths, Vandals, Ostrogoths, Huns, and innumerable hordes of barbarians. I forbear to detail the victorious progress of Mohammed and the pious expeditions of Charlemagne. I will not enumerate the crusades against the infidels, the exploits of Tamerlane, Genghis Khan, and Aurangzeb, or the extensive murders of the Spaniards in the New World. Let us examine Europe, the most civilized and favored quarter of the world, or even those countries of Europe which are thought the most enlightened. France was wasted by successive battles during the whole century for the question of Salic law and the claim of the Plantagenets. Scarcely was this contest terminated before the religious wars broke out, some idea of which we may form from the siege of Rochelle, where of 15,000 persons shut up, 11,000 perished of hunger and misery, and from the massacre of St. Bartholomew, in which the numbers assassinated were 40,000. This quarrel was appeased by Henry IV and succeeded by the 30 Years' War in Germany for superiority with the House of Austria, and afterwards by the military transactions of Louis XIV. In England, the War of Crecy and Agincourt only gave place to the civil war of York and Lancaster, and again after an interval to the War of Charles I and his Parliament. No sooner was the Constitution settled by the Revolution than we were engaged in a wide field of continental hostilities by King William, the Duke of Marlborough, Maria Theresa, and the King of Prussia. And what are in most cases the pretenses upon which war is undertaken? What rational man could possibly have given himself the least disturbance for the sake of choosing whether Henry VI or Edward IV should have the style of King of England? What Englishman could reasonably have drawn his sword for the purpose of rendering his country an inferior dependency of France, as it must necessarily have been if the ambition of the Plantagenets had succeeded? What can be more deplorable than to see us first engage 8 years in a war, rather than suffer the haughty Maria Theresa to live with a diminished sovereignty, or in a private station, and then 8 years more to support the freebooter who had taken advantage of her helpless condition? The usual causes of war are excellently described by Jonathan Swift. Gulliver's Travels, Part 4, Chapter 5. Quote, "Sometimes the quarrel between two princes is to decide which of them shall dispossess a third of his dominions, where neither of them pretends to any right. Sometimes one prince quarrels with another for fear the other should quarrel with him. Sometimes a war is entered upon because the enemy is too strong, and sometimes because he is too weak. Sometimes our neighbors want the things which we have, or have the things which we want, and we both fight till they take ours or give us theirs. It is a very justifiable cause of war to invade a country after the people have been wasted by famine, destroyed by pestilence, or embroiled by factions among themselves. It is justifiable to enter into a war against our nearest ally when one of his towns lies convenient for us, or a territory of land that would render our dominions round and compact. If a prince sends forces into a nation where the people are poor and ignorant, he may lawfully put the half of them to death and make slaves of the rest, in order to civilize and reduce them from their barbarous way of living. It is a very kingly, honorable, and frequent practice, when one prince desires the assistance of another to secure him against an invasion, that the assistant, when he has driven out the invader, should seize on the dominions himself, and kill, imprison, or banish the prince he came to relieve." Close quote. If we turn from the foreign transactions of states with each other to the principles of their domestic policy, we shall not find much greater reason to be satisfied. A numerous class of mankind are held down in a state of abject penury, and are continually prompted by disappointment and distress to commit violence upon their more fortunate neighbors. The only mode which is employed to repress this violence and to maintain the order and peace of society is punishment. Whips, axes, and gibbets, dungeons, chains, and racks are the most approved and established methods of persuading men to obedience and impressing upon their minds the lessons of reason. There are few subjects upon which human ingenuity has been more fully displayed than in inventing instruments of torture. The lash of the whip, 1,000 times repeated on the back of the defenseless victim, the bastinado on the soles of the feet, the dislocation of limbs, the fracture of bones, the faggot and the stake, the cross, impaling, and the mode of drifting pirates on the Volga make but a small part of the catalogue. When Damiens, the maniac, was arraigned for his abortive attempt on the life of Louis XV of France, the Council of Anatomists was summoned to deliberate how a human being might be destroyed with the longest protracted and most diversified agony. Hundreds of victims are annually sacrificed at the shrine of positive law and political institution. Add to this the species of government which prevails over 9/10 of the globe, which is despotism. A government, as John Locke justly observes in his book on government, quote, altogether vile and miserable, and more to be deprecated than anarchy itself. Close quote. Certainly, every man who takes a dispassionate survey of this picture will feel himself inclined to pause respecting the necessity of the havoc which is thus made of his species, and to question whether the established methods for protecting mankind against the caprices of each other are the best that can be devised. He will be at a loss which of the two to pronounce most worthy of regret, the misery that is inflicted or the depravity by which it is produced. If this be the unalterable allotment of our nature, the eminence of our rational faculties must be considered as rather an abortion than a substantial benefit, and we shall not fail to lament that while in some respects we are elevated above the brutes, we are in so many important ones destined forever to remain their inferiors. End of section 5. Section 6 of Enquiry concerning political justice and its influence on morals and happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin, Book 1, Chapter 3, Spirit of Political Institutions. Robbery and fraud, two great vices in society, originate 1. In extreme poverty, 2. In the ostentation of the rich, 3. In their tyranny rendered permanent, 1. By legislation, 2. By the administration of law, and 3. By the manner in which property is distributed. Additional perspicuity will be communicated to our view of the evils of political society if we reflect with further and closer attention upon what may be called its interior and domestic history. 2 of the greatest abuses relative to the interior policy of nations which at this time prevail in the world consist in the irregular transfer of property, either first by violence or secondly by fraud. If among the inhabitants of any country there existed no desire in one individual to possess himself of the substance of another, or no desire so vehement and restless as to prompt him to acquire it by means inconsistent with order and justice, undoubtedly in that country guilt could scarcely be known but by report. If every man could with perfect facility obtain the necessaries of life, and obtaining them feel no uneasy craving after its superfluities, temptation would lose its power. Private interest would visibly accord with public good, and civil society become what poetry has feigned of the Golden Age. Let us inquire into the principles to which these abuses are indebted for their existence. First, then, it is to be observed that in the most refined states of Europe, the inequality of property has risen to an alarming height. Vast numbers of their inhabitants are deprived of almost every accommodation that can render life tolerable or secure. Their utmost industry scarcely suffices for their support. The women and children lean with an insupportable weight upon the efforts of the man, so that a large family has, in the lower orders of life, become a proverbial expression for an uncommon degree of poverty and wretchedness. If sickness or some of those casualties which are perpetually incident to an active and laborious life be added to these burdens, the distress is yet greater. It seems to be agreed that in England there is less wretchedness and distress than in most of the kingdoms of the continent. In England, the poor's rates amount to the sum of 2 millions sterling per annum. It has been calculated that 1 person in 7 of the inhabitants of this country derives at some period of his life assistance from this fund. If to this we add the persons who, from pride, a spirit of independence, or the want of a legal settlement, though in equal distress, receive no such assistance, the proportion will be considerably increased. I lay no stress upon the accuracy of this calculation. The general fact is sufficient to give us an idea of the greatness of the abuse. The consequences that result are placed beyond the reach of contradiction. A perpetual struggle with the evils of poverty, if frequently ineffectual, must necessarily render many of the sufferers desperate. A painful feeling of their oppressed situation will itself deprive them of the power of surmounting it. The superiority of the rich, being thus unmercifully exercised, must inevitably expose them to reprisals, and the poor man will be induced to regard the state of society as a state of war, an unjust combination, not for protecting every man in his rights and securing to him the means of existence, but for engrossing all its advantages to a few favored individuals and reserving for the portion of the rest want, dependence, and misery. A second source of those destructive passions by which the peace of society is interrupted is to be found in the luxury, the pageantry, the magnificence with which enormous wealth is usually accompanied. Human beings are capable of encountering with cheerfulness considerable hardships, when those hardships are impartially shared with the rest of society, and they are not insulted with the spectacle of indolence and ease in others no way deserving of greater advantages than themselves. But it is a bitter aggravation of their own calamity to have the privileges of others forced on their observation, and while they are perpetually and vainly endeavoring to secure for themselves and their families the poorest conveniences, to find others reveling in the fruits of their labors. This aggravation is assiduously administered to them under most of the political establishments at present in existence. There is a numerous class of individuals who, though rich, have neither brilliant talents nor sublime virtues, and however highly they may prize their education, their affability, their superior polish, and the elegance of their manners, have a secret consciousness that they possess nothing by which they can so securely assert their preeminence and keep their inferiors at a distance as the splendor of their equipage, the magnificence of their retinue, and the sumptuousness of their entertainments. The poor man is struck with this exhibition. He feels his own miseries. He knows how unwearied are his efforts to obtain a slender pittance of this prodigal waste, and he mistakes opulence for felicity. He cannot persuade himself that an embroidered garment may frequently cover an aching heart. A third disadvantage that is apt to connect poverty with discontent consists in the insolence and usurpation of the rich. If the poor man would in other respects compose himself in philosophic indifference, and conscious that he possesses everything that is truly honorable to man as fully as his rich neighbor, would look upon the rest as beneath his envy, his neighbor will not permit him to do so. He seems as if he could never be satisfied with his possessions unless he can make the spectacle of them grating to others, and that honest self-esteem by which his inferior might otherwise attain to tranquillity is rendered the instrument of galling him with oppression and injustice. In many countries, justice is avowedly made a subject of solicitation, and the man of the highest rank and most splendid connections almost infallibly carries his cause against the unprotected and friendless. In countries where this shameless practice is not established, justice is frequently a matter of expensive purchase, and the man with the longest purse is proverbially victorious. A consciousness of these facts must be expected to render the rich little cautious of offense in his dealings with the poor, and to inspire him with a temper overbearing, dictatorial, and tyrannical. Nor does this indirect oppression satisfy his despotism. The rich are, in all such countries, directly or indirectly, the legislators of the state, and of consequence are perpetually reducing oppression into a system, and depriving the poor of that little commonage of nature which might otherwise still have remained to them. The opinions of individuals, and of consequence their desires, for desire is nothing but opinion matured for action, will always be in a great degree regulated by the opinions of the community. But the manners prevailing in many countries are accurately calculated to impress a conviction that integrity, virtue, understanding, and industry are nothing, and that opulence is everything. Does a man whose exterior denotes indigence expect to be well received in society, and especially by those who would be understood to dictate to the rest? Does he find or imagine himself in want of their assistance and favor? Is he presently taught that no merit can atone for a mean appearance? The lesson that is read to him is, go home, enrich yourself by whatever means, obtain those superfluities which are alone regarded as estimable, and you may then be secure of an amicable reception. Accordingly, poverty in such countries is viewed as the greatest of demerits. It is escaped from with an eagerness that has no leisure for the scruples of honesty. It is concealed as the most indelible disgrace. While one man chooses the path of undistinguishing accumulation, another plunges into expenses which are to impose him upon the world as more opulent than he is. He hastens to the reality of that penury, the appearance of which he dreads, and together with his property, sacrifices the integrity, veracity, and character which might have consoled him in his adversity. Such are the causes that in different degrees, under the different governments of the world, prompt mankind openly or secretly to encroach upon the property of each other. Let us consider how far they admit either of remedy or aggravation from political institution. Whatever tends to decrease the injuries attendant upon poverty decreases at the same time the inordinate desire and the enormous accumulation of wealth. Wealth is not pursued for its own sake, and seldom for the sensual gratification it can purchase, but for the same reasons that ordinarily prompt men to the acquisition of learning, eloquence, and skill, for the love of distinction and the fear of contempt. How few would prize the possession of riches if they were condemned to enjoy their equipage, their palaces, and their entertainments in solitude, with no eye to wonder at their magnificence, and no sordid observer ready to convert that wonder into an adulation of the owner. If admiration were not generally deemed the exclusive property of the rich, and contempt the constant lackey of poverty, the love of gain would cease to be an universal passion. Let us consider in what respects political institution is rendered subservient to this passion. First, then, legislation is in almost every country grossly the favorer of the rich against the poor. Such is the character of the game laws, by which the industrious rustic is forbidden to destroy the animal that preys upon the hopes of his future subsistence, or to supply himself with the food that unsought thrusts itself in his path. Such was the spirit of the late revenue laws of France, which in several of their provisions fell exclusively upon the humble and industrious, and exempted from their operation those who were best able to support it. Thus, in England, the land tax at this moment produces 500,000 less than it did a century ago, while the taxes on consumption have experienced an addition of 13 millions per annum during the same period. This is an attempt, whether effectual or no, to throw the burthen from the rich upon the poor, and as such is an example of the spirit of legislation. Upon the same principle, robbery and other offenses, which the wealthier part of the community have no temptation to commit, are treated as capital crimes and attended with the most rigorous, often the most inhuman punishments. The rich are encouraged to associate for the execution of the most partial and oppressive positive laws. Monopolies and patents are lavishly dispensed to such as are able to purchase them, while the most vigilant policy is employed to prevent combinations of the poor to fix the price of labor, and they are deprived of the benefit of that prudence and judgment which would select the scene of their industry. Secondly, the administration of law is not less iniquitous than the spirit in which it is framed. Under the late government of France, the office of judge was a matter of purchase, partly by an open price advanced to the crown, and partly by a secret douceur paid to the minister. He who knew best how to manage his market in the retail trade of justice could afford to purchase the goodwill of its functions at the highest price. To the client, justice was avowedly made an object of personal solicitation, and the powerful friend, a handsome woman, or a proper present were articles of much greater value than a good cause. In England, the criminal law is administered with greater impartiality, so far as regards the trial itself, but the number of capital offenses, and of consequence the frequency of pardons, open a wide door to favor and abuse. In causes relating to property, the practice of law is arrived at such a pitch as to render its nominal impartiality utterly nugatory. The length of our chancery suits, the multiplied appeals from court to court, the enormous fees of counsel, attorneys, secretaries, clerks, the drawing of briefs, bills, replications, and rejoinders, and what has sometimes been called the glorious uncertainty of the law, render it frequently more advisable to resign a property than to contest it, and particularly exclude the impoverished claimant from the faintest hope of redress. Thirdly, the inequality of conditions usually maintained by political institutions is calculated greatly to enhance the imagined excellence of wealth. In the ancient monarchies of the East, and in Turkey at the present day, an eminent station could scarcely fail to excite implicit deference. The timid inhabitant trembled before his superior, and would have thought it little less than blasphemy to touch the veil drawn by the proud satrap over his inglorious origin. The same principles were extensively prevalent under the feudal system. The vassal, who was regarded as a sort of livestock upon the estate, and knew no appeal from the arbitrary fiat of his lord, would scarcely venture to suspect that he was of the same species. This, however, constituted an unnatural and violent situation. There is a propensity in man to look further than the outside, and to come with a writ of inquiry into the title of the upstart and the successful. By the operation of these causes, the insolence of wealth has been in some degree moderated. Meantime, it cannot be pretended that even among ourselves the inequality is not strained so as to give birth to very unfortunate consequences. If, in the enormous degree in which it prevails in some parts of the world, it wholly debilitate and emasculate the human race, we shall see some reason to believe that even in the milder state in which we are accustomed to behold it, it is still pregnant with the most mischievous effects. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Chapter 4. The characters of men originate in their external circumstances. Preliminary remarks and a footnote. In the plan of this work, it was originally conceived that it was advisable not to press matters of close and laborious speculation in the outset. It appeared as if moral and political philosophy might assume something more than had been usual of a popular form, without deducting from the justness and depth of its investigation. Upon revisal, however, it was found that the inferences of the first book had been materially injured by an over-scrupulousness in that point. The fruit of the discovery was this and the following chapter, as they now stand. It is recommended to the reader who finds himself deterred by their apparent difficulty to pass on to the remaining divisions of the inquiry. Footnote. Some persons have of late suggested doubts concerning the propriety of the use of the word mind. An accurate philosophy has led modern inquirers to question the existence of two classes of substance in the universe, to reject the metaphysical denominations of spirit and soul, and even to doubt whether human beings have any satisfactory acquaintance with the properties of matter. The same accuracy, it has been said, ought to teach us to discard the term mind, but this objection seems to be premature. We are indeed fully uncertain whether the causes of our sensations, heat, color, hardness, and extension, the two former of these properties have been questioned in a very forcible manner by Locke, Human Understanding, the two latter by Berkeley and Hume, be in any respect similar to the ideas they produce. We know nothing of the substance or substratum of matter, or of that which is the recipient of thought and perception. We do not even know that the idea annexed to the word substance is correct, nor has any counterpart in the reality of existence. But if there be any one thing that we know more certainly than another, it is the existence of our own thoughts, ideas, perceptions, or sensations, by whatever term we may choose to express them, and that they are ordinarily linked together so as to produce the complex notion of unity or personal identity. Now, it is this series of thoughts thus linked together, without considering whether they reside in any or what substratum, that is most aptly expressed by the term mind, and in this sense the term is intended to be used throughout the following work. End of preliminary remarks and a footnote. Thus far, we have argued from historical facts, and from them have collected a very strong presumptive evidence that political institutions have a more powerful and extensive influence than it has been generally the practice to ascribe to them. But we can never arrive at precise conceptions relative to this part of the subject without entering into an analysis of the human mind and endeavoring to ascertain the nature of the causes by which its operations are directed. Under this branch of the subject, I shall attempt to prove two things. First, that the actions and dispositions of mankind are the offspring of circumstances and events, and not of any original determination that they bring into the world. And secondly, that the great stream of our voluntary actions essentially depends, not upon the direct and immediate impulses of sense, but upon the decisions of the understanding. If these propositions can be sufficiently established, it will follow that the happiness men are able to obtain is proportioned to the justness of the opinions they take as guides in the pursuit, and it will only remain, for the purpose of applying these premises to the point under consideration, that we should demonstrate the opinions of men to be, for the most part, under the absolute control of political institutions. First, the actions and dispositions of men are not the offspring of any original bias that they bring into the world in favor of one sentiment or character rather than another, but flow entirely from the operation of circumstances and events acting upon a faculty of receiving sensible impressions. There are three modes in which the human mind has been conceived to be modified independently of the circumstances which occur to us and the sensations excited. First, innate principles. Secondly, instincts. Thirdly, the original differences of our structure together with the impressions we receive in the womb. Let us examine each of these in their order. First, innate principles of judgment. Those by whom this doctrine has been maintained have supposed that there were certain branches of knowledge, and those perhaps of all others the most important, concerning which we felt an irresistible persuasion, at the same time that we were wholly unable to trace them through any channels of external evidence and methodical deduction. They conceived, therefore, that they were originally written in our hearts, or perhaps more properly speaking, that there was a general propensity in the human mind, suggesting them to our reflections and fastening them upon our conviction. Accordingly, they established the universal consent of mankind as one of the most infallible criterions of fundamental truth. It appeared upon their system that we were furnished with a sort of sixth sense, the existence of which was not proved to us, like that of our other senses, by direct and proper evidence, but from the consideration of certain phenomena in the history of the human mind, which cannot otherwise be accounted for than by the assumption of this hypothesis. There is an essential deficiency in every speculation of this sort. It turns entirely upon an appeal to our ignorance. Its language is as follows, quote, "You cannot account for certain events from the known laws of the subjects to which they belong. Therefore, they are not deducible from these laws. Therefore, you must admit a new principle into the system for the express purpose of accounting for them." Close quote. But there cannot be a sounder maximum of reasoning than that which points out to us the error of admitting into our hypothesis unnecessary principles, or referring the phenomena that occur to remote and extraordinary sources, when they may with equal facility be referred to sources which obviously exist, and the result of which we daily observe. This maxim alone is sufficient to persuade us to reject the doctrine of innate principles. If we consider the infinitely various causes by which the human mind is perceptibly modified, and the different principles, arguments, imitation, inclination, early prejudice, and imaginary interest by which opinion is generated, we shall readily perceive that nothing can be more difficult than to assign any opinion existing among the human species, and at the same time incapable of being generated by any of these causes and principles. A careful inquirer will be strongly inclined to suspect the soundness of opinions which rest for their support on so ambiguous a foundation as that of innate impression. We cannot reasonably question the existence of facts. That is, we cannot deny the existence of our sensations, or this series in which they occur. Quote, "We cannot deny the axioms of mathematics, for they exhibit nothing more than a consistent use of words, and affirm of some idea that it is itself and not something else. We can entertain little doubt of the validity of mathematical demonstrations, which appear to be irresistible conclusions deduced from identical propositions. We ascribe a certain value, sometimes greater and sometimes less, to considerations drawn from analogy. But what degree of weight shall we attribute to affirmations which pretend to rest upon none of these grounds? The most preposterous propositions, incapable of any rational defense, have in different ages and countries appealed to this inexplicable authority, and passed for infallible and innate. The inquirer that has no other object than truth, that refuses to be misled, and is determined to proceed only upon just and sufficient evidence, will find little reason to be satisfied with dogmas which rest upon no other foundation than a pretended necessity impelling the human mind to yield its assent. But there is still more irresistible argument proving to us the absurdity of the supposition of innate principles. Every principle is a proposition. Either it affirms or it denies. Every proposition consists in the connection of at least two distinct ideas which are affirmed to agree or disagree with each other. It is impossible that the proposition can be innate unless the ideas to which it relates be also innate. A connection where there is nothing to be connected, a proposition where there is neither subject nor conclusion, is the most incoherent of all suppositions. But nothing can be more incontrovertible than that we do not bring pre-established ideas into the world with us. Let the innate principle be that, quote, virtue is a rule to which we are obliged to conform, close quote. Here are three principal and leading ideas, not to mention subordinate ones, which it is necessary to form before we can so much as understand the proposition. What is virtue? Previously to our forming an idea corresponding to this general term, it seems necessary that we should have observed the several features by which virtue is distinguished, and the several subordinate articles of right conduct that, taken together, constitute that mass of practical judgments to which we give the denomination of virtue. These are so far from being innate that the most impartial and laborious inquirers are not yet agreed respecting them. The next idea included in the above proposition is that of a rule or standard, a generical measure with which individuals are to be compared, and their conformity or disagreement with which is to determine their value. Lastly, there is the idea of obligation, its nature and source, the obliger and the sanction, the penalty and the reward. Who is there in the present state of scientifical improvement that will believe that this vast chain of perceptions and notions is something that we bring into the world with us, a mystical magazine shut up in the human embryo, whose treasures are to be gradually unfolded as circumstances shall require? Who does not perceive that they are regularly generated in the mind by a series of impressions and digested and arranged by association and reflection? But if we are not endowed with innate principles of judgment, it has nevertheless been supposed by some persons that we might have instincts to action, leading us to the performance of certain useful and necessary functions independently of any previous reasoning as to give the advantage of these functions. These instincts, like the innate principles of judgment we have already examined, are conceived to be original, a separate endowment annexed to our being, and not anything that irresistibly flows from the mere faculty of perception and thought, as acted upon by the circumstances either of our animal frame or of the external objects by which we are affected. They are liable, therefore, to the same objection as that already urged against innate principles. The system by which they are attempted to be established is a mere appeal to our ignorance, assuming that we are fully acquainted with all the possible operations of known powers, and imposing upon us an unknown power as indispensable to the accounting for certain phenomena. If we were wholly unable to solve these phenomena, it would yet behoove us to be extremely cautious in affirming that known principles and causes are inadequate to their solution. If we are able upon strict and mature investigation to trace the greater part of them to their source, this unnecessarily adds force to the caution here recommended. An unknown cause is exceptionable. In the first place, inasmuch as to multiply causes is contrary to the experienced operation of scientifical improvement. It is exceptionable, secondly, because its tendency is to break that train of antecedents and consequence, of which the history of the universe is composed. It introduces an action apparently extraneous, instead of imputing the nature of what follows to the properties of that which preceded. It bars the progress of inquiry by introducing that which is occult, mysterious, and incapable of further investigation. It allows nothing to the future advancement of human knowledge, but represents the limits of what is already known as the limits of human understanding. Let us review a few of the most common examples adduced in favor of human instincts, and examine how far they authorize the conclusion that is attempted to be drawn from them. And first, some of those actions which appear to rise in the most instantaneous and irresistible manner. A certain irritation of the palm of the hand will produce that contraction of the fingers which accompanies the action of grasping. This contraction will at first take place unaccompanied with design. The object will be grasped without any intention to retain it, and let go again without thought or observation. After a certain number of repetitions, the nature of the action will be perceived. It will be performed with a consciousness of its tendency, and even the hand stretched out upon the approach of any object that is desired. Present to the child, thus far instructed, a lighted candle. The sight of it will produce a pleasurable state of the organs of perception. He will probably stretch out his hand to the flame, and will have no apprehension of the pain of burning till he has felt this sensation. At the age of maturity, the eyelids instantaneously close when any substance from which danger is apprehended is advanced toward them, and this action is so constant as to be with great difficulty prevented by a grown person, though he should explicitly desire it. In infants there is no such propensity, and an object may be approached to their organs, however near and however suddenly, without producing this effect. Frowns will be totally indifferent to a child who has never found them associated with the effects of anger. Fear itself is a species of foresight, and in no case exists till introduced by experience. It has been said that the desire of self-preservation is innate. I demand what is meant by this desire. Must we not understand by it a preference of existence to non-existence? Do we prefer anything but because it is apprehended to be good? It follows that we cannot prefer existence previously to our experience of the motives for preference it possesses. Indeed, the ideas of life and death are exceedingly complicated and very tardy in their formation. A child desires pleasure and loathes pain long before he can have any imagination respecting the ceasing to exist. Again, it has been said that self-love is innate, but there cannot be an error more easy of detection. By love of self we understand the approbation of pleasure and the dislike of pain, but this is only the faculty of perception under another name. Who ever denied that man was a percipient being? Who ever dreamed that there was a particular instinct necessary to render him percipient? Pity has sometimes been supposed an instance of innate principle. Particularly, it seems to arise with greater facility in young persons and persons of little refinement than in others. But it was reasonable to expect that threats and anger, circumstances that have been associated with our own sufferings, should excite painful feelings in us in the case of others, independently of any labored analysis. The cries of distress, the appearance of agony or corporeal infliction, irresistibly revive the memory of the pains accompanied by those symptoms in ourselves. Longer experience and observation enables us to separate the calamities of others from our own safety, the existence of pain in one subject and of pleasure or benefit in others, or in the same at a future period, more accurately than we could be expected to do previously to that experience. It then appears that the human mind is unattended either with innate principles or instincts. There are only two remaining circumstances that can be imagined to anticipate the effects of institution and fix the human character independently of every species of education. These are the qualities that may be produced in the human mind previously to the era of our birth, and the differences that may result from the different structures of the greater or subtler elements of the animal frame. To objections derived from these sources, the answer will be in both cases similar. First, ideas are to the mind nearly what atoms are to the body. The whole mass is in a perpetual flux. Nothing is stable and permanent. After the lapse of a given period, not a single particle probably remains the same. Who knows not that in the course of a human life the character of the individual frequently undergoes 2 or 3 revolutions of its fundamental stamina? The turbulent man will frequently become contemplative, the generous be changed into selfish, and the frank and good-humored into peevish and morose. How often does it happen that if we meet our best loved friend after an absence of 20 years, we look in vain in the man before us for the qualities that formerly excited our sympathy, and instead of the exquisite delight we promised ourselves, reap nothing but disappointment? If it is thus in habits apparently the most rooted, who will be disposed to lay any extraordinary stress upon the impressions which an infant may have received in the womb of his mother? He that considers human life with an attentive eye will not fail to remark that there is scarcely such a thing in character and principles as an irremediable error. Persons of narrow and limited views may upon many occasions incline to sit down in despair, but those who are inspired with genuine energy will derive new incentives from miscarriage. Has any unfortunate and undesirable impression been made upon the youthful mind? Nothing will be more easy than for a judicious superintendent, provided its nature is understood and it is undertaken sufficiently early, to remedy and obliterate it. Has a child passed a certain period of existence in ill-judged indulgence and habits of command and caprice? The skillful parent, when a child returns to its paternal roof, knows that this evil is not invincible, and sets himself with an undoubting spirit to the removal of the depravity. It often happens that the very impression, which if not counteracted, shall decide upon the pursuits and fortune of an entire life, might perhaps under other circumstances be reduced to complete inefficiency in half an hour. It is in corporeal structure as in intellectual impressions. The first impressions of our infancy are so much upon the surface that their effects scarcely survive the period of the impression itself. The mature man seldom retains the faintest recollection of the incidents of the first 2 years of his life. Is it to be supposed that that which has left no trace upon the memory can be in an eminent degree powerful in its associated effects? Just so in the structure of the animal frame. What is born into the world is an unfinished sketch, without character or decisive feature impressed upon it. In the sequel, there is a correspondence between the physiognomy and the intellectual and moral qualities of the mind. But is it not reasonable to suppose that this is produced by the continual tendency of the mind to modify its material engine in a particular way? There is for the most part no essential difference between the child of the Lord and of the porter, provided he do not come into the world infected with any ruinous distemper. The child of the Lord, if changed in the cradle, would scarcely find any greater difficulty than the other in learning the trade of his foster father and becoming a carrier of burdens. The muscles of those limbs which are most frequently called into play are always observed to acquire peculiar flexibility or strength. It is not improbable, if it should be found that the capacity of the skull of a wise man is greater than that of a fool, that this enlargement should be produced by the incessantly repeated action of the intellectual faculties, especially if we recollect of how flexible materials the skulls of infants are composed, and at how early an age persons of eminent intellectual merit acquire some portion of their future characteristics. In the meantime, it would be ridiculous to question the real differences that exist between children at the period of their birth. Hercules and his brother, the robust infant, whom scarcely any neglect can destroy, and the infant that is with difficulty reared, are undoubtedly from the moment of parturition very different beings. If each of them could receive an education precisely equal and eminently wise, the child laboring under original disadvantage would be benefited. But the child to whom circumstances had been most favorable in the outset would always retain his priority. These considerations, however, do not appear materially to affect the doctrine of the present chapter, and that for the following reasons. First, education can never be equal. The inequality of external circumstances in two beings, whose situation most nearly resemble, is so great as to defy all power of calculation. In the present state of mankind, this is eminently the case. There is no fact more palpable than that children of all sizes and forms indifferently become wise. It is not the man of great stature or vigorous make that outstrips his fellow in understanding. It is not the man who possesses all the external senses in the highest perfection. It is not the man whose health is most vigorous and invariable. Those moral causes that awaken the mind, that inspire sensibility, imagination, and perseverance, are distributed without distinction to the tall or the dwarfish, the graceful or the deformed, the lynx-eyed or the blind. But if the more obvious distinctions of animal structure appear to have little share in deciding upon their associated varieties of intellect, it is surely in the highest degree unjustifiable to attribute these varieties to such subtle and imperceptible difference as being out of our power to assign, or yet gratuitously assumed to account for the most stupendous effects. This mysterious solution is the refuge of indolence or the instrument of imposture, but incompatible with the sober and persevering spirit of investigation. Secondly, it is sufficient to recollect the nature of moral causes to be satisfied that their efficiency is nearly unlimited. The essential differences that are to be found between individual and individual originate in the opinions they form and the circumstances by which they are controlled. It is impossible to believe that the same moral training would not make nearly the same man. Let us suppose a being to have heard all the arguments and been subject to all the excitements that were ever addressed to any celebrated character. The same arguments, with all their strength and all their weakness, unaccompanied with the smallest addition or variation, and retailed in exactly the same proportion from month to month and year to year, must surely have produced the same opinions. The same excitements, without reservation, whether direct or accidental, must have fixed the same propensities. Whatever science or pursuit was selected by this celebrated character must be loved by the person respecting whom we are supposing this identity of impressions. In fine, it is impression that makes the man, and compared with the empire of impression, the mere differences of animal structure are inexpressibly unimportant and powerless. These truths will be brought to our minds with much additional evidence if we compare in this respect the case of brutes with that of men. Among the inferior animals, breed is a circumstance of considerable importance, and a judicious mixture and preservation in this point is found to be attended with the most unequivocal results. But nothing of that kind appears to take place in our own species. A generous blood, a gallant and fearless spirit, is by no means propagated from father to son. When a particular appellation is granted, as is usually practiced in the existing governments of Europe, to designate the descendants of a magnanimous ancestry, we do not find, even with all the arts of modern education to assist, that such descendants are the legitimate representatives of departed heroism. Whence comes this difference? Probably from the more irresistible operation of moral causes. It is not impossible that among savages those differences would be conspicuous which with us are annihilated. It is not unlikely that if men, like brutes, were withheld from the more considerable means of intellectual improvement, if they derived nothing from the discoveries and sagacity of their ancestors, if each individual had to begin absolutely de novo in the discipline and arrangement of his ideas, blood, or whatever other circumstances distinguish one man from another at the period of his nativity, would produce as memorable effects in men as they now do in those classes of animals that are deprived of our advantages. Even in the case of brutes, education and care on the part of man seem to be nearly indispensable, if we would not have the fool of the finest racer degenerate to the level of a cart horse. In plants, the peculiarities of soil decide in a great degree upon the future properties of each. But who would think of forming the character of a human being by the operations of heat and cold, dryness and moisture upon the animal frame? With us, moral considerations swallow up the effects of every other accident. Present a pursuit to the mind, convey to it the apprehension of calamity or advantage, excite it by motives of aversion or motives of affection, and the slow and silent influence of material causes perishes like the dews at the rising of the sun. The result of these considerations is that at the moment of birth man has really a certain character, and each man a character different from his fellows. The accidents which pass during the months of percipiency in the womb of the mother produce a real effect. Various external accidents, unlimited as to the period of their commencement, modify in different ways the elements of the animal frame. Everything in the universe is linked and united together. No event, however minute and imperceptible, is barren of a train of consequences, however comparatively evanescent those consequences may in some instances be found. If there have been philosophers that have asserted otherwise, and taught that all minds from the period of birth were precisely alike, they have reflected discredit by such an incautious statement upon the truth they propose to defend. But though the original differences of man and man be arithmetically speaking something, speaking in the way of a general and comprehensive estimate, they may be said to be almost nothing. If the early impressions of our childhood, made by a skillful observer, be as it were obliterated almost as soon as made, how much less can the confused and unpronounced impressions of the womb be expected to resist the multiplicity of ideas that successively contribute to wear out their traces? If the temper of the man appear in many instances to be totally changed, how can it be supposed that there is anything permanent and inflexible in the propensities of a new-born infant? And if not in the character of the disposition, how much less in that of the understanding? Speak the language of truth and reason to your child, and be under no apprehension for the result. Show him that what you recommend is valuable and desirable, and fear not but he will desire it. Convince his understanding, and you enlist all his powers, animal and intellectual, in your service. How long has the genius of education been disheartened and unnerved by the pretense that man is born all that it is possible for him to become? How long has the jargon imposed upon the world which would persuade us that in instructing a man you do not add to but unfold his stores? The miscarriages of education do not proceed from the boundedness of its powers, but from the mistakes with which it is accompanied. We often inspire disgust where we mean to infuse desire. We are wrapped up in ourselves and do not observe, as we ought, step by step the sensations that pass in the mind of our hearer. We mistake compulsion for persuasion, and delude ourselves into the belief that despotism is the road to the heart. Education will proceed with a firm step and with genuine luster when those who conduct it shall know what a vast field it embraces, when they shall be aware that the effect, the question whether the pupil shall be a man of perseverance and enterprise or a stupid and inanimate dolt, depends upon the powers of those under whose direction he is placed, and the skill with which those powers shall be applied. Industry will be exerted with tenfold alacrity when it shall be generally confessed that there are no obstacles to our improvement which do not yield to the powers of industry. Multitudes will never exert the energy necessary to extraordinary success till they shall dismiss the prejudices that fetter them, get rid of the chilling system of occult and inexplicable causes, and consider the human mind as an intelligent agent guided by motives and prospects presented to the understanding, and not by causes of which we have no proper cognizance and can form no calculation. Apply these considerations to the subject of politics, and they will authorize us to infer that the excellencies and defects of the human character are not derived from causes beyond the reach of ingenuity to modify and correct. If we entertain false views and be involved in pernicious mistakes, this disadvantage is not the offspring of an irresistible destiny. we have been ignorant, we have been hasty, or we have been misled. Remove the causes of this ignorance or this miscalculation, and the effects will cease. Show me in the clearest and most unambiguous manner that a certain mode of proceeding is the most reasonable in itself, or most conducive to my interest, and I shall infallibly pursue that mode as long as the views you suggested to me continue present to my mind. The conduct of human beings in every situation is governed by the judgments they make and the sensations that are communicated to them. It has appeared that the characters of men are determined in all their most essential circumstances by education. By education in this place I would be understood to convey the most comprehensive sense that can possibly be annexed to that word, including every incident that produces an idea in the mind and can give birth to a train of reflections. It may be of use for a clear understanding of the subject we here examine to consider education under three heads: the education of accident, or those impressions we receive independently of any design on the part of the preceptor; education commonly so called, or the impressions which he intentionally communicates; and political education, or the modification of our ideas received from the form of government under which we live. In the course of this successive review we shall be enabled in some degree to ascertain the respective influence which is to be attributed to each. It is not unusual to hear persons dwell with emphasis on the wide difference of the results in two young persons who have been educated together, and this has been produced as a decisive argument in favor of the essential differences we are supposed to bring into the world with us. But this could scarcely have happened but from extreme inattention in the persons who have so argued. Innumerable ideas or changes in the state of the percipient being probably occur in every moment of time. How many of these enter into the plan of the preceptor? Two children walk out together. One busies himself in plucking flowers or running after butterflies. The other walks in the hand of their conductor. Two men view a picture. They never see it from the same point of view, and therefore, strictly speaking, never see the same picture. If they sit down to hear a lecture or any piece of instruction, they never sit down with the same degree of attention, seriousness, or good humor. The previous state of mind is different, and therefore the impression received cannot be the same. It has been found in the history of several eminent men, and probably would have been found much oftener had their juvenile adventures been more accurately recorded, that the most trivial circumstance has sometimes furnished the original occasion of awakening the ardor of their minds in determining the bent of their studies. It may, however, reasonably be suspected whether the education of design be not, intrinsically considered, more powerful than the education of accident. If at any time it appear impotent, this is probably owing to mistake in the project. The instructor continually fails in wisdom of contrivance or conciliation of manner, or both. It may often happen, either from the pedantry of his habits or the impatience of his temper, that his recommendation shall operate rather as an antidote than an attraction. Preceptors are apt to pique themselves upon disclosing part and concealing part of the truth, upon a sort of commonplace cant exhortation to be addressed to youth, which it would be an insult to offer to the understandings of men. But children are not inclined to consider him entirely as their friend, whom they detect in an attempt to impose upon them. Were it otherwise, were we sufficiently frank and sufficiently skillful, did we apply ourselves to excite the sympathy of the young and to gain their confidence, it is not to be believed but that the systematical measures of the preceptor would have a decisive advantage over the desultory influence of accidental impression. Children are a sort of raw material put into our hands, a ductile and yielding substance, which, if we do not ultimately mold in conformity to our wishes, it is because we throw away the power committed to us by the folly with which we are accustomed to exert it. But there is another error not less decisive. The object we choose is an improper one. Our labor is expended not in teaching truth, but in teaching falsehood. When that is the case, education is necessarily and happily maimed of half its powers. The success of an attempt to mislead can never be complete. We continually communicate, in spite of ourselves, the materials of just reasoning. Reason is the genuine exercise, and truth the native element of an intellectual nature. It is no wonder, therefore, that with a crude and abortive plan to govern his efforts, the preceptor is perpetually baffled, and the pupil who has been thus stored with systematic delusions and partial, obscure, and disfigured truths should come out anything rather than that which his instructor intended him. It remains to be considered what share political institution and forms of government occupy in the education of every human being. Their degree of influence depends upon two essential circumstances. First, it is nearly impossible to oppose the education of the preceptor and the education we derive from the forms of government under which we live to each other. And therefore, however powerful the former of these may be, absolutely considered, it can never enter the lists with the latter upon equal terms. Should anyone talk to us of rescuing a young person from the sinister influence of corrupt government by the power of education, it will be fair to ask, who is the preceptor by whom this task is to be effected? Is he born in the ordinary mode of generation, or does he descend among us from the skies? Has his character been in no degree modified by that very influence he undertakes to counteract? It is beyond all controversy that men who live in a state of equality, or that approaches equality, will be frank, ingenuous, and intrepid in their carriage, while those who inhabit where a great disparity of ranks has prevailed will be distinguished by coldness, irresoluteness, timidity, and caution. Will the preceptor in question be altogether superior to these qualities? Which of us is there who utters his thoughts in the fearless and explicit manner that true wisdom would prescribe? Who that is sufficiently critical and severe does not detect himself every hour in some act of falsehood or equivocation that example and early habits have planted too deeply to be eradicated? But the question is not what extraordinary persons can be found, who may shine illustrious exceptions to the prevailing degeneracy of their neighbors. As long as parents and teachers in general shall fall under the established rule, it is clear that politics and modes of government will educate and infect us all. They poison our minds before we can resist, or so much as suspect their malignity. Like the barbarous directors of the Eastern seraglios, they deprive us of our virility and fit us for their despicable employment from the cradle. So false is the opinion that has too generally prevailed that politics is an affair with which ordinary men have little concern. Secondly, supposing the preceptor had all the qualifications that can reasonably be imputed, let us recollect for a moment what are the influences with which he would have to struggle. Political institution, by the consequences with which it is pregnant, strongly suggests to everyone who enters within its sphere what is the path he should avoid, as well as what he should pursue. Under a government fundamentally erroneous, he will see intrepid virtue proscribed, and a servile and corrupt spirit uniformly encouraged. But morality itself is nothing but a calculation of consequences. What strange confusion will the spectacle of that knavery which is universally practiced through all the existing classes of society produce in the mind! The preceptor cannot go out of the world or prevent the intercourse of his pupil with human beings of a character different from his own. Attempts of this kind are generally unhappy, stamped with the impression of artifice, intolerance, and usurpation. From earliest infancy, therefore, there will be two principles contending for empire: the peculiar and elevated system of the preceptor, and the groveling views of the great mass of mankind. These will generate confusion, uncertainty, and irresolution. At no period of life will the effect correspond to what it would have been if the community were virtuous and wise. But its effect, obscure and imperceptible for a time, may be expected to burst into explosion at the period of puberty. When the pupil first becomes master of his own actions and chooses his avocations and his associates, he will necessarily be acquainted with many things of which before he had very slender notions. At this time the follies of the world wear their most alluring face. He can scarcely avoid imagining that he has hitherto labored under some species of delusion. Delusions, when detected, causes him upon whom it was practiced to be indignant and restive. The only chance which remains is that, after a time, he should be recalled and awakened, and against this chance there are the progressive enticements of society, sensuality, ambition, sordid interest, false ridicule, and the incessant decay of that unblemished purity which attended him in his outset. The best that can be expected is that he should return at last to sobriety and truth, with a mind debilitated and relaxed by repeated errors, and a moral constitution in which the seeds of degeneracy have been deeply and extensively sown. End of section 7. Section 8 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 1, Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5. The voluntary actions of men originate in their opinions. If, by the reasons already given, we have removed the supposition of any original bias in the mind that is inaccessible to human skill, and shown that the defects to which we are now subject are not irrevocably entailed upon us, there is another question of no less importance to be decided, before the ground can appear to be sufficiently cleared for political melioration. There is a doctrine, the advocates of which have not been less numerous than those for innate principles and instincts, teaching that the conduct of human beings in many important particulars is not determined upon any grounds of reasoning and comparison, but by immediate and irresistible impression, in defiance of the conclusions and conviction of the understanding. Man is a compound being, say the favorers of this hypothesis, made up of powers of reasoning and powers of sensation. These two principles are in perpetual hostility, and, as reason will in some cases subdue all the allurements of sense, so there are others in which the headlong impulses of sense will forever defeat the tardy decisions of judgment. He that should attempt to regulate man entirely by his understanding and supersede the irregular influences of material excitement, or that should imagine it practicable by any process and in any length of time to reduce the human species under the influence of general truth, would show himself profoundly ignorant of some of the first laws of our nature. Footnote: Objections have been started to the use of the word truth in this absolute construction, as if it implied in the mind of the writer the notion of something having an independent and separate existence, whereas nothing can be more certain than that truth, that is, affirmative and negative propositions, has strictly no existence but in the mind of him who utters or hears it. But these objections seem to have been taken up too hastily. It cannot be denied that there are some propositions which are believed for a time and afterwards refuted. and others, such as the most of the theorems of mathematics and many of those of natural philosophy, respecting which there is no probability that they will ever be refuted. Every subject of inquiry is susceptible to affirmation and negation, and those propositions concerning it, which describe the real relations of things, may, in a certain sense, whether we be or be not aware that they do so, be said to be true. Taken in this sense, truth is immutable. He that speaks of its immutability does nothing more than predict with greater or less probability, and say, "This is what I believe, and what all reasonable beings, till they shall first fall short of me in their degree of information, will continue to believe." End footnote. This doctrine, which in many cases has passed so current as to be thought scarcely a topic for examination, is highly worthy of a minute analysis. If true, it is no less than the doctrine of innate principles, opposes a bar to the efforts of philanthropy and the improvement of social institutions. Certain it is that our prospects of amelioration depend upon the progress of inquiry and the general advancement of knowledge. If, therefore, there be points, and those important ones, in which, so to express myself, knowledge and the thinking principle in man cannot be brought into contact, if, however great be the improvement of his reason, he will not the less certainly in many cases act in a way irrational and absurd. This consideration must greatly overcloud the prospect of the moral reformer. There is another consequence that will flow from the vulgarly received doctrine upon this subject. If man be, by the very constitution of his nature, the subject of opinion, and if truth and reason, when properly displayed, give us a complete hold upon his choice, then the search of the political inquirer will be much simplified. Then we have only to discover what form of civil society is most conformable to reason, and we may rest assured that, as soon as men shall be persuaded from conviction to adopt that form, they will have acquired to themselves an invaluable benefit. But if reason be frequently inadequate to its task, if there be an opposite principle in man, resting upon its own ground, and maintaining a separate jurisdiction, the most rational principles of society may be rendered abortive. It may be necessary to call in mere sensible causes to encounter causes of the same nature. Folly may be the fittest instrument to effect the purposes of wisdom, and vice to disseminate and establish the public benefit. In that case, the salutary prejudices and useful delusions, as they have been called, of aristocracy, the glittering diadem, the magnificent canopy, the ribbons, stars, and titles of an illustrious rank, may at last be found the fittest instruments for guiding and alluring to his proper ends the savage man. Such is the nature of the question to be examined, and such its connection with the inquiry concerning the influence of political institutions. The more accurately to conceive the topic before us, it is necessary to observe that it relates to the voluntary actions of man. The distinction between voluntary and involuntary action, if properly stated, is exceedingly simple. That action is involuntary which takes place in us either without foresight on our part or contrary to the full bent of our inclinations. Thus, if a child or person of mature age burst into tears in a matter unexpected or unforeseen by himself, or if he bursts into tears though his pride or any other principle make him exert every effort to restrain them, this action is involuntary. Voluntary action is where the event is foreseen previously to its occurrence, and the hope or fear of that event forms the excitement, or, as it is most frequently termed, the motive, inducing us, if hope be the passion, to endeavor to forward, and if fear, to endeavor to prevent it. It is this motion, this manner generated, to which we annex the idea of voluntariness. Let it be observed that the word action is here used in the sense of natural philosophers, as descriptive of a change taking place in any part of the universe, without entering into the question whether that change be necessary or free. Now let us consider what are the inferences that immediately result from the above simple and unquestionable explanation of voluntary action. Voluntary action is accompanied with foresight. The hope or fear of a certain event is its motive. But foresight is not an affair of simple immediate impulse. It implies a series of observations so extensive as to enable us from like antecedents to infer like consequence. Voluntary action is occasioned by the idea of consequences to result. Wine is set before me, and I fill my glass. I do this either because I foresee that the flavor will be agreeable to my palate, or that its effect will be to produce gaiety and exhilaration, or that my drinking it will prove the kindness and good humor I feel towards the company with which I am engaged. If in any case my action in filling dwindle into mechanical and semi-mechanical, done with little or no adverting of the mind to its performance, it so far becomes an involuntary action. But if every voluntary action be performed for the sake of its consequences, then in every voluntary action there is comparison and judgment. Every such action proceeds upon the apprehended truth of some proposition. The mind decides this is good or desirable, and immediately upon that decision, if accompanied with a persuasion that we are competent to accomplish this good or desirable things, the limbs proceed to their office. The mind decides this is better than something else. Either wine or cordials are before me, and I choose the wine rather than the cordials. Or why the wine is only presented or thought of, and I decide that to take the wine is better than to abstain from it. Thus it appears that in every voluntary action there is preference or choice, which indeed are synonymous terms. This full elucidation of the nature of voluntary action enables us to proceed a step further. Hence it appears that the voluntary actions of men in all cases originate in their opinions. The actions of men, it will readily be admitted, originate in the state of their minds immediately previous to those actions. Actions, therefore, which are preceded by a judgment, this is good or this is desirable, originate in the state of judgment or opinion upon that subject. It may happen that the opinion may be exceedingly fugitive. It may have been preceded by aversion and followed by remorse. But it was unquestionably the opinion of the mind at the instant in which the action commenced. It is by no means uninstructive to remark how those persons who seem most to have discarded the use of the reason have frequently fallen, by accident as it were, upon important truths. There has been a set of Christians who taught that the only point which was to determine the future everlasting happiness or misery of mankind was their faith. Being pressed with the shocking immorality of their doctrine and the cruel and tyrannical character it imputed to the author of the universe, some of the most ingenious of them have explained themselves thus: quote, "Man is made up of two parts, his internal sentiments and his external conduct. Between these two there is a close and indissoluble connection. As are his sentiments, so is his conduct. Faith, that faith which alone entitles to salvation, is indeed a man's opinion, but not every opinion he may happen openly to profess, not every opinion which floats idly in his brain and is only recollected when he is gravely questioned upon the subject. Faith is the opinion that is always present to the mind, that lives in the memory, or at least infallibly suggests itself when any article of conduct is considered with which it is materially connected. Faith is that strong, permanent, and lively persuasion of the understanding with which no delusive temptations will ever be able successfully to contend. Faith modifies the conduct, gives a new direction to the dispositions, and renders the whole character pure and heavenly. But heavenly dispositions only can fit a man for the enjoyment of heaven. Heaven in reality is not so properly a place as a state of the mind, and if a wicked man could be introduced into the society of saints made perfect, he would be miserable. God, therefore, when he requires faith alone as a qualification for heaven, is so far from being arbitrary that he merely executes the laws of reason and does the only thing it was possible for him to do. In this system there are enormous absurdities, but the view it exhibits of the source of voluntary action sufficiently corresponds with the analysis we have given the subject. The author of the Characteristics has illustrated this branch of the nature of man in a very masterly manner. He observes, quote, "There are few who think always consistently or according to one certain hypothesis upon any subject so abstruse and intricate as the cause of all things, and the economy or government of the universe. For it is evident in the case of the most devout people, even by their own confession, that there are times when their faith hardly can support them in the belief of a supreme wisdom, and that they are often tempted to judge disadvantageously of a providence and just administration in the whole. That alone, therefore, is to be called a man's opinion, which is of any other the most habitual to him and occurs upon most occasions. So that it is hard to pronounce certainly of any man that he is an atheist, because unless his whole thoughts are at all seasons and on all occasions steadily bent against all supposition or imagination of design in things, he is no perfect atheist. In the same manner, if a man's thoughts are not at all times steady and resolute against all imagination of chance, fortune, or ill design in things, he is no perfect theist. But if anyone believes more of chance and confusion than of design, he is to be esteemed more an atheist than a theist. This is surely not a very accurate or liberal view of the atheistical system. From that which most predominates or has the ascendant, and in case he believes more of the prevalency of an ill-designing principle than of a good one, he is rather a demonist, and may be justly so called from the side to which the balance of his judgment most inclines. From this view of the subject we shall easily be led to perceive how little the fact of the variableness and inconstancy of human conduct is compatible with the principle here delivered, that the voluntary actions of men in all cases originate in their opinions. The persuasion that exists in the mind of the drunkard in committing his first act of intoxication, that in so doing he complies with the most cogent and irresistible reasons capable of being assigned upon the subject, may be exceedingly temporary. But it is the clear and unequivocal persuasion of his mind at the moment that he determines upon the action. The thoughts of the murderer will frequently be in a state of the most tempestuous fluctuation. He may make and unmake his diabolical purpose 50 times in an hour. His mind may be torn 1,000 ways by terror and fury, malignity and remorse. But whenever his resolution is formed, it is formed upon the suggestions of the rational faculty, and when he ultimately works up his mind to the perpetration, he is then most strongly impressed with the superior recommendations of the conduct he pursues. One of the fallacies by which we are most frequently induced to a conduct which our habitual judgment disapproves is that our attention becomes so engrossed by a particular view of the subject as wholly to forget, for the moment, those considerations which at other times were accustomed to determine our opinion. In such cases it frequently happens that the neglected consideration recurs the instant the hurry of action has subsided, and we stand astonished at our own infatuation and folly. This reasoning, however clear and irresistible it may appear, is yet exposed to one very striking objection. According to the ideas here delivered, men always proceed in their voluntary actions upon judgments extant to their understanding. Such judgments must be attended with consciousness, and were this hypothesis a sound one, nothing could be more easy than for a man in all cases to assign the precise reason that induced him to any particular action. The human mind would then be a very simple machine, always aware of the grounds upon which it proceeded, and self-deception would be impossible. But this statement is completely in opposition to experience and history. Ask a man the reason why he puts on his clothes, why he eats his dinner, or performs any other ordinary action of his life. He immediately hesitates, endeavors to recollect himself, and often assigns a reason the most remote from what the true philosophy of motive would have led us to expect. Nothing is more clear than that the moving cause of this action was not expressly present to his apprehension at the time he performed it. Self-deception is so far from impossible that it is one of the most ordinary phenomena with which we are acquainted. Nothing is more usual than for a man to impute his actions to honorable motives, when it is nearly demonstrable that they flowed from some corrupt and contemptible source. On the other hand, many persons suppose themselves to be worse than an impartial spectator will find any good reason to believe them. A penetrating observer will frequently be able to convince his neighbor that upon such an occasion he was actuated by the motives very different from what he imagined. Philosophers to this hour dispute whether human beings in their most virtuous exertions are under the power of disinterested benevolence or merely of an enlightened self-interest. Here, then, we are presented in one or other of these sets of philosophers with a striking instance of men's acting from motives diametrically opposite to those which they suppose to be the guides of their conduct. Self-examination is to a proverb one of the most arduous of these tasks which true virtue imposes. Are not these facts in express contradiction to the doctrine that the voluntary actions of men in all cases originate in the judgments of the understanding? Undoubtedly, the facts which have been here enumerated appear to be strictly true. To determine how far they affect the doctrine of the present chapter, it is necessary to return to our analysis of the phenomena of the human mind. Hitherto, we have considered the actions of human beings only under two classes, voluntary and involuntary. In strictness, however, there is a third class which belongs to neither, yet partakes of the nature of both. We have already defined voluntary action to be that of which certain consequences foreseen and considered either as objects of desire or aversion are the motive. Foresight and volition are inseparable, but what is foreseen must, by the very terms, be present to the understanding. Every action, therefore, so far as it is perfectly voluntary, flows solely from the decision of the judgment. But the actions above cited, such as relate to our garments and our food, are only imperfectly voluntary. In respect to volition, there appear to be two stages in the history of the human mind. Foresight is the result of experience, therefore foresight, and by parity of reasoning volition, cannot enter into the earliest actions of a human being. As soon, however, as the infant perceives the connection between certain attitudes and gestures,
and the circumstance of receiving suck, for example, he is brought to desire those preliminaries for the sake of that result. Here, so far as relates to volition and the judgment of the understanding, the action is as simple as can well be imagined. Yet even in this instance, the motive may be said to be complex. Habit or custom has its share. This habit is founded in actions originally involuntary and mechanical, and modifies after various methods such of our actions as are voluntary. But there are habits of a second sort. In proportion as our experience enlarges, the subjects of voluntary action become more numerous. In this state of the human being, he soon comes to perceive a considerable similarity between situation and situation. In consequence, he feels inclined to abridge the process of deliberation and to act today conformably to the determination of yesterday. Thus the understanding fixes for itself resting places, is no longer a novice, and is not at the trouble continually to go back and revise the original reasons which determined it to be a course of action. Thus the man acquires habits from which it is very difficult to wean him, and which he obeys without being able to assign either to himself or to others any explicit reason for this proceeding. This is the history of prepossession and prejudice. Let us consider how much there is of voluntary and how much of involuntary in this species of action. Let the instance be of a man going to church today. He has been accustomed, suppose, to a certain routine of this kind from his childhood. Most undoubtedly, then, in performing this action today, his motive does not singly consist of inducements present to his understanding. This distribution is in substance the same as that of Hartley, but is here introduced without any intention to adopt the peculiarities of his phraseology. His feelings are not of the same nature as those of a man who would be persuaded by a train of reasoning to perform that function for the first time in his life. His case is partly similar to that of a scholar who has gone through a course of geometry and who now believes the truth of the propositions upon the testimony of his memory, though the proofs are by no means present in his understanding. Thus the person in question is partly induced to go to church by reasons which once appeared sufficient to his understanding, and the effects of which remain, though the reasons are now forgotten, or at least not continually recollected. He goes partly for the sake of decorum, character, and to secure the goodwill of his neighbors. A part of his inducement also perhaps is that his parents accustomed him to go to church at first from the mere force of authority, and that the omission of a habit to which we have been formed is apt to sit awkwardly and uneasily upon the human mind. Thus it happens that a man who should scrupulously examine his own conduct in going to church would find great difficulty in satisfying his mind as to the precise motive or proportion contributed by different motives which maintain his adherence to that practice. It is probable, however, that when he goes to church, he determines that his action is right, proper, or expedient, referring for the reasons which prove this rectitude or expediency to the complex impression which remains in his mind from the inducements that at different times inclined him to that practice. It is still more reasonable to believe that when he sets out, there is an express volition, foresight, or apprehended motive inducing him to that particular action, and that he proceeds in such a direction because he knows it leads to the church. Now, so much of this action as proceeds from actually existing foresight and apprehended motive, it is proper to call perfectly voluntary. So much as proceeds upon a motive out of sight, and the operation of which depends upon habit, is imperfectly voluntary. This sort of habit, however, must be admitted to retain something of the nature of voluntariness for two reasons. First, it proceeds upon judgment or apprehended motives, though the reasons of that judgment be out of sight and forgotten. At the time the individual performed the first action of the kind, his proceeding was perfectly voluntary. Secondly, the custom of language authorizes us in denominating every action as in some degree voluntary, which a volition, foresight, or apprehended motive in a contrary direction might have prevented from taking place. Perhaps no action of a man arrived at years of maturity is, in the sense above defined, perfectly voluntary, as there is no demonstration in the higher branches of the mathematics which contains the whole of its proof within itself, and does not depend upon former propositions, the proofs of which are not present to the mind of the learner. The subtlety of the human mind in this respect is incredible. Many single actions, if carefully analyzed and traced to their remotest source, would be found to be the complex result of different motives, to the amount perhaps of some hundreds. In the meantime, it is obvious to remark that the perfection of the human character consists in approaching as nearly as possible to the perfectly voluntary state. We ought to be, upon all occasions, prepared to render a reason for our actions. We should remove ourselves to the furthest distance from the state of mere inanimate machines, acted upon by causes of which they have no understanding. We should be cautious of thinking it a sufficient reason for an action that we are accustomed to performing it, and that we once thought it right. The human understanding has so powerful a tendency to improvement that it is more than probable that, in many instances, the arguments which once appeared to us sufficient would, upon re-examination, appear inadequate and futile. We should therefore subject them to perpetual revisal. In our speculative opinions and our practical principles, we should never consider the book of Enquiry as shut. We should accustom ourselves not to forget the reasons that produced our determination, but be ready upon all occasions clearly to announce and fully to enumerate them. Having thus explained the nature of human actions, involuntary, imperfectly voluntary, and voluntary, let us consider how far this explanation affects the doctrine of the present chapter. Now it should seem that the great practical political principle remains as entire as ever. Still, volition and foresight in their strict and accurate construction are inseparable. All the most important occasions of our lives are capable of being subjected at pleasure to a decision, as nearly as possible perfectly voluntary. Still, it remains true that when the understanding clearly perceives rectitude, propriety, and eligibility to belong to a certain conduct, and so long as it has that perception, that conduct will infallibly be adopted. A perception of truth will inevitably be produced by a clear evidence brought home to the understanding, and the constancy of the perception will be proportioned to the apprehended value of the thing perceived. Reason, therefore, and conviction still appear to be the proper instrument, and the sufficient instrument for regulating the actions of mankind. Having sufficiently established the principle that in all cases of volition we act not from impulse but opinion, there is a further obstacle to be removed before this reasoning can be usefully applied to the subject of political melioration. It may be objected, by a person who should admit the force of the above arguments, that little was gained by this exposition to the cause it was intended to promote. Whether or no the actions of men frequently arise, as some authors have asserted, from immediate impression, it cannot, however, be denied that the perturbations of sense frequently seduce the judgment, and that the ideas and temporary notions they produce are too strong for any force that can be brought against them. But what man is now in this respect, he will always, to a certain degree remain. He will always have senses, and in spite of all the attempts which can be made to mortify them, their pleasures will always be accompanied with irritation and allurement. Hence it appears that all ideas of vast and extraordinary improvement in man are visionary, that he will always remain in some degree the dupe of illusion, and that reason and absolute impartial truth can never hope to possess him entire. The first observation that suggests itself upon this statement is that the points already established tend in some degree to set this new question in a clearer light. From them it may now be inferred that the contending forces of reason and sense in the power they exercise over our conduct at least pass through the same medium and assume the same form. It is opinion contending with opinion, and judgment with judgment, and this consideration is not unattended with encouragement. When we discourse of the comparative powers of appetite and reason, we speak of those actions which have the consent of the mind and partake of the nature of voluntary. The question neither is nor deserves to be respecting cases where no choice is exerted and no preference shown. Every man is aware that the cases into which volition enters, either for a part or the whole, are sufficiently numerous to decide upon all that is most important in the events of our life. It follows, therefore, in the contention of sense and reason, it cannot be improbable to hope that the opinion which is intrinsically the best founded shall ultimately prevail. But let us examine a little minutely these pleasures of sense, the attractions of which are supposed to be so irresistible. In reality, they are no way enabled to maintain their hold upon us, but by means of the assiduous of ornaments with which they are assiduously connected. Reduce them to their true nakedness, and they would be generally despised. Where, almost, is the man who would sit down with impatient eagerness to the most splendid feast, the most exquisite viands and highly flavored wines, taste after taste, upheld with kindliest change, if he must sit down alone, and it were not relieved and assisted by the more exalted charms of society, conversation, and mutual benevolence? Strip the commerce of the sexes of all its attendant circumstances, and the effect would be similar. Tell a man that all women, so far as sense is concerned, are nearly alike. Bid him, therefore, take a partner without any attention to the symmetry of her person, her vivacity, the voluptuous softness of her temper, the affectionate kindness of her feelings, her imagination, or her wit. You would probably instantly convince him that the commerce itself, which by superficial observers is put for the whole, is the least important branch of the complicated consideration to which it belongs. It is probable that he who should form himself with the greatest care upon a system of solitary sensualism would come at last to a decision not very different from that which Epicurus is said to have adopted in favor of fresh herbs and water from the spring. Let it be confessed that the pleasures of sense are unimportant and trivial. It is next to be asked whether, trifling as they are, they may not, nevertheless, possess a delusive and treacherous power by means of which they may often be enabled to overcome every opposition? The better to determine this question, let us suppose a man to be engaged in the progressive voluptuousness of the most sensual scene. Here, if ever, we may expect sensation to be triumphant. Passion is in this case in its full career. He impatiently shuts out every consideration that may disturb his enjoyment. Moral views and dissuasives can no longer obtrude themselves into his mind. He resigns himself, without power of resistance, to his predominant idea. Alas, in this situation, nothing is so easy as to extinguish his sensuality. Tell him at this moment that his father is dead, or that he has lost or gained a considerable sum of money, or even perhaps that his favorite horse is stolen from the meadow, and his whole passion shall be instantly annihilated. So vast is the power of which a mere proposition possesses over the mind of man. So conscious are we of the precariousness of the fascination of the senses that upon such occasions we provide against the slightest interruption. If our little finger ached, we might probably immediately bid adieu to the empire of this supposed almighty power. It is said to be an experiment successfully made by sailors and persons in that class of society to lay a wager with their comrades that the sexual intercourse shall not take place between them and their bedfellow the ensuing night, and to trust to their veracity for a confession of the event. The only means, probably, by which any man ever succeeds in indulging the pleasures of sense, in contradiction to the habitual persuasions of his judgment, is by contriving to forget everything that can be offered against them. If, notwithstanding all his endeavors, the unwished-for idea intrudes, the indulgence instantly becomes impossible. It is to be supposed that the power of sensual allurement, which must be carefully kept alive, and which the slightest accident overthrows, can be invincible only to the artillery of reason, and that the most irresistible considerations of justice, interest, and happiness will never be able habitually to control it. To consider this subject in another point of view, it seems to be a strange absurdity to hear men assert that the attractions of sensual pleasure are unresistible, in contradiction to the multiplied experience of all ages and countries. Are all good stories of our nature false? Did no man ever resist a temptation? On the contrary, have not all the considerations which have power over our hopes, our fears, or our weaknesses been, in competition with a firm and manly virtue, employed in vain? But what has been done may be done again. What has been done by individuals cannot be impossible in a widely different state of society to be done by the whole species. The system we are here combating, of the irresistible power of sensual allurements, has been numerously supported, and a variety of arguments has been adduced in its behalf. Among other things, it has been remarked that as the human mind has no innate and original principles, so all the information it has is derived from sensation, and everything that passes within it is either direct impression upon our external organs, or the substance of such impressions modified and refined through certain intellectual strainers and alembics. It is therefore reasonable to conclude that the original substance would be most powerful in its properties, and the pleasures of external sense more genuine than any other pleasure. Every sensation is, by its very nature, accompanied with the idea of pleasure or pain in a vigorous or feeble degree. The only thing which can or ought to excite desire is happiness or agreeable sensation. It is impossible that the hand can be stretched out to obtain anything except so far as it is considered as desirable. And to be desirable is the same thing as to have a tendency to communicate pleasure. Thus, after all the complexities of philosophy are brought back to the simple and irresistible proposition that man is an animal purely sensual. Hence it follows that in all his transactions much must depend upon immediate impression, and little is to be attributed to the generalities of ratiocination. End of section 8. Section 9 of Enquiry concerning political justice and its influence on morals and happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 1, Chapter 5, Part 2. All the premises in the objection here stated are unquestionably true. Man is just such an animal as the objection describes. Everything within him that has a tendency to voluntary action is an affair of external or internal sense and has relation to pleasure or pain. But it does not follow from hence that the pleasures of our external organs are more exquisite than any other pleasures. It is by no means unexample for the result of a combination of materials to be more excellent than the materials themselves. Let us consider the materials by means of which an admirable poem, or, if you will, the author of an admirable poem, is constructed, and we shall immediately acknowledge this to be the case. In reality, the pleasures of a savage, or, which is much the same, of a brute are feeble indeed, compared with those of the man of civilization and refinement. Our sensual pleasures, commonly so called, would be almost universally despised had we not the art to combine them with the pleasures of intellect and cultivation. No man ever performed an act of exalted benevolence without having sufficient reason to know, at least so long as the sensation was present to his mind, that all the gratifications of appetite were contemptible in the comparison. That which gives the last zest to our enjoyments is the approbation of our own minds, the consciousness that the exertion we have made was such as was called for by impartial justice and reason. And this consciousness will be clear and satisfying in proportion as our decision in that respect is unmixed with error. Our perceptions can never be so luminous and accurate in the belief of falsehood as of truth. The great advantage possessed by the allurements of sense is, quote, that the ideas suggested by them are definite and precise, while those which deal in generalities are apt to be faint and obscure. The difference is like that between things absent and things present. Of the recommendations possessed by the latter, we have a more vivid perception and seem to have a better assurance of the probability of their attainment. These circumstances must necessarily, in the comparison instituted by the mind in all similar cases, to a certain degree incline the balance towards that side. Add to which that what is present forces itself upon our attention, while that which is absent depends for its recurrence upon the capriciousness of memory. But these advantages are seen upon the very face of them to be of a precarious nature. If my idea of virtue, benevolence, and justice, or whatever it is that ought to restrain me from an improper leaning to the pleasures of sense, be now less definite and precise, they may be gradually and unlimitedly improved. If I do not now sufficiently perceive all the recommendations they possess, and their clear superiority over the allurements of sense, there is surely no natural impossibility in my being made to understand a distinct proposition, or in my being fully convinced by an unanswerable argument. As to recollection, that is certainly a faculty of the mind which is capable of improvement, and the point of which I have been once intimately convinced and have had a lively and profound impression, will not easily be forgotten when the period of action shall arrive. It has been said, quote, that a rainy day will frequently convert a man of valor into a coward. Close quote. If that should be the case, there is no presumption in affirming that his courage was produced by very slight and inadequate motives. How long would a sensation of this kind be able to hold out against the idea of the benefits to arise from his valor, safety to his family and children, defeat to an unjust and formidable assailant, and freedom and felicity to be secured to his country? In reality, the atmosphere, instead of considerably affecting the mass of mankind, affects in an eminent degree only a small part of that mass. The majority are either above or below it, are neither too gross to feel strongly these minute variations, or too busy to attend to them. The case is to a considerable degree the same with the rest of our animal sensations. In digestion, it has been said, perhaps a fit of the toothache renders a man incapable of strong thinking and spirited exertion. How far would they be able to maintain their ground against an unexpected piece of intelligence of the most delightful nature? Pain is probably more formidable in its attack upon us, and more exquisitely felt than any species of bodily pleasure. Yet all history affords us examples where pain has been contemned and defined by the energies of intellectual resolution. Do we not read of Mutius Scaevola, who suffered his hand to be destroyed by fire without betraying any symptom of emotion, and Archbishop Gramour, who endured the same trial 200 years ago in our own country? Is it not recorded of Anaraxus that while suffering the most excruciating tortures, he exclaimed, "Beat on, tyrant! Thou mayst destroy the shell of Anaxarchus, but thou canst not touch Anaxarchus himself." Close quote. The very savage Indians sing amidst the wanton tortures that are inflicted on them, and tauntingly provoke their tormentors to more ingenious cruelty. When we read such stories, we recognize in them the genuine characteristics of man. Man is not a vegetable to be governed by sensations of heat and cold, dryness and moisture. He is a reasonable creature, capable of perceiving what is eligible and right, of fixing indelibly certain principles upon his mind, and adhering inflexibly to the resolutions he has made. Let us attend for a moment to the general result of the preceding discussions. The tendency of the whole is to ascertain an important principle in the science of the human mind. If the arguments here adduced be admitted to be valid, it necessarily follows that whatever can be adequately brought home to the conviction of the understanding may be depended upon as affording a secure hold upon the conduct. We are no longer at liberty to consider man as divided between two independent principles, or imagine that his inclinations are in any way inaccessible through the medium of his reason. We find the thinking principle within us to be uniform and simple, in consequence of which we are entitled to conclude that it is in every respect the proper subject of education and persuasion, and is susceptible of unlimited improvement. There is no conduct in itself reasonable which the refutation of error and dissipating of uncertainty will not make appear to be such. There is no conduct which can be shown to be reasonable, the reasons of which may not sooner or later be made impressive, irresistible, and matter of habitual recollection. Lastly, there is no conduct, the reasons of which are thus conclusive and thus communicated, which will not infallibly and uniformly be adopted by the man to whom they are communicated. It may not be improper to attend a little to the light which may be derived from these speculations upon certain maxims almost universally received, but which, as they convey no distinct ideas, may be productive of mischief, and can scarcely be productive of good. The first of these is that the passions ought to be purified, but not to be eradicated. Another, conveying nearly the same lesson but in different words, is that passion is not to be conquered by reason, but by bringing some other passion into contention with it. The word passion is a term extremely vague in its signification. It is used principally in three senses. It either represents the ardor and vehemence of mind with which any object is pursued, or secondly, the temporary persuasion of excellence and desirableness which accompanies any action performed by us contrary to our more customary and usual habits of thinking, or, lastly, those external modes or necessities to which the whole human species is alike subject, such as hunger, the passion between the sexes, and others. In which of these senses is the word to be understood in the maxims above stated? In the first sense, it has sufficiently appeared that none of our sensations, or, which is the same thing, none of our ideas are unaccompanied with a consciousness of pleasure or pain. Consequently, all of our volitions are attended with complacence or aversion. In this sense, without doubt, passion cannot be eradicated. But in this sense, also, passion is so far from being incompatible with reason that it is inseparable from it. Virtue, sincerity, justice, and all those principles which are begotten and cherished in us by due exercise of reason will never be very strenuously espoused till they are ardently loved. That is, till their value is clearly perceived and adequately understood. In this sense, nothing is necessary but to show us that a thing is truly good and worthy to be desired, in order to excite in us a passion for its attainment. If, therefore, this be the meaning of passion in the above proposition, it is true that passion ought not to be eradicated, but it is equally true that it cannot be eradicated. It is true that the only way to conquer one passion is by the introduction of another. But it is equally true that if we employ our rational faculties, we cannot fail of thus conquering our erroneous propensities. The maxims, therefore, are nugatory. In the second sense, our passions are ambition, avarice, the love of power, the love of fame, envy, revenge, and innumerable others. Miserable indeed would be our condition if we could only expel one bad passion by another of the same kind. And there is no way of rooting out delusion from the mind, but by substituting another delusion in its place. But it has been demonstrated at large that this is not the case. Truth is not less powerful or less friendly exertion than error, and needs not fear its encounter. Falsehood is not, as such a principle would suppose, in which the human mind can exist, so that, if the space which the mind occupies be too much rarefied and cleared, its existence or health will be in some degree injured. On the contrary, we need not fear any sinister consequences from the subversion of error and introducing as much truth into the mind as we can possibly accumulate. All those notions by which we are accustomed to ascribe to anything a value which does not really possess should be eradicated without mercy, and truth, a sound and just estimate of things which is not less favorable to zeal or activity, should be earnestly and incessantly cultivated. In the third sense of the word passion, as it describes the result of those circumstances which are common to the whole species, such as hunger and the propensity to the intercourse of the sexes, it seems sufficiently reasonable to say that no attempt ought to be made to eradicate them. But this sentiment was hardly worth the formality of a maxim. So far as these propensities ought to be conquered or restrained, there is no reason why this should not be effected by the due exercise of the understanding. For these illustrations, it is sufficiently apparent that the care recommended to us not to extinguish or seek to extinguish our passions is founded in a confused or mistaken view of the subject. Another maxim, not inferior in reputation to those above recited, is that of the following nature. When the term nature here is still more loose and unintelligible than the term passion was before, if it to be meant that we ought to accommodate ourselves to hunger and the other appetites which are common to our species, this is probably true. But these appetites, some of them in particular, lead to excess, and the mischief with which they are pregnant is to be corrected, not by consulting our appetites, but our reason. If it be meant that we should follow instinct, it has been proved that we have no instincts. The advocates of this maxim are apt to consider whatever now exists among mankind as inherent and perpetual, and to conclude that this is to be maintained, not in proportion as it can be shown to be reasonable, but because it is natural. Thus it has been said that man is naturally a religious animal, and for this reason, and not in proportion to our power of demonstrating the being of a God or the truth of Christianity, religion is to be maintained. Thus again it has been called natural, that men should form themselves into immense tribes or nations and go to war with each other. Thus persons of narrow views and observations regard everything as natural and right that happens, however capriciously, or for however short a time in which they live. The only things which can be said to compose the nature or constitution of man are our external structure, which itself is capable of being modified with indefinite variety, the appetites and impressions growing out of that structure, and the capacity of combining ideas and inferring conclusions. The appetites common to the species we cannot wholly destroy. The faculty of reason it would be absurd systematically to counteract, since it is only by some sort of reasoning, bad or good, that we can so much as adopt any system. In this sense, therefore, no doubt, we ought to follow nature, that is, to employ our understandings and increase our discernment, but by conforming ourselves to the principles of our constitution in this respect, we most effectively exclude all following or implicit assent. If we would fully comport ourselves in a manner correspondent to our properties and powers, we must bring everything to the standard of reason. Nothing must be admitted either as principle or precept that will not support this trial. Nothing must be sustained because it is ancient, because we have been accustomed to regard it as sacred, or because it has been unusual to bring its validity into question. Finally, if by following nature be understood that we must fix our preference upon things that will conduce to human happiness, in this there is some truth. But the truth it contains is extremely darkened by the phraseology in which it is couched. We must consider our external structure so far as relates to the mere question of our preservation. As to the rest, whatever will make a reasonable nature happy will make us happy, and our preference ought to be bestowed upon that species of pleasure which has most independence and most animation. The corollaries respecting political truth, deducible from the simple proposition which seems clearly established by the reasonings of the present chapter, that the voluntary actions of men in all instances conformable to the deductions of their understanding, are of the highest importance. Hence we may infer what are the hopes and prospects of human improvement. The doctrine which may be founded upon these principles may perhaps best be expressed in the 5 following propositions. Sound reasoning and truth, when adequately communicated, must always be victorious over error. Sound reasoning and truth are capable of being so communicated. Truth is omnipotent. The vices and moral weakness of man are not invincible. Man is perfectible, or in other words, susceptible of perpetual improvement. These propositions will be found in part synonymous with each other. The time of the inquirer will not be unprofitably spent in copious clearing up of the foundations of moral and political systems. It is extremely beneficial that truth should be viewed on all sides and examined under different aspects. The propositions are even little more than so many different modes of stating the principal topic of this chapter. But if they will not admit each of a distinct train of arguments in its support, it may not, however, be useless to bestow upon each a short illustration. The first of these propositions is so evident that it needs only be stated in order to the being universally admitted. Is there anyone who can imagine that when sound argument and sophistry are fairly brought into comparison, the victory can be doubtful? Sophistry may assume a plausible appearance and contrive to a certain extent to bewilder the understanding, but it is one of the prerogatives of truth to follow it in its mazes and strip it of disguise. Nor does any difficulty from this consideration interfere with the establishment of the present proposition. We suppose truth not merely to be exhibited, but adequately communicated. That is, in other words, distinctly apprehended by the person to whom it is being addressed. In this case, the victory is too small to admit of being controverted by the most inveterate skepticism. The second proposition is that sound reasoning and truth are capable of being adequately communicated by one man to another. This proposition may be understood of such communication either as it affects the individual or the species. First, of the individual. In order to its due application in this point of view, opportunity for the communication must necessarily be supposed. The incapacity of human intellect at present requires that this opportunity should be of long duration or repeated occurrence. We do not always know how to communicate all the evidence we are capable of communicating in a single conversation, and much less in a single instant. But if the communicator be sufficiently master of his subject, and if the truth be altogether on his side, he must ultimately succeed in his undertaking. We suppose him to have sufficient urbanity to conciliate the goodwill, and sufficient energy to engage the attention of the party concerned. In that case, there is no prejudice, no blind reverence for established systems, no false fear of the interference to be drawn that can resist him. He will encounter those one after the other, and he will encounter them with success. Our prejudices, our undue reverence, and imaginary fears flow out of some views the mind has been induced to entertain. They are founded in the belief of some propositions. But every one of these propositions is capable of being refuted. The champion we describe proceeds from point to point. If in any his success have been doubtful, that he will retrace and put out of the reach of mistake, and it is evidently impossible that with such qualifications and such perseverance he should not ultimately accomplish his purpose. Such is the appearance which this proposition assumes when examined in a loose and practical view. In strict consideration, it will not admit of debate. Man is a rational being. If there be any man who is incapable of making inferences for himself or of understanding, when stated in the most explicit terms, the inferences of another, him we consider as an abortive production, and not in strictness belonging to the human species. It is absurd, therefore, to say that sound reasoning and truth cannot be communicated by one man to another. Whether in any case he fails, it is that he is not sufficiently laborious, patient, and clear. We suppose, of course, the person also undertakes to communicate the truth, really to possess it, and be master of his subject, for it is scarcely worth an observation to say that that which he has not himself he cannot communicate to another. If truth, therefore, can be brought home to the conviction of the individual, let us see how it stands with the public or the world. Now, in the first place, it is extremely clear that if no individual can resist the force of truth, it can be only necessary to apply this proposition from individual to individual, and we shall at length comprehend the whole. Thus, the affirmation in its literal sense is completely established. With respect to the chance of success, this will depend first upon the precluding all extraordinary convulsions of nature, and after this upon the activity and energy of those to whose hands the sacred cause of truth may be entrusted. It is apparent that if justice be done to its merits, it includes in it the indestructible germ of ultimate victory. Every new convert that is made to its cause, if he be taught its excellence as well as its reality, is a fresh apostle to extend its illuminations through a wider sphere. In this respect, it resembles the motion of a falling body, which increases its rapidity in proportion to the squares of the distances. Add to which that, when a convert to truth has been adequately informed, it is barely possible that he should ever fail in his adherence, whereas error contains in it the principle of its own originality. Thus the advocates of falsehood and mistake must continually diminish, and the well-informed adherents of truth incessantly multiply. It has sometimes been affirmed that whenever a question is ably brought forward for examination, the decision of the human species must ultimately be on the right side. But this proposition is to be understood with allowances. Civil policy, magnificent emoluments, and sinister motives may upon many occasions, by distracting the attention, cause the worse reason to pass as if it were the better. It is not absolutely certain that, in the controversy brought forward by Clarke and Whiston against the doctrine of the Trinity, or by Collins and Woolston against the Christian revelation, the innovators had altogether the worst of the argument. Yet 50 years after the agitation of these controversies, their effects can scarcely be traced, and things appeared on all sides as if the controversies had never existed. Perhaps it will be said that though the effects of truth may be obscure for a time, they will break out in the sequel with double luster. But this at least depends upon circumstances. No comet must come in meantime and sweep away the human species. No Attila must have it in his power once again to lead back the flood of barbarism to deluge the civilized world. And the disciples, or at least the books of the original champions, must remain, or their discoveries and demonstrations must be nearly lost to the world. The third of the propositions enumerated is that truth is omnipotent. This proposition, which is convenient for its brevity, must be understood with limitations. it would be absurd to affirm that truth, unaccompanied by the evidence which proves it to be such, or when that evidence is partially and imperfectly stated, has any such property. But it has sufficiently appeared from the arguments already adduced that truth, when adequately communicated, is, so far as relates to the conviction of the understanding, irresistible. There may indeed be propositions which, though true in themselves, may be beyond the sphere of human knowledge, or respecting which the human beings have not yet discovered sufficient arguments for their support. In that case, though true themselves, they are not truths to us. The reasoning by which they are attempted to be established is not sound reasoning. It may perhaps be found that the human mind is not capable of arriving at absolute certainty upon any subject of inquiry. And it must be admitted that human science is attended with all degrees of certainty, from his highest moral evidence to the slightest balance of probability. But human beings are capable of apprehending and weighing all these degrees, and to know the exact quantity of probability which I ought to describe to any proposition may be said to be in one sense the possessing certain knowledge. It would further be absurd, if we regard truth in relation to its empire over our conduct, to suppose that it is not limited in its operations by the faculties of our frame. It may be compared to a connoisseur who, however consummate be his talents, can extract from a given instrument only such tones as that instrument will afford. But within those limits, the deduction which forms the principal substance of this chapter proves to us that whatever is brought home to the conviction of the understanding, so long as it is present to the mind, possesses an undisputed empire over the conduct. Nor will he who is sufficiently conversant with the science of intellect be hasty in assigning the bounds of our capacity. There are some things which the structure of our bodies will render us forever unable to effect. But in many cases, the lines which appear to prescribe a term to our efforts will, like the mists that arise from a lake, retire further and further, the more closely we endeavor to approach them. Fourthly, the vices and moral weakness of man are not invincible. This is the preceding proposition with a very slight variation in the statement. Vice and weakness are formed upon ignorance and error. But truth is more powerful than any champion that can be brought into the field against it. Consequently, truth has the faculty of expelling the weakness and vice and placing nobler and more beneficent principles in their stead. Lastly, man is perfectible. This proposition needs some explanation. By perfectible, it is not meant that he is capable of being brought to perfection, but the word seems sufficiently adapted to express the faculty of being continually made better and receiving perpetual improvement. And in this sense, it is here to be understood. The term perfectible, thus explained, not only does not imply the capacity of being brought to perfection, but stands in express opposition to it. If we could arrive at perfection, there would be an end to our improvement. There is, however, one thing of great importance that it does imply. Every perfection or excellence that human beings are competent to conceive, human beings, unless in cases that are palpably and unequivocally excluded by the structure of the frame, are competent to attain. This is an inference which immediately follows from the omnipotence of truth. Every truth that is capable of being communicated is capable of being brought home to the conviction of the mind. every principle which can be brought home to the conviction of the mind will infallibly produce a correspondent effect upon the conduct. If there were not something in the nature of man incompatible with absolute perfection, the doctrine of the omnipotence of truth would afford no small probability that he would one day reach it. Why is the perfection of man impossible? The idea of absolute perfection is scarcely within the grasp of human understanding. If science were more familiarized to speculations of this sort, we should perhaps discover that the notion itself was pregnant with absurdity and contradiction. It is not necessary in this argument to dwell upon the limited nature of the human faculties. We can neither be present to all places nor to all times. We cannot penetrate into the essences of things, or rather we have no sound or satisfactory knowledge of things external to ourselves, but merely of our own sensations. We cannot discover the causes of things, or ascertain that in the antecedent which connects it with the consequent, and discern nothing but their contiguity. With what predence can a being that thus shut in on all sides lay claim to absolute perfection? But, not to insist upon these considerations, there is one principle in the human mind which must forever exclude us from arriving at a close of our acquisitions and confine us to perpetual progress. The human, so far as we are acquainted with it, is nothing else but a faculty of perception. All our knowledge, all our ideas, everything we possess as intelligent beings comes from impression. All the minds that exist set out from absolute ignorance. They received first one impression and then a second. As the impressions became more numerous and were stored by the help of memory and combined by the faculty of association, so the experience increased, and with the experience, the knowledge, the wisdom, everything that distinguishes men from what we understand by a clod of the valley. This seems to be a simple and incontrovertible history of intellectual being. And if it be true, then our accumulations have been incessant in the time that is gone. So, as long as we continue to perceive, to remember or reflect, they must perpetually increase. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jddykst, Farragut, Iowa. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 1, Chapter 6, of the Influence of Climate. Means by which liberty is to be introduced. Their efficacy illustrated. Facts in confirmation of these reasonings. Inference. 2 points further are necessary to be illustrated in order to render our view of man in his social capacity impartial and complete. There are certain physical causes which have commonly been supposed to oppose an immovable barrier to the political improvement of our species. Climate, which is imagined to render the introduction of liberal principles upon this subject in some cases impossible, and luxury, which, in addition to this disqualification, precludes their revival even in countries where they had once most eminently flourished. An answer to both these objections is included in what has been offered upon the subject of the voluntary actions of man. If truth, when properly displayed, be omnipotent, then neither climate nor luxury are invincible obstacles. But so much stress has been laid upon these topics, and they have been so eloquently enforced by poets and men like poets, that it seems necessary to bestow upon them a distinct examination. It is impossible, say some, to establish a system of political liberty in certain warm and effeminate climates. To enable us to judge of the reasonableness of this affirmation, let us consider what process would be necessary in order to introduce political liberty into any country. The answer to this question is to be found in the answer to that other, whether freedom have any real and solid advantages over slavery. If it have, then our mode of proceeding respecting it ought to be exactly parallel to that we should employ in recommending any other benefit. If I would persuade a man to accept a great estate, supposing that possession to be a real advantage, if I would induce him to select for his companion a beautiful and accomplished woman, or for his friend a wise, a brave, and disinterested man, if I would persuade him to prefer ease to pain and gratification to torture, what more is necessary than that I should inform his understanding and make him see these things in their true and genuine colors? Should I find it necessary to inquire first of what climate he was a native, and whether that were favorable to the possession of a great estate, a fine woman, or a generous friend? The advantages of liberty over slavery are not less real, though unfortunately they have been made less palpable in their application to the welfare of communities at large, than the advantages to accrue in the cases above enumerated. Every man has a confused sense of the real state of the question, but he has been taught to believe that men would tear each other to pieces if they had not priests to direct their consciences, lords to consult for their tranquility, and kings to pilot them in safety through the dangers of the political ocean. But whether they be misled by these or other prejudices, whatever be the fancy terror that induces them quietly to submit to have their hands bound behind them, and the scourge vibrated over their heads, all these are questions of reason. Truth may be presented to them in such irresistible evidence, perhaps by such degrees familiarized to their apprehension, as ultimately to conquer the most obstinate prepossessions. Let the press find its way into Persia or Indostan. Let the political truths discovered by the best of the European sages be transfused into their language, and it is impossible that a few solitary converts should not be made. It is the property of truth to spread, and exclusively of any powerful counteraction, its advocates in each succeeding year will be somewhat more numerous than in that which went before. The causes which suspend its progress arise not from climate, but from the watchful and intolerant jealousy of despotic sovereigns. What is here stated is in fact little more than a branch of the principle which has been so generally recognized, that government is founded in opinion. Footnote: Hume's Essays, Part 1, Essay 4. End of footnote. Let us suppose, then, that the majority of a nation, by however slow a progress, is convinced of the desirableness, or, which amounts to the same, the practicability of freedom. The supposition would be parallel if we were to imagine 10,000 men of sound intellect shut up in a madhouse and superintended by a set of 3 or 4 keepers. Hitherto they have been persuaded, for what absurdity has been too great for human intellect to entertain, that they were destitute of reason, and that the superintendence under which they were placed was necessary for their preservation. They have therefore submitted to whips and straw and bread and water, and perhaps imagined this tyranny to be a blessing. But a suspicion is at length by some means propagated among them, that all they have hitherto endured has been an imposition. The suspicion spreads, they reflect, they reason, the idea is communicated from one to another through the chinks of their cells, and at certain times, when the vigilance of their keepers has not precluded them from mutual society. It becomes the clear perception, the settled persuasion of the majority of the persons confined. What will be the consequence of this opinion? Will the influence of climate prevent them from embracing the obvious means of their happiness? Is there any human understanding that will not perceive a truth like this when forcibly and repeatedly presented? Is there a mind that will conceive no impatience of so horrible a tyranny? In reality, the chains fall off of themselves when the magic of opinion is dissolved. When a great majority of any society are persuaded to secure any benefit to themselves, there is no need of tumult or violence to effect it. The effort would be to resist reason, not to obey it. The prisoners are collected in their common hall, and the keepers inform them that it is time to return to their cells. They have no longer the power to obey. They look at the impotence of their late masters and smile at their presumption. They quietly leave the mansion where they were hitherto immured, and partake of the blessings of light and air like other men. It may perhaps be useful to consider how far these reasonings upon the subject of liberty are confined to us by general experience as to the comparative inefficacy of climate and the superior influence of circumstances, political and social. The following instances are for the most part abridged from the judicious collections of Hume upon the subject. Footnote: Essays, Part 1, Essay 21. End of footnote. 1. If a theory here asserted be true, we may expect to find the inhabitants of neighboring provinces in different states widely discriminated by the influence of government and little assimilated by resemblance of climate. Thus the Gascons are the gayest people in France, but the moment we pass the Pyrenees, we find the serious and saturnine character of the Spaniard. Thus the Athenians were lively, penetrating, and ingenious, but the Thebans unpolished, phlegmatic, and dull. 2. It would be reasonable to expect that different races of men, intermixed with each other, but differently governed, would afford a strong and visible contrast. Thus the Turks are brave, open, and sincere, but the modern Greeks mean, cowardly, and deceitful. 3. Wandering tribes closely connected among themselves, and having little sympathy with the people with whom they reside, may be expected to have great similarity of manners. Their situation renders them conspicuous. The faults of individuals reflect dishonor upon the whole, and their manners will be particularly sober and reputable, unless they should happen to labor under so peculiar an odium as to render all endeavor after reputation fruitless. Thus the Armenians in the East are as universally distinguished among the nations with whom they reside as the Jews in Europe. But the Armenians are noted for probity, and the Jews for extortion. 4. What resemblance is there between the ancient and the modern Greeks, between the old Romans and the present inhabitants of Italy, between the Gauls and the French? Diodorus Siculus describes the Gauls as particularly given to taciturnity, and Aristotle affirms that they are the only warlike nation who are negligent of women. If, on the contrary, climate were principally concerned in forming the characters of nations, we might expect to find heat and cold producing an extraordinary effect upon men, as they do upon plants and inferior animals. But the reverse of this appears to be the fact. Is it supposed that the neighborhood of the sun renders men gay, fantastic, and ingenious? While the French, the Greeks, and the Persians have been remarkable for their gaiety, the Spaniards, the Turks, and the Chinese are not less distinguished by the seriousness of their deportment. It was the opinion of the ancients that the northern nations were incapable of civilization and improvement, but the moderns have found that the English are not inferior in literary eminence to any nation in the world. Is it asserted that the northern nations are more hardy and courageous, and that conquest has usually traveled from that to the opposite quarter? It would have been truer to say that conquest is usually made by poverty upon plenty. The Turks, who from the deserts of Tartary invaded the fertile provinces of the Roman Empire, met the Saracens halfway, who were advancing with similar views from the no less dreary deserts of Arabia. In their extreme, perhaps heat and cold may determine the characters of nations, of the Negroes, for example, on one side, and the Laplanders on the other. Not but that, in this very instance, much may be ascribed to the wretchedness of a sterile climate on the one hand, and to the indolence consequent upon a spontaneous fertility on the other. As to what is more than this, the remedy has not yet been discovered. Physical causes have already appeared to be powerful, till moral ones can be brought into operation. Has it been alleged that carnivorous nations are endowed with the greatest courage? The Swedes, whose nutriment is meager and sparing, have ranked with the most distinguished modern nations in the operations of war. It is usually said that northern nations are most addicted to wine and southern to women. Admitting this observation in its full force, it would only prove that climate may operate upon the grosser particles of our frame, not that it influences those finer organs upon which the operations of intellect depend. But the truth of the first of these remarks may well be doubted. The Greeks appear to have been sufficiently addicted to the pleasures of the bottle. Among the Persians, no character was more coveted than that of a hard drinker. It is easy to obtain anything of the Negroes, even their wives and children, in exchange for liquor. As to women, the circumstance may be accounted for from moral causes. The heat of the climate obliges both sexes to go half naked. The animal arrives sooner at maturity in hot countries. And both these circumstances produce vigilance and jealousy, causes which inevitably tend to inflame the passions. The result of these reasonings is of the utmost importance to him who speculates upon principles of government. There have been writers on this subject who, admitting and even occasionally declaiming with enthusiasm upon the advantages of liberty and the equal claims of mankind to every social benefit, have yet concluded that the corruptions of despotism and the usurpations of aristocracy were congenial to certain ages and divisions of the world, and under proper limitations entitled to our approbation. But this hypothesis will be found unable to endure the test of serious reflection. There is no state of mankind that renders them incapable of the exercise of reason. There is no period in which it is necessary to hold the human species in a condition of pupillage. If there were, it would seem but reasonable that their superintendents and guardians, as in the case of infants of another sort, should provide for the means of their subsistence without calling upon them for the exertions of their own understanding. Wherever men are competent to look the first duties of humanity in the face, and to provide for their defense against the invasions of hunger and the inclemencies of the sky, it can scarcely be thought that they are not equally capable of every other exertion that may be essential to their security and welfare. The real enemies of liberty in any country are not the people, but those higher orders who find their imaginary profit in a contrary system. Infuse just views of society into a certain number of the liberally educated and reflecting members, give to the people guides and instructors, and the business is done. This, however, is not to be accomplished but in a gradual manner, as will more fully appear in the sequel. The error lies, not in tolerating the worst forms of government for a time, but in supposing a change impracticable, and not incessantly looking forward to its accomplishment. End of section 10. Section 11 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jddykst, Farragut, Iowa. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 1, Chapter 7. Of the Influence of Luxury. The objection stated. Source of this objection. Refuted from mutability, from mortality, from sympathy. The probability of perseverance considered. The second objection to the principles already established is derived from the influence of luxury and affirms that nations, like individuals, are subject to the phenomena of youth and old age, and that, when a people, by effeminacy and deprivation of manners, have sunk into decrepitude, it is not within the compass of human ability to restore them to vigor and innocence. This idea has been partly founded upon the romantic notions of pastoral life and the Golden Age. Innocence is not virtue. Virtue demands the active employment of an ardent mind in the promotion of the general good. No man can be eminently virtuous who is not accustomed to an extensive range of reflection. He must see all the benefits to arise from a disinterested proceeding, and must understand the proper method of producing those benefits. Ignorance, the slothful habits and limited views of uncultivated life, have not in them more of true virtue, though they may be more harmless than luxury, vanity, and extravagance. Individuals of exquisite feeling, whose disgust has been excited by the hardened selfishness or the unblushing corruption which have prevailed in their own times, have recurred in imagination to the forests of Norway, or the bleak and uncomfortable highlands of Scotland, in search of a purer race of mankind. This imagination has been the offspring of disappointment, not the dictate of reason and philosophy. It may be true that ignorance is nearer than prejudice to the reception of wisdom, and that the absence of virtue is a condition more auspicious than the presence of its opposite. In this case, it would have been juster to compare a nation sunk in luxury to an individual with confirmed habits of wrong, than to an individual whom a debilitated constitution was bringing fast to the grave. But neither would that comparison have been fair and equitable. The condition of nations is more fluctuating, and will be found less obstinate in its resistance to a consistent endeavor for their improvement than that of individuals. In nations, some of their members will be less confirmed in error than others. A certain number will be only in a very small degree indisposed to listen to the voice of truth. This number, from the very nature of just sentiments, must in the ordinary course of things perpetually increase. Every new convert will be the means of converting others. In proportion as the body of disciples is augmented, the modes of attack upon the prejudices of others will be varied, and suited to the variety of men's tempers and prepossessions. Add to this that generations of men are perpetually going off the stage, while other generations succeed. The next generation will not have so many prejudices to subdue. Suppose a despotic nation, by some revolution in its affairs, to become possessed of the advantages of freedom. The children of the present race will be bred in more firm and independent habits of thinking. The suppleness, the timidity, and the vicious dexterity of their fathers will give place to an erect mien and a clear and decisive judgment. The partial and imperfect change of character which was introduced at first will in the succeeding age become more unalloyed and complete. Lastly, the power of reasonable and just ideas in changing the character of nations is, in one respect, infinitely greater than any power which can be brought to bear upon a solitary individual. The case is not of that customary sort where the force of theory alone is tried in curing any person of his errors, but is as if he should be placed in an entirely new situation. His habits are broken through, and his motives of action changed. Instead of being perpetually recalled to vicious practices by the recurrence of his former connections, the whole society receives an impulse from the same cause that acts upon the individual. New ideas are suggested, and the languor and imbecility which might be incident to each are counteracted by the spectacle of general enthusiasm in concert. But it has been further alleged that even should a luxurious nation be induced by intolerable grievances and notorious usurpation to embrace just principles of human society, they would be unable to perpetuate them, and would soon be led back by their evil habits to their former vices and corruption. That is, they would be capable of the heroic energy that should expel the usurper, but not of the moderate resolution that should prevent his return. They would rouse themselves so far from their lethargy as to assume a new character and enter into different views, but, after having for some time acted upon their convictions, they would suddenly become incapable of understanding the truth of their principles and feeling their influence. Men always act upon the apprehensions of preferableness. There are few errors of which they are guilty which may not be resolved into a narrow and inadequate view of the alternative presented for their choice. Present pleasure may appear more certain and eligible than distant good, but they never choose evil as apprehended to be evil. Wherever a clear and unanswerable notion of any subject is presented to their view, a correspondent action or course of actions inevitably follows. Having thus gained one step in the acquisition of truth, it cannot easily be conceived as lost. A body of men, having detected the injurious consequences of an evil under which they have long labored, and having shaken it off, will scarcely voluntarily restore the mischief they have annihilated. No recollection of past error can reasonably be supposed to have strength enough to lead back into absurdity and uncompensated subjection men who have once been thoroughly awakened to the perception of truth. End of section 11. Section 12 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jddykst, Farragut, Iowa. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 1, Chapter 8. Human Inventions Susceptible of Perpetual Improvement. Perfectibility of Man. Instance, first, in language. Its beginning. Abstraction. Complexity of language. Second instance. Alphabetical writing. Hieroglyphics at first universal. Progressive deviations. Application. Before we proceed to the direct subject of the present inquiry, it may not be improper to resume the subject of human improvableness and consider it in a somewhat greater detail. An opinion has been extensively entertained that the differences of the human species in different ages and countries, particularly so far as relates to moral principles of conduct, are extremely insignificant and trifling, that we are deceived in this respect by distance and confounded by glare, but that in reality the virtues and vices of men, collectively taken, always have remained, and of consequence, it is said, always will remain, nearly at the same point. The erroneousness of this opinion will perhaps be more completely exposed by a summary recollection of the actual history of our species than by the closest deductions of abstract reason. We will, in this place, simply remind the reader of the great changes which man has undergone as an intellectual being, entitling us to infer the probability of improvements not less essential to be realized in future. The conclusion to be deduced from this delineation, that his moral improvements will in some degree keep pace with his intellectual, and his actions correspond with his opinions, must depend for its force upon the train of reasoning which has already been brought forward under that head. Footnote. Chapter 5. End of footnote. Let us carry back our minds to man in his original state, a being capable of impressions and knowledge to an unbounded extent, but not having as yet received the one or cultivated the other. Let us contrast this being with all that science and genius have effected, and from hence we may form some idea what it is of which human nature is capable. It is to be remembered that this being did not, as now, derive assistance from the communications of his fellows, nor had his feeble and crude conceptions amended by the experience of successive centuries, but that in the state we are figuring all men were equally ignorant. The field of improvement was before them, but for every step in advance they were to be indebted to their untutored efforts. Nor is it of consequence whether such was actually the progress of mind, or whether, as others teach, the progress was abridged, and man was immediately advanced halfway to the end of his career by the interposition of the author of his nature. In any case, it is an allowable, and will be found no unimproving speculation, to consider mind as it is in itself, and to inquire what would have been its history if immediately upon its production it had been left to be acted upon by those ordinary laws of the universe with whose operation we are acquainted. One of the acquisitions most evidently requisite as a preliminary to our present improvements is that of language. But it is impossible to conceive an acquisition that must have been in its origin more different from what at present it is found, or that less promised that copiousness and refinement it has since exhibited. Its beginning was probably from those involuntary cries which infants, for example, are found to utter in the earliest stages of their existence, and which, previously to the idea of exciting pity or procuring assistance, spontaneously arise from the operation of pain upon our animal frame. These cries, when actually uttered, become a subject of perception to him by whom they are uttered, and, being observed to be constantly associated with certain antecedent impressions, and to excite the idea of those impressions in the hearer, may afterwards be repeated from reflection and the desire of relief. Eager desire to communicate any information to another will also prompt us to utter some simple sound for the purpose of exciting attention. This sound will probably frequently recur to organs unpracticed to variety, and will at length stand, as it were, by convention, for the information intended to be conveyed. But the distance is extreme from these simple modes of communication, which we possess in common with some of the inferior animals, to all the analysis and abstraction which languages require. Abstraction, indeed, though as it is commonly understood, it be one of the sublimest operations of mind, is in some sort coeval with and inseparable from the existence of mind. Footnote. The question whether or not the human mind is capable of forming abstract ideas has been the subject of much profound and serious disquisition. It is certain that we have a general standard of some sort, in consequence of which, if an animal is presented to our view, we can, in most cases, decide that it is or is not a horse, a man, etc. Nor is it to be imagined that we should be unable to form such judgments, even if we were denied the use of speech. It is a curious fact, and on that account worthy to be mentioned in this place, that the human mind is perhaps incapable of entertaining any but general ideas. Take, for example, a wine glass. If, after this glass is withdrawn, I present to you another from the same set, you will probably be unable to determine whether it is another or the same. It is with a like inattention that people in general view a flock of sheep. The shepherd only distinguishes the features of every one of his sheep from the features of every other. but it is impossible so as to individualize our remarks as to cause our idea to be truly particular and not special. Thus there are memorable instances of one man so nearly resembling another as to be able to pass himself upon the wife and all the relatives of this man as if he were the same. The opposition which has been so ingeniously maintained against the doctrine of abstract ideas seems chiefly to have arisen from a habit of using the term idea, not, as Locke has done, for every conception that can exist in the mind, but as constantly descriptive of an image or picture. The following view of the subject will perhaps serve in some degree to remove any ambiguity that might continue to rest upon it. Ideas, considering that term as comprehending all perceptions, both primary or of the senses, and secondary or of the memory, may be divided into four classes. 1. Perfect. The existence of these we have disproved. 2. Imperfect, such as those which are produced in us by a near and careful inspection of any visible object. 3. Imperfect, such as those produced by a slight and distant view. 4. Imperfect, so as to have no resemblance to an image of any external object. The perception produced in us in slight and current discourse by the words river, field, are of this nature, and have no more resemblance to the image of any visible object than the perception ordinarily produced in us by the words conquest, government, virtue. The subject of this last class of ideas is very ingeniously treated by Burke in his Enquiry into the Sublime, Part 5. He has, however, committed one material error in the discussion by representing these as instances of the employment of words without ideas. If we recollect that brutes have similar abstractions, and a general conception of the female of their own species, of man, of food, of the smart of a whip, etc., we shall probably admit that such perceptions, and in all events they are perceptions, or, according to the established language upon the subject, ideas, are not necessarily connected with the employment of words. End of footnote. The next step to simple perception is that of comparison, or the coupling together of two ideas and the perception of their resemblances and differences. Without comparison, there can be no preference, and without preference, no voluntary action, though it must be acknowledged that this comparison is an operation which may be performed by the mind without adverting to its nature, and that neither the brute nor the savage has a consciousness of the several steps of the intellectual progress. Comparison immediately leads to imperfect abstraction. The sensation of today is classed, if similar, with the sensation of yesterday, and an inference is made respecting the conduct to be adopted. Without this degree of abstraction, the faint dawnings of language already described could never have existed. Abstraction, which was necessary to the first existence of language, is again assisted in its operations by language. That generalization, which is implied in the very notion of thinking being thus embodied and rendered a matter of sensible impression, makes the mind acquainted with its own powers, and creates a restless desire after further progress. But, though it be by no means impossible to trace the causes that concurred to the production of language, and to prove them adequate to their effect, it does not the less appear that this is an acquisition of slow growth and inestimable value. The very steps, were we to pursue them, would appear like an endless labyrinth. The distance is immeasurable between the 3 or 4 vague and inarticulate sounds uttered by animals and the copiousness of lexicography or the regularity of grammar. The general and special names by which things are at first complicated and afterwards divided, the names by which properties are separated from their substances and powers from both, the comprehensive distribution of parts of speech, verbs, adjectives, and particles, the inflections of words by which the change of their terminations changes their meaning through a variety of shadings, their concords and their governments, all of them present us with such a boundless catalogue of science that he, who on the one hand did not know that the task had been actually performed, or who on the other was not intimately acquainted with the progressive nature of mind, would pronounce the accomplishment of them impossible. A second invention, well calculated to impress us with a sense of the progressive nature of man, is that of alphabetical writing. Hieroglyphical or picture writing appears at some time to have been universal, and the difficulty of conceiving the gradation from this to alphabetical is so great as to have induced Hartley, one of the most acute philosophical writers, to have recourse to miraculous interposition as the only adequate solution. In reality, no problem can be imagined more operose than that of decomposing the sounds of words into 24 simple elements or letters, and again finding these elements in all others' words. When we have examined the subject a little more closely, and perceived the steps by which this labor was accomplished, perhaps the immensity of the labor will rather gain upon us, as he that shall have counted 1,000,000 of units will have a vaster idea upon the subject than he that only considers them in the gross. In China, hieroglyphical writing has never been superseded by alphabetical, and this from the very nature of their language, which is considerably monosyllabic, the same sound being made to signify a great variety of objects, by means of certain shadings of tone too delicate for any alphabet to represent. They have, however, two kinds of writing, one for the learned and another for the vulgar. The learned adhere closely to their hieroglyphical writing, representing every word by its corresponding picture, but the vulgar are frequent in their deviations from it. Hieroglyphical writing and speech may indeed be considered in the first instance as two languages running parallel to each other, but with no necessary connection. The picture and the word, each of them, represent the idea, one as immediately as the other. But, though independent, they will become accidentally associated. The picture at first imperfectly, and afterwards more constantly suggesting the idea of its correspondent sound. It is in this manner that the mercantile classes of China began to corrupt, as it is styled, their hieroglyphical writing. They had a word, suppose, of 2 syllables to write. The character appropriate to that word they were not acquainted with, or it failed to suggest itself to their memory. Each of the syllables, however, was a distinct word in the language, and the characters belonging to them perfectly familiar. The expedient that suggested itself was to write these 2 characters with a mark signifying their union, though in reality the characters had hitherto been appropriated to ideas of a different sort, wholly unconnected with that now intended to be conveyed. Thus a sort of rebus or charade was produced. In other words, the word, though monosyllabic, was capable of being divided into 2 sounds, and the same process was employed. This is a first step toward alphabetical analysis. Some word, such as the interjection O, or the particle A, is already a sound perfectly simple, and thus furnishes a first stone to the edifice. But, though these ideas may perhaps present us with a faint view of the manner in which an alphabet was produced, yet the actual production of a complete alphabet is perhaps, of all human discoveries, that which required the most persevering reflection, the luckiest concurrence of circumstances, and the most patient and gradual progress. Let us, however, suppose man to have gained the 2 first elements of knowledge, speaking and writing. Let us trace him through all his subsequent improvements, through whatever constitutes the inequality between Newton and the plowman, and indeed much more than this, since the most ignorant plowman in civilized society is infinitely different from what he would have been when stripped of all the benefits he has derived from literature and the arts. Let us survey the earth covered with the labors of man. houses, enclosures, harvests, manufacturers, instruments, machines, together with all the wonders of painting, poetry, eloquence, and philosophy. Such was man in his original state, and such is man as we at present behold him. Is it possible for us to contemplate what he has already done without being impressed with a strong presentiment of the improvements he has yet to accomplish? There is no science that is not capable of additions. There is no art that may not be carried to a still higher perfection. If this be true of all other sciences, why not of morals? If this be true of all other arts, why not of social institution? The very conception of this as possible is in the highest degree encouraging. If we can still further demonstrate it to be a part of the natural and regular progress of mind, our confidence and our hopes will then be complete. This is the temper with which we ought to engage in the study of political truth. Let us look back, that we may profit by the experience of mankind. But let us not look back as if the wisdom of our ancestors was such as to leave no room for future improvement. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Ding. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 2, Principles of Society. Chapter 1, Introduction. Nature of the inquiry, connection of politics and morals, mistakes to which the inquiry has been exposed, distinction between society and government. In the preceding book, we have cleared the foundations for the remaining branches of inquiry and shown what are the prospects it is reasonable to entertain as to future political improvement. The effects which are produced by positive institutions have there been delineated, as well as the extent of the powers of man considered in his social capacity. It is time that we proceed to those disquisitions which are more immediately the object of the present work. Political inquiry may be distributed under two heads. First, what are the regulations which will conduce to the well-being of men in society? And secondly, what is the authority which is competent to prescribe regulations? The regulations to which the conduct of men living in society ought to be conformed may be considered in two ways. First, those moral laws which are enjoined upon us by the dictates of enlightened reason. And secondly, those principles, a deviation from which the interest of the community may be supposed to render it proper to repress by sanctions and punishment. Morality is that system of conduct which is determined by a consideration of the greatest general good. He is entitled to the highest moral approbation whose conduct is, in the greatest number of instances, or in the most momentous instances, governed by views of benevolence and made subservient to public utility. In like manner, the only regulations which any political authority can be justly entitled to enforce are such as are best adapted to public utility. Consequently, just political regulations are nothing more than a certain select part of moral law. The supreme power in a state ought not, in the strictest sense, to require anything of its members that an understanding sufficiently enlightened would not prescribe without such interference. These considerations seem to lead to the detection of a mistake which has been very generally committed by political writers of our own country. They have, for the most part, confined their researches to the question of what is a just political authority, or the most eligible form of government, consigning to others the delineation of right principles of conduct and equitable regulations. But there appears to be something preposterous in this mode of proceeding. A well-constituted government is only the means for enforcing suitable regulations. One form of government is preferable to another in exact proportion to the security it affords, that nothing shall be done in the name of the community which is not conducive to the welfare of the whole. The question, therefore, what it is which is thus conducive, is upon every account entitled to the first place in our disquisitions. One of the ill consequences which have resulted from this distorted view of the science of politics is a notion very generally entertained that a community or society of men has a right to lay down whatever rules it may think proper for its own observance. This will presently be proved to be an erroneous position. It may be prudent in an individual to submit in some cases to the usurpation of a majority. It may be unavoidable in a community to proceed upon the imperfect and erroneous views they shall chance to entertain, but this is a misfortune entailed upon us by the nature of government, and not a matter of right. A second ill consequence that has arisen from this proceeding is that politics have been thus violently separated from morality. Government itself has no longer been compared with its true criterion. Instead of inquiring what species of government was most conducive to the public welfare, an unprofitable disquisition has been instituted respecting the probable origin of government, and its different forms have been estimated not by the consequences with which they were pregnant, but the source from which they sprung. Hence, men have been prompted to look back to the folly of their ancestors, rather than forward to the benefits derivable from the improvements of human knowledge. Hence, in investigating their rights, they have recurred less to the great principles of morality than to the records and charters of a barbarous age, as if men were not entitled to all the benefits of the social state till they could prove their inheriting them from some bequest of their distant progenitors, as if men were not as justifiable and meritorious in planting liberty in a soil in which it had never existed, as in restoring it where it could be proved only to have suffered a temporary suspension. The reasons here assigned strongly tend to evince the necessity of establishing the genuine principles of society before we enter upon the direct consideration of government. It may be proper in this place to state the fundamental distinction which exists between these topics of inquiry. Men associated at first for the sake of mutual assistance. They did not foresee that any restraint would be necessary to regulate the conduct of individual members of the society towards each other or towards the whole. The necessity of restraint grew out of the errors and perverseness of a few. An acute writer has expressed this idea with peculiar felicity. Society and government, says he, are different in themselves and have different origins. Society is produced by our wants, and government by our wickedness. Society is in every state a blessing, government even in its best state but a necessary evil. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jddykst, Farragut, Iowa. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 2, Chapter 2, of Justice. Extent and meaning of justice. Subject of justice, mankind. Its distribution measured by the capacity of its subject, by his usefulness. Self-love considered. Family affection. Gratitude. Objections from ignorance, from utility. An exception stated. Remark. Degrees of justice. Application. Idea of political justice. From what has been said, it appears that the subject of our present inquiry is, strictly speaking, a department of the science of morals. Morality is the source from which its fundamental axioms must be drawn, and it will be made somewhat clearer in the present instance if we assume the term justice as a general appellation for all moral duty. That this appellation is sufficiently expressive of the subject will appear if we examine mercy, gratitude, temperance, or any of those duties which, in looser speaking, are contra-distinguished from justice. Why should I pardon this criminal, remunerate this favor, or abstain from this indulgence? If it partake of the nature of morality, it must be either right or wrong, just or unjust. It must tend to the benefit of the individual, either without trenching upon or with actual advantage to the mass of individuals. Either way, it benefits the whole, because individuals are parts of the whole. Therefore, to do it is just, and to forbear it is unjust. By justice, I understand that impartial treatment of every man in matters that relate to his happiness, which is measured solely by a consideration of the properties of the receiver and the capacity of him that bestows. Its principle, therefore, is, according to a well-known phrase, to be no respecter of persons. Considerable light will probably be thrown upon our investigation if, quitting for the present the political view, we examine justice merely as it exists among individuals. Justice is a rule of conduct originating in the connection of one percipient being with another. A comprehensive maxim which has been laid down upon the subject is that we should love our neighbors as ourselves. But this maxim, though possessing considerable merit as a popular principle, is not modeled with the strictness of philosophical accuracy. In a loose and general view, I and my neighbor are both of us men, and of consequence entitled to equal attention. But in reality, it is probable that one of us is a being of more worth and importance than the other. A man is of more worth than a beast, because, being possessed of higher faculties, he is capable of a more refined and genuine happiness. In the same manner, the illustrious Archbishop of Cambray was of more worth than his valet, and there are few of us that would hesitate to pronounce, if his palace were in flames, and the life of only one of them could be preserved, which of the two ought to be preferred. But there is another ground of preference, beside the private consideration of one of them being further removed from the state of a mere animal. We are not connected with one or two percipient beings, but with a society, a nation, and in some sense with the whole family of mankind. Of consequence that life ought to be preferred, which will be most conducive to the general good. In saving the life of Fenelon, suppose at the moment he conceived the project of his immortal Telemachus. I should have been promoting the benefit of thousands who have been cured by the perusal of that work, of some error, vice, and consequent unhappiness. Nay, my benefit would extend further than this, for every individual thus cured has become a better member of society, and has contributed in his turn to the happiness, information, and improvement of others. Suppose I had been myself the valet. I ought to have chosen to die, rather than Fenelon should have died. The life of Fenelon was really preferable to that of the valet, but understanding is the faculty that perceives the truth of this and similar propositions, and justice is the principle that regulates my conduct accordingly. It would have been just in the valet to have preferred the archbishop to himself. To have done otherwise would have been a breach of justice. Footnote: the question, how far impartial justice is a motive capable of operating upon the mind, will be found examined at length. Book 4, Chapter 10. End of footnote. Suppose the valet had been my brother, my father, or my benefactor. This would not alter the truth of the proposition. The life of Fenelon would still be more valuable than that of the valet, and justice, pure, unadulterated justice, would still have preferred that which was most valuable. Justice would have taught me to save the life of Fenelon at the expense of the other. What magic is there in the pronoun my that should justify us in overturning the decisions of impartial truth? My brother or my father may be a fool or a profligate, malicious, lying, or dishonest. If they be, of what consequence is it that they are mine? But to my father I am indebted for existence. He supported me in the helplessness of infancy. When he first subjected himself to the necessity of these cares, he was probably influenced by no particular motives of benevolence to his future offspring. Every voluntary benefit, however, entitles the bestower to some kindness and retribution. Why? Because a voluntary benefit is an evidence of benevolent intention, that is, in a certain degree, of virtue. It is the disposition of the mind, not the external action separately taken, that entitles to respect. But the merit of this disposition is equal, whether the benefit were conferred upon me or upon another. I and another man cannot both be right in preferring our respective benefactors, for my benefactor cannot be at the same time both better and worse than his neighbor. My benefactor ought to be esteemed, not because he bestowed a benefit upon me, but because he bestowed it upon a human being. His desert will be in exact proportion to the degree in which that human being was worthy of the distinction conferred. Thus, every view of the subject brings us back to the consideration of my neighbor's moral worth, and his importance to the general weal as the only standard to determine the treatment to which he is entitled. Gratitude, therefore, if by gratitude we understand a sentiment of preference which I entertain towards another, upon the ground of my having been the subject of his benefits, is no part either of justice or virtue. Footnote: this argument is stated with great clearness in an essay on the nature of true virtue by Jonathan Edwards, author of a celebrated work on the freedom of the will. End of footnote. It may be objected that my relation, my companion, or my benefactor will, of course, in many instances, obtain an uncommon portion of my regard, for, not being universally capable of discriminating the comparative worth of different men, I shall inevitably judge most favorably of him, of whose virtues I have received the most unquestionable proofs, and thus shall be compelled to prefer the man of moral worth whom I know, to another who may possess, unknown to me, an essential superiority. This compulsion, however, is founded only in the imperfection of human nature. It may serve as an apology for my error, but can never change error into truth. It will always remain contrary to the strict and universal decisions of justice. The difficulty of conceiving this is owing merely to our confounding the disposition from which an action is chosen with the action itself. The disposition that would prefer virtue to vice, and a greater degree of virtue to a less, is undoubtedly a subject of approbation. The erroneous exercise of this disposition, by which a wrong object is selected, if unavoidable, is to be deplored. but can, by no coloring and under no denomination, be converted into right. Footnote. Chapter 4. End of footnote. It may, in the second place, be objected that a mutual commerce of benefits tends to increase the mass of benevolent action, and that to increase the mass of benevolent action is to contribute to the general good. Indeed, is the general good promoted by falsehood, by treating a man of one degree of worth as if he had 10 times that worth, or as if he were in any degree different from what he really is? Would not the most beneficial consequences result from a different plan, from my constantly and carefully inquiring into the deserts of all those with whom I am connected, and from their being sure, after a certain allowance for the fallibility of human judgment, of being treated by me exactly as they deserve? Who can describe the benefits that would result from such a plan of conduct if universally adopted? It would perhaps tend to make the truth in this respect more accurately understood to consider that, whereas the received morality teaches me to be grateful, whether in affection or in act, for benefits conferred on myself, the reasonings here delivered, without removing the tie upon me from personal benefits, except where benefit is conferred from an unworthy motive, multiply the obligation and enjoin me to be also grateful for benefits conferred upon others. My obligation towards my benefactor, supposing his benefit to be justly conferred, is in no sort dissolved, nor can anything authorize me to supersede it, but the requisition of a superior duty. That which ties me to my benefactor upon these principles is the moral worth he has displayed, and it will frequently happen that I shall be obliged to yield him the preference, because, while other competitors may be of greater worth, the evidence I have of the worth of my benefactor is more complete. There seems to be more truth in the argument, derived chiefly from the prevailing modes of social existence, in favor of my providing, in ordinary cases, for my wife and children, my brothers and relations, before I provide for strangers, than in those which have just been examined. As long as the providing for individuals is conducted with its present irregularity and caprice, it seems as if there must be a certain distribution of the class needing superintendence and supply among the class affording it, that each man may have his claim and resource. But this argument is to be admitted with great caution. It belongs only to ordinary cases, and cases of a higher order, or a more urgent necessity, will perpetually occur, in competition with which these will be altogether impotent. We must be severely scrupulous in measuring the quantity of supply, and, with respect to money in particular, should remember how little is yet understood of the true mode of employing it for the public benefit. Nothing can be less exposed to reasonable exception than these principles. If there be such a thing as virtue, it must be placed in a conformity to truth, and not to error. It cannot be virtuous that I should esteem a man, that is, consider him as possessed of estimable qualities, when in reality he is destitute of them. It surely cannot conduce to the benefit of mankind that each man should have a different standard of moral judgment and preference, and that the standard of all should vary from that of reality. Those who teach this impose the deepest disgrace upon virtue. They assert, in other words, that when men cease to be deceived, when the film is removed from their eyes, and they see things as they are, they will cease to be either good or happy. Upon the system opposite theirs, the soundest criterion of virtue is to put ourselves in the place of an impartial spectator of an angelic nature, suppose, beholding us from an elevated station, and uninfluenced by our prejudices, conceiving what would be his estimate of the intrinsic circumstances of our neighbor, and acting accordingly. Having considered the persons with whom justice is conversant, let us next inquire into the degree in which we are obliged to consult the good of others. And here, upon the very same reasons, it will follow that it is just I should do all the good in my power. Does a person in distress apply to me for relief? It is my duty to grant it, and I commit a breach of duty in refusing. If this principle be not of universal application, it is because, in conferring a benefit upon an individual, I may, in some instances, inflict an injury of superior magnitude upon myself or society. Now, the same justice that binds me to any individual of my fellow men binds me to the whole. If, while I confer a benefit upon one man, it appear in striking an equitable balance that I am injuring the whole, my action ceases to be right and becomes absolutely wrong. But how much am I bound to do for the general weal, that is, for the benefit of the individuals of whom the whole is composed? Everything in my power. To the neglect of the means of my own existence? No, for I am myself a part of the whole. Besides, it will rarely happen that the project of doing for others everything in my power will not demand for its execution the preservation of my own existence. Or, in other words, it will rarely happen that I cannot do more good in 20 years than in one. If the extraordinary case should occur in which I can promote the general good by my death more than by my life, justice requires that I should be content to die. In other cases, it will usually be incumbent on me to maintain my body and mind in the utmost vigor and in the best condition for service. Footnote. Appendix number 1, page 65. End of footnote. Suppose, for example, that it is right for one man to possess a greater portion of property than another, whether as the fruit of his industry or the inheritance of his ancestors. Justice obliges him to regard this property as a trust, and calls upon him maturely to consider in what manner it may be employed for the increase of liberty, knowledge, and virtue. He has no right to dispose of a shilling of it at the suggestion of his caprice. So far from being entitled to well-earned applause for having employed some scanty pittance in the service of philanthropy, he is, in the eye of justice, a delinquent, if he withhold any portion from that service. Could that portion have been better or more worthily employed? That it could is implied in the very terms of the proposition. Then it was just it should have been so employed. In the same manner as my property, I hold my person as a trust in behalf of mankind. I am bound to employ my talents, my understanding, my strength, and my time for the production of the greatest quantity of general good. Such are the declarations of justice, so great is the extent of my duty. But justice is reciprocal. If it be just that I should confer a benefit, it is just that another man should receive it. And if I withhold from him that to which he is entitled, he may justly complain. My neighbor is in want of 10 pounds that I can spare. There is no law of political institution to reach this case and transfer the property from me to him. But in a passive sense, unless it can be shown that the money can be more beneficiently employed, his right is as complete, though actively he have not the same right, or rather duty, to possess himself of it, as if he had my bond in his possession, or had supplied me with goods to the amount. Footnote. Chapter 5. End of footnote. To this it has sometimes been answered that there is more than one person who stands in need of the money I have to spare, and of consequence I must be at liberty to bestow it as I please. By no means. If only one person offer himself to my knowledge or search, to me there is but one. Those others that I cannot find belong to other rich men to assist. Every man is in reality rich who has more than his just occasions demand, and not to me. If more than one person offer, I am obliged to balance their claims and conduct myself accordingly. It is scarcely possible that two men should have an exactly equal claim, or that I should be equally certain respecting the claim of the one as of the other. It is therefore impossible for me to confer upon any man a favor. I can only do him right. Whatever deviates from the law of justice, though it should be done in favor of some individual or some part of the general whole, is so much subtracted from the general stock, so much of absolute injustice. The reasonings here alleged are sufficient, clearly, to establish the competence of justice as a principle of deduction in all cases of moral inquiry. They are themselves rather of the nature of illustration and example, and if error be imputable to them in particulars, this will not invalidate the general conclusion, the propriety of applying moral justice as a criterion in the investigation of political truth. Society is nothing more than an aggregation of individuals. Its claims and duties must be the aggregate of their claims and duties, the one no more precarious and arbitrary than the other. What has the society a right to require from me? The question is already answered. Everything that it is my duty to do. Anything more? Certainly not. Can it change eternal truth or subvert the nature of men and their actions? Can it make my duty consist in committing intemperance, in maltreating or assassinating my neighbor? Again, what is it that the society is bound to do for its members? Everything that is requisite for their welfare. But the nature of their welfare is defined by the nature of mind. That will most contribute to it, which expands the understanding, supplies incitements to virtue, fills us with a generous consciousness of our independence, and carefully removes whatever can impede our exertions. Should it be affirmed that it is not in the power of any political system to secure to us these advantages, the conclusion will be not less incontrovertible. It is bound to contribute everything it is able to these purposes. Suppose its influence in the utmost degree limited. There must be one method approaching nearer than any other to the desired object, and that method ought to be universally adopted. There is one thing that political institutions can assuredly do. They can avoid positively counteracting the true interests of their subjects. But all capricious rules and arbitrary distinctions do positively counteract them. There is scarcely any modification of society but has in it some degree of moral tendency. So far as it produces neither mischief nor benefit, it is good for nothing. So far as it tends to the improvement of the community, it ought to be universally adopted. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 2, Chapter 2, Appendix Number 1 of Suicide. Motives of Suicide. 1. Escape from pain. 2. Benevolence. Martyrdom considered. This reasoning will throw some light upon the long disputed case of suicide. Have I a right to destroy myself in order to escape from pain or distress? Circumstances that should justify such an action can rarely occur. There are a few situations that can exclude the possibility of future life, vigor, and usefulness. It will frequently happen that the man who once saw nothing before him but despair shall afterwards enjoy a long period of happiness and honor. In the meantime, the power of terminating our own lives is one of the faculties with which we are endowed, and therefore, like every other faculty, is the subject of moral discipline. In common with every branch of morality, it is a topic of calculation as to the balance of good and evil to result from its employment in any individual instance. We should, however, be scrupulously upon our guard against the deceptions that melancholy and impatience are so well calculated to impose. We should consider that, though the pain to be suffered by ourselves is by no means to be overlooked, we are but one, and the persons nearly or remotely interested in our possible usefulness innumerable. Each man is but the part of a great system, and all that he has is so much wealth to be put to the account of the general stock. There is another case of suicide of more difficult estimation. What shall we think of the reasoning of Lycurgus, who, when he determined upon a voluntary death, remarked, that all the faculties a rational being possessed were capable of being benevolently employed, and that, after having spent his life in the service of his country, a man ought, if possible, to render his death a source of additional benefit? This was the motive of the suicide of Codrus, Leonidas, and Decius. If the same motive prevailed in the much admired suicide of Cato, and he were instigated by reasons purely benevolent, it is impossible not to applaud his intention, even if he were mistaken in the application. The difficulty is to decide whether in any instance the recourse to a voluntary death can overbalance the usefulness to be displayed in 20 years of additional life. Additional importance will be reflected upon this disquisition, if we remember that martyrs are suicides by the very signification of the term. They die for a testimony, but that would be impossible if their death were not to a certain degree a voluntary action. We must assume that it was possible for them to avoid this fate before we can draw any conclusion from it in favor of the cause they espoused. They were determined to die rather than reflect dishonor on that cause. End of section 15. Section 16 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 2, Chapter 2, Appendix Number 2, of Dueling. Motives of dueling. 1. Revenge. 2. Reputation. Objection answered. Illustration. It may be proper in this place to bestow a moment's consideration upon the trite but very important case of dueling. A short reflection will suffice to set it in its true light. This despicable practice was originally invented by barbarians for the gratification of revenge. It was probably at that time thought a very happy project for reconciling the odiousness of malignity with the gallantry of courage. But in this light it is now generally given up. Men of the best understanding who lend it their sanction are unwillingly induced to do so, and engage in single combat merely that their reputation may sustain no slander. In examining this subject, we must proceed upon one of two suppositions. Either the lives of both persons to be hazarded are worthless, or they are not. In the latter case, the question answers itself, and cannot stand in need of discussion. Useful lives are not to be hazarded from a view to the partial and contemptible obloquy that may be annexed to the refusal of such a duel, that is, to an act of virtue. When the duellist tells me that he and the person that has offended him are of no possible worth to the community, I may reasonably conclude that he talks the language of spleen. But if I take him at his word, is it to be admitted, though he cannot benefit the community, that he should injure it? What would be the consequence if we allowed ourselves to assail every one that we thought worthless in the world? In reality, when he talks this language, he deserts the ground of vindicating his injured honor, and shows that his conduct is that of a vindictive and brutalized savage. But the refusing a duel is an ambiguous action. Cowards may pretend principle to shelter themselves from a danger they dare not meet. This is partially true and partially false. There are few actions, indeed, that are not ambiguous, or that with the same general outline may not proceed from different motives. But the manner of doing them will sufficiently show the principle from which they spring. He that would break through a received custom because he believes it to be wrong must no doubt arm himself with fortitude. The point in which we principally fail is not accurately understanding our own intentions, and taking care beforehand to purify ourselves from every alloy of weakness and error. He who comes forward with no other idea but that of rectitude, and who expresses with a simplicity and firmness which conviction never fails to inspire, the views with which he is penetrated, is in no danger of being mistaken for a coward. If he hesitate, it is because he has not an idea perfectly clear of the sentiment he intends to convey. If he be in any degree embarrassed, it is because he has not a feeling sufficiently generous and intrepid of the demerit of the action in which he is urged to engage. If courage have any intelligible nature, one of its principal fruits must be the daring to speak truth at all times, to all persons, and in every possible situation in which a well-informed sense of duty may prescribe it. What is it but the want of courage that should prevent me from saying, "Sir, I will not accept your challenge. Have I injured you? I will readily and without compulsion repair my injustice to the uttermost might. Have you misconstrued me? State to me the particulars, and doubt not that what is true I will make appear to be true. I should be a notorious criminal were I to attempt your life, or assist you in an attempt upon mine. What compensation will the opinion of the world make for the recollection of so vile and brutal a proceeding? There is no true applause but where the heart of him that receives it beats in unison. There is no censure terrible, while the heart repels it with conscious integrity. I am not the coward to do a deed that my soul detests, because I cannot endure the scoff of the mistaken. Loss of reputation is a serious evil, but I will act so that no man shall suspect me of irresolution and pusillanimity. He that should firmly hold this language and act accordingly would soon be acquitted of every dishonorable imputation. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and its Influence on Morals and Happiness, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jddykst, Farragut, Iowa. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 2, Chapter 3 of the Equality of Mankind. Physical Equality. Objection. Answers. Moral Equality. How limited. Province of Political Justice. The principles of justice, as explained in the preceding chapter, proceed upon the assumption of the equality of mankind. This equality is either physical or moral. Physical equality may be considered either as it relates to the strength of the body or the faculties of the mind. This part of the subject has been exposed to cavil and objection. It has been said, quote, that the reverse of this equality is the result of our experience. Among the individuals of our species, we actually find that there are not two alike. One man is strong and another weak. One man is wise and another foolish. All that exists in the world of the inequality of conditions is to be traced to this as their source. The strong man possesses power to subdue, and the weak stands in need of an ally to protect. The consequence is inevitable. The equality of conditions is a chimerical assumption, neither possible to be reduced into practice, nor desirable if it could be so reduced. Unquote. Upon this statement, two observations are to be made. First, this inequality was in its origin infinitely less than it is at present. In the uncultivated state of man, diseases, effeminacy, and luxury were little known, and of consequence, the strength of everyone much more nearly approached to the strength of his neighbor. In the uncultivated state of man, the understandings of all were limited, their wants, their ideas, and their views nearly upon a level. It was to be expected that, in their first departure from this state, great irregularities would introduce themselves, and it is the object of subsequent wisdom and improvement to mitigate those irregularities. Secondly, notwithstanding the encroachments that have been made upon the equality of mankind, a great and substantial equality remains. There is no such disparity among the human race as to enable one man to hold several other men in subjection, except so far as they are willing to be subject. All government is founded in opinion. Men at present live under any particular form because they conceive it their interest to do so. One part, indeed, of a community or empire may be held in subjection by force, but this cannot be the personal force of their despot. It must be the force of another part of the community who are of opinion that it is their interest to support his authority. Destroy this opinion, and the fabric which is built upon it falls to the ground. It follows, therefore, that all men are essentially independent. So much for the physical equality. The moral equality is still less open to reasonable exception. By moral equality, I understand the propriety of applying one unalterable rule of justice to every case that may arise. This cannot be questioned but upon arguments that would subvert the very nature of virtue. Equality, it has been affirmed, will always be an unintelligible fiction, so long as the capacities of men shall be unequal, and their pretended claims have neither guarantee nor sanction by which they can be enforced. Footnote. Translated from French. Renal, Revolution d'Amérique, page 34. End of footnote. But surely justice is sufficiently intelligible in its own nature, abstractedly from the consideration whether it be or be not reduced into practice. Justice has relation to beings endowed with perception, and capable of pleasure and pain. Now it immediately results from the nature of such things, independently of any arbitrary constitution, that pleasure is agreeable and pain odious, pleasure to be desired and pain to be disapproved. It is therefore just and reasonable that such beings should contribute, so far as it lies in their power, to the pleasure and benefit of each other. Among pleasures, some are more exquisite, more unalloyed, and less precarious than others. It is just that these should be preferred. From these simple principles we may deduce the moral equality of mankind. We are partakers of a common nature, and the same causes that contribute to the benefit of one will contribute to the benefit of another. Our senses and faculties are of the same denomination. Our pleasures and pains will therefore be alike. We are all of us endowed with reason, able to compare, to judge, and to infer. The improvement, therefore, which is to be desired for one, is to be desired for another. We shall be provident for ourselves and useful to each other in proportion as we rise above the sphere of prejudice. The same independence, the same freedom from any such restraint as should prevent us from giving the reins to our own understanding, or from uttering upon all occasions whatever we think to be true, will conduce to the improvement of all. There are certain opportunities and a certain situation most advantageous to every human being, and it is just that these should be communicated to all, as nearly as the general economy will permit. There is indeed one species of moral inequality parallel to the physical inequality that has been already described. The treatment to which men are entitled is to be measured by their merits and their virtues. That country would not be the seat of wisdom and reason where the benefactor of his species was regarded with no greater degree of complacence than their enemy. But in reality this distinction, so far from being adverse to equality in any tenable sense, is friendly to it, and is accordingly known by the appellation of equity, a term derived from the same origin. Though in some sense an exception, it tends to the same purpose to which the principle itself is indebted for its value. It is calculated to infuse into every bosom an emulation of excellence. The thing really to be desired is the removing as much as possible arbitrary distinctions, and leaving to talents and virtue the field of exertion unimpaired. We should endeavor to afford to all the same opportunities and the same encouragement, and to render justice the common interest and choice. It should be observed that the object of this chapter is barely to present a general outline of the principle of equality. The practical inferences that flow from it must remain to be detailed under subsequent heads of inquiry. End of section 17. Section 18 of Inquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jddykst, Farragut, Iowa. Inquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 2, Chapter 4, of Personal Virtue and Duty, of Virtuous Action, of a Virtuous Agent, Capacity, in Inanimate Substances, in Man, Inference, of Benevolent Error, Nature of Vice, Illustrations, Mutability of the Principle of Belief, Complexity in the operation of motives, Deduction, of Duty. It is never our duty to do wrong. There are two subjects of the utmost importance to a just delineation of the principles of society, which are on that account entitled to a separate examination: the duties incumbent on men living in society, and the rights accruing to them. These are merely different modes of expressing the principle of justice, as it shall happen to be considered in its relation to the agent or the patient. Duty is the treatment I am bound to bestow upon others. Right is the treatment I am entitled to expect from them. This will more fully appear in the sequel. First, of personal virtue and duty. Virtue, like every other term of general science, may be understood either absolutely or as the qualification and attribute of a particular being. In other words, it is one thing to inquire whether an action is virtuous, and another to inquire whether a man is virtuous. The former of these questions is considerably simple. The latter is more complex and will require an examination of several circumstances before it can be satisfactorily determined. In the first sense, I would define virtue to be any action or actions of an intelligent being proceeding from kind and benevolent intention and having a tendency to contribute to general happiness. Thus defined, it distributes itself under two heads, and in whatever instance either the tendency or the intention is wanting, the virtue is incomplete. An action, however pure may be the intention of the agent, the tendency of which is mischievous, or which shall merely be nugatory and useless in its character, is not a virtuous action. Were it otherwise, we should be obliged to concede the appellation of virtue to the most nefarious deeds of bigots, persecutors, and religious assassins, and to the weakest observances of a deluded superstition. Still less does an action, the consequences of which shall be supposed to be in the highest degree beneficial, but which proceeds from a mean, corrupt, and degrading motive, deserve the appellation of virtue. A virtuous action is that of which both the motive and the tendency concur to excite our approbation. Let us proceed from the consideration of the action to that of the agent. Before we can decide upon the degree in which any man is entitled to be denominated virtuous, we must compare his performance with his means. It is not enough that his conduct is attended with an overbalance of good intention and beneficial results. If it appear that he has scarcely produced the 10th part of that benefit, either in magnitude or extent, which he was capable of producing, it is only in a very limited sense that he can be considered as a virtuous man. What is it, therefore, we are led to inquire, that constitutes the capacity of any man? Capacity is an idea produced in the mind by a contemplation of the assemblage of properties in any substance, and the uses to which a substance so circumstanced may be applied. Thus, a given portion of metal may be formed at the pleasure of the manufacturer into various implements: a knife, a razor, a sword, a dozen of coat buttons, etc. This is one stage of capacity. A second is, when it has already received the form of a knife, and being dismissed by the manufacturer, falls into the hands of the person who intends it for his private use. By this person it may be devoted to purposes beneficial, pernicious, or idle. To apply these considerations to the nature of a human being. We are not here inquiring respecting the capacity of man absolutely speaking, but of an individual, the performer of a given action, or the person who has engaged in a certain series of conduct. In the same manner, therefore, as the knife may be applied to various purposes at the pleasure of its possessor, so an individual endowed with certain qualifications may engage in various pursuits according to the views that are presented to him and the motives that actuate his mind. Human capacity, however, is a subject attended with greater ambiguity than the capacity of inanimate substances. Capacity assumes something as fixed, and inquires into the temporary application of these permanent qualities. But it is easier to define with tolerable precision the permanent qualities of an individual knife, for example, than of an individual man. Everything in man may be said to be in a state of flux. He is a Proteus whom we know not how to detain. That of which I am capable, for instance, as to my conduct today, falls extremely short of that which I am capable as to my conduct in the 2 or 3 next ensuing years. For what I shall do today I am dependent upon my ignorance in some things, my want of practice in others, and the erroneous habits I may in any respect have contracted. But many of these disadvantages may be superseded when the question is respecting what I shall produce in the 2 or 3 next years of my life. Nor is this all. Even my capacity of today is in a great degree determinable by the motives that shall excite me. When a man is placed in circumstances of a very strong and impressive nature, he is frequently found to possess or instantaneously to acquire capacities which neither he nor his neighbors previously suspected. We are obliged, however, in the decisions of morality to submit to these uncertainties. It is only after having formed the most accurate notions we are able respecting the capacity of a man, and comparing this capacity with his performance, that we can decide with any degree of satisfaction whether he is entitled to the appellation of virtuous. There is another difficulty which adheres to this question. Is it the motive alone that we are entitled to take into consideration when we decide upon the merits of the individual, or are we obliged, as in the case of virtue absolutely taken, to consider both the motives and the tendency of his conduct? The former of these has been frequently asserted, but the assertion is attended with serious difficulties. First, vice, as it is commonly understood, is, so far as regards the motive, purely negative. To virtue, it is necessary that it proceed from kind and benevolent intention, but malevolence, or a disposition to draw a direct gratification from the sufferings of others, is not necessary to vice. It is sufficient that the agent regards with neglect those benevolent considerations which are allied to general good. This mode of applying the terms of morality seems to arise from the circumstance that, in estimating the merits of others, we reasonably regard the actual benefit or mischief that is produced as the principal point, and consider the disposition that produces it merely as it tends to ensure to us a continuation of benefit or injury. Secondly, actions in the highest degree injurious to the public have often proceeded from motives uncommonly conscientious. The most determined political assassins, Clement, Ravaillac, Damiens, and Girard, seem to have been deeply penetrated with anxiety for the eternal welfare of mankind. For these objects they sacrificed their ease and cheerfully exposed themselves to tortures and death. Benevolence probably had its part in lighting the fires of Smithfield and pointing the daggers of St. Bartholomew. The authors of the gunpowder treason were, in general, men remarkable for the sanctity of their lives and the austerity of their manners. The nature, whether of religious imposture or of persevering enterprise in general, seems scarcely to have been sufficiently developed by the professors of moral inquiry. Nothing is more difficult than for a man to recommend with enthusiasm that which he does not think intrinsically admirable. Nothing is more difficult than for a man to engage in an arduous undertaking that he does not persuade himself will in some way be extensively useful. When Archbishop Becket set himself against the whole power of Henry II, and bore every species of contumely with an unalterable spirit, we may easily discover the haughtiness of the priest, the insatiable ambition that delighted to set its foot upon the neck of kings, and the immeasurable vanity that snuffed with transport the incense of an adoring multitude. But we may see with equal evidence that he regarded himself as the champion of the cause of God, and expected the crown of martyrdom in a future state. Precipitate and superficial judges conclude that he who imposes upon others is in most cases aware of the delusion himself. But this seldom happens. Self-deception is of all things the most easy. Whoever ardently wishes to find a proposition true may be expected insensibly to veer towards the opinion that suits his inclination. It cannot be wondered at by him who considers the subtlety of the human mind. Footnote, Book 1, Chapter 5, page 32. End of footnote. That belief should scarcely ever rest upon the mere basis of evidence, and that arguments are always viewed through a delusive medium, magnifying them into Alps or diminishing them to nothing. In the same manner as the grounds of our opinions are complicated, so are the motives to our actions. It is probable that no wrong action is perpetrated from motives entirely pure. It is probable that conscientious assassins and persecutors have some mixture of ambition or the love of fame, and some feelings of animosity and ill will. But the deception they put upon themselves may nevertheless be complete. They stand acquitted at the bar of their own examination, and their injurious conduct, if considered under the head of motive only, is probably as pure as much of that conduct which falls with the best title under the denomination of virtue. For, thirdly, those actions of men which tend to increase the general happiness and are founded in the purest motives have some alloy in the causes from which they proceed. It has been seen that the motives of each single action in a man already arrived at maturity are innumerable. End of footnote. Into this mixture it is scarcely to be supposed that something improper, mean, and inconsistent with that impartial estimate of things which is the true foundation of virtue will not insinuate itself. It seems reasonable to believe that such actions as are known most admirably to have contributed to the benefit of mankind have sprung from views of all others the least adulterated. But it cannot be doubted that many actions, considerably useful and to a great degree well intended, have had as much alloy in their motive as other actions which, springing from a benevolent disposition, have been extensively detrimental. From all these considerations it appears that if we were to adjust the standard of virtue from intention alone, we should reverse all the received ideas respecting it, giving the palm to some of the greatest pests of mankind at the expense of others who have been no contemptible benefactors. Intention, no doubt, is of the essence of virtue, but it will not do alone. In deciding the merits of others, we are bound, for the most part, to proceed in the same manner as in deciding the merits of inanimate substances. The turning point is their utility. Intention is of no further value than as it leads to utility. It is the means and not the end. We shall overturn therefore every principle of just reasoning if we bestow our applause upon the most mischievous of mankind merely because the mischief they produce arises from mistake, or if we regard them in any other light than we would an engine of destruction and misery that is constructed of very costly materials. The reasonings of the early part of this chapter upon the subject of virtue may equally be applied to elucidate the term duty. Duty is that mode of action on the part of the individual which constitutes the best possible application of his capacity to the general benefit. The only distinction to be made between what was there adduced upon the subject of personal virtue and the observations which most aptly apply to the consideration of duty consists in this, that though a man should in some instances neglect the best application of his capacity, he may yet be entitled to the appellation of virtuous. But duty is uniform, and requires of us that best application in every situation that presents itself. This way of considering the subject furnishes us with the solution of a question which has been supposed to be attended with considerable difficulty. Is it my duty to comply with the dictates of my erroneous conscience? Was it the duty of Everard Digby to blow up King James and his Parliament with gunpowder? Certainly not. Duty is the application of capacity to the real, not imaginary, benefit of mankind. It was his duty to entertain a sincere and ardent desire for the improvement and happiness of others. With this duty he probably complied. But it was not his duty to apply that desire to a purpose dreadful and pregnant with inexhaustible mischief. With the prejudices he entertained, perhaps it was impossible for him to do otherwise. But it would be absurd to say that it was his duty to labor under prejudice. Perhaps it will be found that no man can in any instance act otherwise than he does. Footnote. Book 4, Chapter 7. End of footnote. But this, if true, will not annihilate the meaning of the term duty. It has already been seen that the idea of capacity and the best application of capacity is equally intelligible of inanimate substances. Duty is a species under this generical term, and implies merely the best application of capacity in an intelligent being, whether that application originate in a self-moving power or in the irresistible impulse of motives and considerations presented to the understanding. To talk of the duty of doing wrong can answer no other purpose than to take away all precision and meaning from language. End of section 18. Section 19 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jddykst, Farragut, Iowa. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 2, Chapter 5 of Rights. Active Rights Exploded. Province of Morality Unlimited. Objection. Consequences of the Doctrine of Active Rights. Admonition Considered. Rights of Kings. Of Communities. Passive Rights Irrefragable. Of Discretion. The rights of man have, like many other political and moral questions, furnished a topic of eager and pertinacious dispute, more by a confused and inaccurate statement of the subject of inquiry than by any considerable difficulty attached to the subject itself. The real or supposed rights of man are of two kinds, active and passive. The right in certain cases to do as we list, and the right we possess to the forbearance or assistance of other men. First of these, a just philosophy will probably induce us universally to explode. There is no sphere in which a human being can be supposed to act where one mode of proceeding will not, in every given instance, be more reasonable than any other mode. That mode the being is bound by every principle of justice to pursue. Morality is nothing else but that system which teaches us to contribute, upon all occasions, to the extent of our power, to the well-being and happiness of every intellectual and sensitive existence. But there is no action of our lives which does not in some way affect that happiness. Our property, our time, and our faculties may all of them be made to contribute to this end. The periods which cannot be spent in the active production of happiness may be spent in preparation. There is not one of our avocations or amusements that does not, by its effects, render us more or less fit to contribute our quota to the general utility. If, then, every one of our actions fall within the province of morals, it follows that we have no rights in relation to the selecting them. No one will maintain that we have a right to trespass upon the dictates of morality. It has been observed by natural philosophers that a single grain of sand, more or less in the structure of the earth, would have produced an infinite variation in its history. If this be true in inanimate nature, it is much more so in morals. The encounter of two persons of opposite sexes, so as to lead to the relation of marriage, in many cases obviously depends upon the most trivial circumstances, any one of which being changed, the relation would not have taken place. Let the instance be the father and mother of Shakespeare. If they had not been connected, Shakespeare would never have been born. If any accident had happened to the wife during her pregnancy, if she had on any day set her foot half an inch too far and fallen down a flight of stairs, if she had turned down one street instead of another, through which it may be some hideous object was passing, Shakespeare might never have come alive into the world. The determination of mind in consequence of which the child contracts some of his earliest propensities, which call out his curiosity, industry, and ambition, or, on the other hand, leave him unobserving, indolent, and phlegmatic, is produced by circumstances so minute and subtle as in a few instances to have been made the subject of history. The events which afterwards produce his choice of a profession or pursuit are not less precarious. Every one of these incidents, when it occurred, grew out of a series of incidents that had previously taken place. Everyone is connected in the universe. If any man asserted that, if Alexander had not bathed in the river Cydnus, Shakespeare would never have written, it would be impossible to prove that his assertion was untrue. To the inference we are deducing from this statement of facts, it may be objected that it is true that all events in the universe are connected, and that the most memorable revolutions may depend for their existence upon trivial causes. But it is impossible for us to discern the remote bearings and subtle influences of our own actions, and by what we cannot discern, it can never be required of us to regulate our conduct. This is no doubt true, but its force and the nature of an objection will be taken away if we consider first that, though our ignorance will justify us in neglecting that which, had we been better informed, we should have seen to be most beneficial, it can scarcely be considered as conferring on us an absolute right to incur that neglect. Secondly, even under the limited powers of our discernment, it will seldom happen to a man eminently conscientious and benevolent to see no appearance of superiority, near or remote, direct or indirect, in favor of one side of any alternative proposed to his choice, rather than the other. We are bound to regulate ourselves by the best judgment we can exert. Thirdly, if anything remain to the active rights of man after this deduction, and if he be at liberty to regulate his conduct in any instance, independently of the dictates of morality, it will be, first, an imperfect, not an absolute right, the offspring of ignorance and imbecility. And secondly, it will relate only to such insignificant matters, if such there be, as, after the best exercise of human judgment, cannot be discerned to have the remotest relation to the happiness of mankind. Few things have contributed more to undermine the energy and virtue of the human species than the supposition that we have a right, as it has been phrased, to do what we will with our own. It is thus that the miser, who accumulates to no end that which diffused would have conduced to the welfare of thousands, that the luxurious man, who wallows in indulgence and sees numerous families around him pining in beggary, never fails to tell us of their rights, and to silence animadversion and quiet the censure of their own minds by observing that they came fairly into possession of their wealth, that they owe no debts, and that of consequence no man has authority to inquire into their private manner of disposing of that which appertains to them. We have in reality nothing that is strictly speaking our own. We have nothing that has not a destination prescribed to it by the immutable voice of reason and justice, and respecting which, if we supersede that destination, we do not entail upon ourselves a certain portion of guilt. As we have a duty obliging us to a certain conduct of respecting our faculties and our possessions, so our neighbor has a duty respecting his admonitions and advice. He is guilty of an omission in this point if he fail to employ every means in his power for the amendment of our errors, and to have recourse for that purpose, as he may see occasion, to the most unreserved animadversion upon our propensities and conduct. It is absurd to suppose that certain points are especially within my province, and therefore he may not afford me, invited or uninvited, his assistance in arriving at a right decision. He is bound to form the best judgment he is able respecting every circumstance that falls under his observation. What he thinks he is bound to declare to others, and if to others, certainly not less to the party immediately concerned. The worst consequences through every rank and department of life have arisen from men supposing their personal affairs in any case to be so sacred that every one except themselves was bound to be blind and dumb in relation to them. The ground of this error has been a propensity to which we are frequently subject of concluding from the excess to the thing itself. Undoubtedly, our neighbor is to be directed in his animadversions, not by a spirit of levity and impertinence, but by a calculation of the eventual utility. Undoubtedly, there is one person who must, in almost all instances, be the real actor, and other persons may not, but with caution and sober reflection, occupy his time with their suggestions as to the conduct he ought to pursue. There is scarcely any tyranny more gross than that of the man who should perpetually intrude upon us his crude and half-witted advices, or who, not observing when, in point of strength and clearness, he had done justice to his own conception, should imagine it to be his duty to repeat and press it upon us without end. Advice perhaps requires above all things that it should be administered with simplicity, disinterestedness, kindness, and moderation. To return. It has been affirmed by the zealous advocates of liberty that princes and magistrates have no rights, and no position can be more incontrovertible. There is no situation of their lives that has not its correspondent duties. There is no power entrusted to them that they are not bound to exercise exclusively for the public good. It is strange that persons adopting this principle did not go a step further and perceive that the same restrictions were applicable to subjects and citizens. It is scarcely necessary to add that if individuals have no rights, neither has society, which possesses nothing but what individuals have brought into a common stock. The absurdity of the common opinion as applied to this subject is still more glaring, if possible, than in the view in which we have already considered it. According to the usual sentiment, every club assembling for any civil purpose, every congregation of religionists assembling for the worship of God, has a right to establish any provision or ceremonies, no matter how ridiculous or detestable, provided they do not interfere with the freedom of others. Reason lies prostrate at their feet. They have a right to trample upon and insult her as they please. It is in the same spirit we have been told that every nation has a right to choose its form of government. An acute and original author was probably misled by the vulgar phraseology on this subject when he asserted that, at a time when neither the people of France nor the National Assembly were troubling themselves about the affairs of England or the English Parliament, Mr. Burke's conduct was unpardonable in commencing an unprovoked attack upon them. Footnote. Rights of Man, page 1. End of footnote. It is, no doubt, the inevitable result of human imperfection that men and societies of men should model their conduct by the best judgment they are able to form, whether that judgment be sound or erroneous. But, as it has been before shown that it cannot be their duty to do anything detrimental to the general happiness, footnote, chapter 4, page 74, end of footnote, so it appears with equal evidence that they cannot have a right to do so. There cannot be a more absurd proposition than that which affirms the right of doing wrong. A mistake of this sort has been attended with the most pernicious consequences in public and political affairs. It cannot be too strongly inculcated that societies and communities of men are in no case empowered to establish absurdity and injustice, that the voice of the people is not, as has sometimes been ridiculously asserted, the voice of truth and of God, and that universal consent cannot convert wrong into right. The most insignificant individual ought to hold himself free to animadvert upon the decisions of the most august assembly, and other men are bound in justice to listen to him, in proportion to the soundness of his reasons and the strength of his remarks, and not for any accessory advantages he may derive from rank or exterior importance. The most crowded forum, or the most venerable senate, cannot make one proposition to be a rule of justice that was not substantially so previously to their decision. They can only interpret and announce that law which derives its real validity from a higher and less mutable authority. if we submit to their decisions in cases where we are not convinced of their rectitude, this submission is an affair of prudence only. A reasonable man will lament the emergence while he yields to the necessity. If a congregation of men agree universally to cut off their right hand, to shut their ears upon free inquiry, or to affirm 2 and 2 upon a particular occasion to be 16, in all these cases they are wrong and ought unequivocally to be censured for usurping an authority that does not belong to them. They ought to be told, "Gentlemen, you are not, as in the intoxication of power you have been led to imagine, omnipotent. There is an authority greater than yours, to which you are bound assiduously to conform yourselves. No man, if he were alone in the world, would have a right to make himself impotent or miserable." So much for the active rights of man, which, if there be any cogency in the preceding arguments, are all of them superseded and rendered null by the superior claims of justice. His passive rights, when freed from the ambiguity that has arisen from improper mixture and confounding of these two heads, will probably be found liable to little controversy. In the first place, he is said to have a right to life and personal liberty. This proposition, if admitted, must be admitted with great limitation. He has no right to his life when his duty calls him to resign it. Other men are bound, it would be improper in strictness of speech, upon the ground of the preceding explanations, to say they have a right, to deprive him of life and liberty, if that should appear in any case to be indispensably necessary to prevent a greater evil. The passive rights of man will be best understood from the following elucidation. Every man has a certain sphere of discretion which he has a right to expect shall not be infringed by his neighbors. This right flows from the very nature of man. First, all men are fallible. No man can be justified in setting up his judgment as a standard for others. We have no infallible judge of controversies. Each man in his own apprehension is right in his decisions, and we can find no satisfactory mode of adjusting their jarring pretensions. If every one be desirous of imposing his sense upon others, it will at last come to be a controversy, not of reason, but of force. Secondly, even if we had an infallible criterion, nothing would be gained unless it were by all men recognized as such. If I were secured against the possibility of mistake, mischief and not good would accrue from imposing my infallible truths upon my neighbor and requiring his submission independently of any conviction I could produce in his understanding. Man is a being who can never be an object of just approbation, any further than he is independent. He must consult his own reason, draw his own conclusions, and conscientiously conform himself to his idea of propriety. Without this, he will be neither active, nor considerate, nor resolute, nor generous. For these two reasons it is necessary that every man should stand by himself and rest upon his own understanding. For that purpose each must have his sphere of discretion. No man must encroach upon my province, nor I upon his. He may advise me moderately and without pertinaciousness, but he must not expect to dictate to me. He may censure me freely and without reserve, but he should remember that I am to act by my deliberation and not his. He may exercise a republican boldness in judging, but he must not be peremptory and imperious in prescribing. Force may never be resorted to, but in the most extraordinary and imperious emergency. I ought to exercise my talents for the benefit of others, but that exercise must be the fruit of my own conviction. No man must attempt to press me into the service. I ought to appropriate such parts of the fruits of the earth as by any accident comes into my possession, and is not necessary to my benefit to the use of others. But they must obtain it from me by argument and expostulation, not by violence. It is in this principle that what is commonly called the right of property is founded. Whatever then comes into my possession, without violence to any other man or to the institutions of society, is my property. This property, it appears by the principles already laid down, I have no right to dispose of at my caprice. Every shilling of it is appropriated by the laws of morality, but no man can be justified, in ordinary cases at least, in forcibly extorting it from me. When the laws of morality shall be clearly understood, their excellence universally apprehended, and themselves seen to be coincident with each man's private advantage, the idea of property in this sense will remain, but no man will have the least desire, for purposes of ostentation or luxury, to possess more than his neighbors. A second branch of the passive rights of man consists in the right each man possesses to the assistance of his neighbor. This will be fully elucidated hereafter. Footnote. Volume 2, Book 8. End of footnote. End of section 19. Section 20 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jddykst, Farragut, Iowa. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 2, Chapter 6. Of the Right of Private Judgment. Foundation of Virtue. Human actions regulated. 1. By the nature of things. 2. By positive institution. Tendency of the latter. 1. To excite virtue. Its equivocal nature in this respect. 2. To inform the judgment. Its inaptitude for that purpose. Province of conscience considered. Tendency of an interference with that province. Unsuitableness of punishment, either to impress new sentiments or to strengthen old ones. Recapitulation. It has appeared that the most essential of those rights which constitute the peculiar sphere appropriate to each individual, and the right upon which every other depends as its basis, is the right of private judgment. It will therefore be of use to say something distinctly on this head. To a rational being there can be but one rule of conduct, justice, and one mode of ascertaining that rule, the exercise of his understanding. If in any instance I am made the mechanical instrument of absolute violence, in that instance I fall under a pure state of external slavery. If, on the other hand, not being under the influence of absolute compulsion, I am wholly prompted by something that is frequently called by that name, and act from the hope of reward or the fear of punishment, the subjection I suffer is doubtless less aggravated, but the effect upon my moral habits may be in a still higher degree injurious. In the meantime, with respect to the conduct I should observe upon such occasions, a distinction is to be made. Justice, as it was defined in a preceding chapter, is coincident with utility. I am myself a part of the great whole, and my happiness is a part of that complex view of things by which justice is regulated. The hope of reward, therefore, and the fear of punishment, however wrong in themselves and inimical to the improvement of the mind, are motives which, so long as they are resorted to in society, must and ought to have some influence with my mind. There are two descriptions of tendency that may belong to any action: the tendency which it possesses by the necessary and unalterable laws of existence, and the tendency which results from the arbitrary interference of some intelligent being. The nature of happiness and misery, pleasure and pain, is independent of positive institution. It is immutably true that whatever tends to procure a balance of the former is to be desired, and whatever tends to procure a balance of the latter is to be rejected. In like manner, there are certain features and principles inseparable from such a being as man. There are causes which, in their operation upon him, are in their own nature generative of pleasure, and some of a pleasure more excellent than others. Every action has a result which may be said to be peculiarly its own, and which will always follow upon it, unless so far as it may happen to be superseded by the operation of other and extrinsical causes. The tendency of positive institution is of two sorts: to furnish an additional motive to the practice of virtue or right, and to inform the understanding as to what actions are right and what actions are wrong. Much cannot be said in commendation of either of these tendencies. First, positive institutions may furnish an additional motive to the practice of virtue. I have an opportunity of essentially contributing to the advantage of 20 individuals. They will be benefited, and no other persons will sustain a material injury. I ought to embrace this opportunity. Here, let us suppose positive institution to interfere, and to annex some great personal reward to the discharge of my duty. This immediately changes the nature of the action. Before, I preferred it for its intrinsic excellence. Now, so far as the positive institution operates, I prefer it because some person has arbitrarily annexed to it a great weight of self-interest. But virtue, considered as the quality of an intelligent being, depends upon the disposition with which the action is accompanied. Under a positive institution, then, this very action, which is intrinsically virtuous, may, so far as it relates to the agent, become vicious. The vicious man would before have neglected the advantage of these 20 individuals because he would not bring a certain inconvenience or trouble upon himself. The same man, with the same disposition, will now promote their advantage because his own welfare is concerned in it. 20, other things equal, is 20 times better than 1. He that is not governed by the moral arithmetic of the case, or acts from a disposition directly at war with that arithmetic, is unjust. Footnote. Book 4, Chapter 10. End of footnote. In other words, moral improvement will be forwarded in proportion as we are exposed to no other influence than that of the tendency which belongs to an action by the necessary and unalterable laws of existence. This is probably the meaning of the otherwise vague and obscure principle that we should do good regardless of the consequences, and by that other, that we may not do evil from the prospect of good to result from it. The case would have been rendered still more glaring if, instead of the welfare of 20, we had supposed the welfare of millions to have been concerned. In reality, whether the disparity be great or small, the inference must be the same. Secondly, positive institution may inform the understanding as to what actions are right and what actions are wrong. Here it may be of advantage to us to reflect upon the terms understanding and information. Understanding, particularly as it is concerned with moral subjects, is the percipient of truth. This is its proper sphere. Information, so far as it is genuine, is a portion detached from the great body of truth. You inform me that Euclid asserts the 3 angles of a plane triangle to be equal to 2 right angles. Still, I am unacquainted with the truth of this proposition. But Euclid has demonstrated it. His demonstration has existed for 2,000 years and, during that term, has proved satisfactory to every man by whom it has been understood. I am nevertheless uninformed. The knowledge of truth lies in the perceived agreement or disagreement of the terms of a proposition. So long as I am unacquainted with the middle term by means of which they may be compared, so long as they are incommensurate to my understanding, you may have furnished me with a principle from which I may reason truly to further consequences. But as to the principle itself, I may strictly be said to know nothing. Every proposition has an intrinsic evidence of its own. Every consequence has premises from which it flows, and upon them, and not upon anything else, its validity depends. If you could work a miracle to prove that the 3 angles of a triangle were equal to 2 right angles, I should still know that the proposition had been either true or false previously to the exhibition of the miracle, and that there was no necessary connection between any one of its terms and the miracle exhibited. The miracle would take off my attention from the true question to a question altogether different, that of authority. By the authority adduced, I might be prevailed on to yield an irregular assent to the proposition, but I could not properly be said to perceive its truth. But this is not all. If it were, it might perhaps be regarded as a refinement foreign to the concerns of human life. Positive institutions do not content themselves with requiring my assent to certain propositions in consideration of the testimony by which they are enforced. This would amount to no more than advice flowing from a respectable quarter, which, after all, I might reject, if it did not accord with the mature judgment of my own understanding. But in the very nature of these institutions, there is included a sanction, a motive either of punishment or reward, to induce me to obedience. It is commonly said that positive institutions ought to leave me free in matters of conscience, but may properly interfere with my conduct in civil concerns. But this distinction seems to have been very lightly taken up. What sort of moralist must he be whose conscience is silent as to what passes in his intercourse with other men? Such a distinction proceeds upon the supposition that it is of great consequence whether I bow to the east or the west, whether I call the object of my worship Jehovah or Allah, whether I pay a priest in a surplice or a black coat. These are points in which an honest man ought to be rigid and inflexible. But as to those other, whether he shall be a tyrant, a slave, or a free citizen, whether he shall bind himself with multiplied oaths impossible to be performed, or be a rigid observer of truth, whether he shall swear allegiance to a king de jure or a king de facto, to the best or the worst of all possible governments, respecting these points he may safely commit his conscience to the keeping of the civil magistrate. In reality, by as many instances as I act contrary to the unbiased dictate of my own judgment, by so much I abdicate the most valuable part of the character of man. I am satisfied at present that a certain conduct, suppose it be a rigid attention to the confidence of private conversation, is incumbent on me. You tell me, there are certain cases of such peculiar emergency as to supersede this rule. Perhaps I think there are not. If I admit your proposition, a wide field of inquiry is opened respecting what cases do or do not deserve to be considered as exceptions. It is little likely that we should agree respecting all these cases. How then does the law treat me for my conscientious discharge of what I conceive to be my duty? Because I will not turn informer, which, it may be, I think an infamous character, against my most valued friend, the law accuses me of misprision of treason, felony, or murder, and perhaps hangs me. I believe a certain individual to be a confirmed villain and a most dangerous member of society, and feel it to be my duty to warn others, perhaps the public, against the effect of his vices. Because I publish what I know to be true, the law convicts me of libel, scandalum magnatum, and crimes of I know not what complicated denomination. If the evil stopped here, it would be well. If I only suffered a certain calamity, suppose death, I could endure it. Death has hitherto been the common lot of man, and I expect at some time or other to submit to it. Human society must, sooner or later, be deprived of its individual members, whether they be valuable or whether they be inconsiderable. But the punishment acts not only retrospectively upon me, but prospectively upon my contemporaries and countrymen. My neighbor entertains the same opinions respecting the conduct he ought to hold as I did. The executioner of public justice, however, interposes with a powerful argument to convince him that he has mistaken the path of abstract rectitude. What sort of converts will be produced by this unfeeling logic? I have deeply reflected, suppose, upon the nature of virtue, and am convinced that a certain proceeding is incumbent upon me. But the hangman, supported by an act of Parliament, assures me I am mistaken. If I yield my opinion to his dictum, my action becomes modified, and my character also. An influence like this is inconsistent with all generous magnanimity of spirit, all ardent impartiality in the discovery of truth, and all inflexible perseverance in its assertion. Countries exposed to the perpetual interference of decrees instead of arguments exhibit within their boundaries the mere phantoms of men. We can never judge from an observation of their inhabitants what men would be if they knew of no appeal from the tribunal of conscience, and if, whatever they thought, they dared to speak and dared to act. At present, there will perhaps occur to the majority of readers but few instances of laws which may be supposed to interfere with the conscientious discharge of duty. A considerable number will occur in the course of the present inquiry. More would readily offer themselves to a patient research. Men are so successfully reduced to a common standard by the operation of positive law that in most countries they are capable of little more than, like parrots, repeating what others have said. This uniformity is capable of being produced in two ways: by energy of mind and indefatigableness of inquiry, enabling a considerable number to penetrate with equal success into the recesses of truth, and by pusillanimity of temper, and a frigid indifference to right and wrong, produced by the penalties which are suspended over such as shall disinterestedly inquire, and communicate, and act upon the result of their inquiries. It is easy to perceive which of these is the cause of the uniformity that prevails in the present instance. One thing more in enforcement of this important consideration. I have done something, suppose, which, though wrong in itself, I believe to be right. Or I have done something which I usually admit to be wrong, but my conviction upon the subject is not so clear and forcible as to prevent my yielding to a powerful temptation. There can be no doubt that the proper way of conveying to my understanding a truth of which I am ignorant, or of impressing upon me a firmer persuasion of a truth with which I am acquainted, is by an appeal to my reason. Even an angry expostulation with me upon my conduct will but excite similar passions in me, and cloud, instead of illuminate, my understanding. There is certainly a way of expressing truth with such benevolence as to command attention, and such evidence as to enforce conviction in all cases whatever. Punishment inevitably excites in the sufferer, and ought to excite, a sense of injustice. Let its purpose be to convince me of the truth of a position which I at present believe to be false. It is not, abstractedly considered, of the nature of an argument, and therefore it cannot begin with producing conviction. Punishment is a comparatively specious name, but is in reality nothing more than force put upon one being by another who happens to be stronger. But strength apparently does not constitute justice. The case of punishment, in the view in which we now consider it, is the case of you and me differing in opinion, and your telling me that you must be right since you have a more brawny arm, or have applied your mind more to the acquiring skill in your weapons than I have. But let us suppose that I am convinced of my error, but that my conviction is superficial and fluctuating, and the object you propose is to render it durable and profound. Ought it to be thus durable and profound? There are, no doubt, arguments and reasons calculated to render it so. Is the subject in reality problematical, and do you wish by the weight of your blows to make up for the deficiency of your logic? This can never be defended. An appeal to force must appear to both parties, in proportion to the soundness of their understanding, to be a confession of imbecility. He that has recourse to it would have no occasion for this expedient, if he were sufficiently acquainted with the powers of that truth it is his office to communicate. If there be any man who, in suffering punishment, is not conscious of injury, he must have had his mind previously debased by slavery, and his sense of moral right and wrong blunted by a series of oppressions. If there be any truth more unquestionable than the rest, it is, that every man is bound to the exertion of his faculties in the discovery of right, and to the carrying into effect all the right with which he is acquainted. It may be granted that an infallible standard, if it could be discovered, would be considerably beneficial. But this infallible standard itself would be of little use in human affairs unless it had the property of reasoning as well as deciding, of enlightening the mind as well as constraining the body. If a man be, in some cases, obliged to prefer his own judgment, he is in all cases obliged to consult that judgment before he can determine whether the matter in question be of the sort provided for or no. So that from this reasoning it ultimately appears that the conviction of a man's individual understanding is the only legitimate principle, imposing on him the duty of adopting any species of conduct. Such are the genuine principles of human society. Such would be the unconstrained condition of its members in a state where every individual within the society and every neighbor without was capable of listening with sobriety to the dictates of reason. We shall not fail to be impressed with considerable regret if, when we descend to the present mixed characters of mankind, we find ourselves obliged in any degree to depart from so simple and grand a principle. The universal exercise of private judgment is a doctrine so unspeakably beautiful that the true politician will certainly feel infinite reluctance in admitting the idea of interfering with it. A principal object in the subsequent stages of inquiry will be to discuss the emergency of the cases that may be thought to demand this interference. End of section 20. Section 21 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 3, Principles of Government. Chapter 1, Systems of Political Writers. The question stated. First hypothesis. Government founded in superior strength. Second hypothesis. Government jure divino. Third hypothesis. The social contract. The first hypothesis examined. The second, criterion of divine right. 1. Patriarchal descent. 2. Justice. Having in the preceding book attempted a general delineation of the principles of rational society, it is proper that we, in the next place, proceed to the topic of government. It has hitherto been the persuasion of communities of men in all ages and countries that there are occasions in which it becomes necessary to supersede private judgment for the sake of public good, and to control the acts of the individual by an act to be performed in the name of the whole. Previously to our deciding upon this question, it will be of advantage to inquire into the nature of government, and the manner in which this control may be exercised with the smallest degree of violence and usurpation in regard to the individual. This point being determined, will assist us finally to ascertain both the quantity of evil which government in its best form involves, and the urgency of the case which has been supposed to demand its interference. There can be little ground to question the necessity, and consequently the justice, of force to be in some cases interposed between individual and individual. Violence is so prompt a mode of deciding differences of opinion and contentions of passion that there will infallibly be some persons who will resort to this mode. How is their violence to be repressed or prevented from being accompanied occasionally with the most tragical effects? Violence must necessarily be preceded by an opinion of the mind dictating that violence, and as he who first has resort to force instead of argument is unquestionably erroneous, the best and most desirable mode of correcting him is by convincing him of his error. But the urgency of the case when, for example, a dagger is pointed to my own breast, or that of another, may be such as not to afford time for expostulation. Hence the propriety and duty of defense. Is not defense equally necessary on the part of a community against a foreign enemy or the contumacy of its own members? This is perhaps the most forcible view in which the argument in favor of the institution of government has yet been placed. But waiving this question for the moment, the inquiry now proposed is, if action on the part of the community should, in any instance, be found requisite, in what manner is it proper or just that the force, acting in behalf of the community, should be organized? There are three hypotheses that have been principally maintained upon this subject. First, the system of force, according to which it is affirmed that inasmuch as it is necessary that the great mass of mankind should be held under the subjection of compulsory restraint, there can be no other criterion of that restraint than the power of the individuals who lay claim to its exercise, the foundation of which power exists in the unequal degrees in which corporeal strength and intellectual sagacity are distributed among mankind. There is a second class of reasoners who deduce the origin of all government from divine right and affirm that as men derived their existence from an infinite creator at first, so are they still subject to his providential care, and of consequence owe allegiance to their civil governors as to a power which he has thought fit to set over them. The third system is that which has been most usually maintained by the friends of equality and justice, the system according to which the individuals of any society are supposed to have entered into a contract with their governors or with each other, and which founds the authority of government in the consent of the governed. The first two of these hypotheses may easily be dismissed. That of force appears to proceed upon the total negation of abstract and immutable justice, affirming every government to be right that is possessed of power sufficient to enforce its decrees. It puts a violent termination upon all political science, and is calculated for nothing further than to persuade men to sit down quietly under their present disadvantages, whatever they may be, and not exert themselves to discover a remedy for the evils they suffer. The second hypothesis is of an equivocal nature. It either coincides with the first and affirms all existing power to be alike of divine derivation, or it must remain totally useless till a criterion can be found to distinguish those governments which are approved by God from those which cannot lay claim to that sanction. The criterion of patriarchal descent will be of no avail till the true claimant and rightful heir can be discovered. If we make utility and justice the test of God's approbation, this hypothesis will be liable to little objection. But then, on the other hand, little will be gained by it, since those who have not introduced divine right into the argument will yet readily grant that a government which can be shown to be agreeable to utility and justice is a rightful government. The third hypothesis demands a more careful examination. If any error have insinuated itself upon the support of truth, it becomes of particular consequence to detect it. Nothing can be of more importance than to separate prejudice and mistake on the one hand from reason and demonstration on the other. Wherever they have been confounded, the cause of truth must necessarily be the sufferer. That cause, so far from being injured by a dissolution of the unnatural alliance, may be expected to derive from that dissolution a superior degree of prosperity and luster. End of section 21. Section 22 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 3, Principles of Government. Chapter 2 of the Social Contract. Queries proposed. Who are the contracting parties? What is the form of engagement? Over how long a period does the contract extend? To how great a variety of propositions? Can it extend to laws hereafter to be made? Addresses of adhesion considered. Power of a majority. Upon the first statement of the system of a social contract, various difficulties present themselves. Who are the parties to this contract? For whom did they consent? For themselves only, or for others? For how long a time is this contract to be considered as binding? If the consent of every individual be necessary, in what manner is that consent to be given? Is it to be tacit or declared in express terms? Little will be gained for the cause of equality and justice if our ancestors, at the first institution of government, had a right indeed of choosing the system of regulations under which they thought proper to live, but at the same time could barter away the understandings and independence of all that came after them to the latest posterity. But if the contract be renewed in each successive generation, what periods must be fixed on for that purpose? And if I be obliged to submit to the established government till my turn comes to assent to it, upon what principle is that obligation founded? Surely not upon the contract into which my father entered before I was born. Secondly, what is the nature of the consent, in consequence of which I am to be reckoned a party to the frame of any political constitution? It is usually said that acquiescence is sufficient, and that this acquiescence is to be inferred from my living quietly under the protection of the laws. But if this be true, an end is as effectually put to all political science, all discrimination of better and worse, as by any system invented by the most slavish sycophant. Upon this hypothesis, every government that is quietly submitted to is a lawful government, whether it be the usurpation of Cromwell or the tyranny of Caligula. Acquiescence is frequently nothing more than a choice on the part of the individual of what he deems the least evil. In many cases, it is not so much as this, since the peasant and the artisan, who form the bulk of a nation, however dissatisfied with the government of their country, seldom have it in their power to transport themselves to another. It is also to be observed upon the system of acquiescence that it is in little agreement with the established opinions and practices of mankind. Thus what has been called the law of nations lays least stress upon the allegiance of a foreigner settling among us, though his acquiescence is certainly most complete, while natives removing into an uninhabited region are claimed by the mother country, and removing into a neighboring territory are punished by municipal law if they take arms against the country in which they were born. But surely acquiescence can scarcely be construed into consent, while the individuals concerned are wholly unapprised of the authority intended to be rested upon it. Footnote: Hume's Essays, Part 2, Essay 12. End of footnote. Locke, the great champion of the doctrine of an original contract, has been aware of this difficulty and therefore observes that, quote, a tacit consent indeed obliges a man to obey the laws of any government as long as he has any possessions or enjoyment of any part of the dominions of that government. But nothing can make a man a member of the Commonwealth but his actual entering into it by positive engagement, an express promise, and compact. Unquote. Footnote: Treatise of Government, Book 2, Chapter 8, pages 119 and 122. End of footnote. A singular distinction, implying upon the face of it that an acquiescence, such as has just been described, is sufficient to render a man amenable to the penal regulations of society, but that his own consent is necessary to entitle him to the privileges of a citizen. A third objection to the social contract will suggest itself as soon as we attempt to ascertain the extent of the obligation, even supposing it to have been entered into in the most solemn manner by every member of the community. Allowing that I am called upon, at the period of my coming of age, for example, to declare my assent or dissent to any system of opinions, or any code of practical institutes, for how long a period does this declaration bind me? Am I precluded from better information for the whole course of my life? And if not for my whole life, why for a year, week, or even an hour? If my deliberate judgment, or my real sentiment, be of no avail in the case, in what sense can it be affirmed that all lawful government is founded in consent? But the question of time is not the only difficulty. If you demand my assent to any proposition, it is necessary that the proposition should be stated simply and clearly. So numerous are the varieties of human understanding in all cases where its independence and integrity are sufficiently preserved, that there is little chance of any two men coming to a precise agreement about 10 successive propositions that are in their own nature open to debate. What then could be more absurd than to present to me the laws of England in 50 volumes folio, and call upon me to give an honest and uninfluenced vote upon their contents? But the social contract, considered as the foundation of civil government, requires of me more than this. I am not only obliged to consent to all the laws that are actually upon record, but to all the laws that shall hereafter be made. It was under this view of the subject that Rousseau, in tracing the consequences of the social contract, was led to assert that, quote, the great body of the people in whom the sovereign authority resides can neither delegate nor resign it. The essence of that authority, he adds, is the general will, and will cannot be represented. It must either be the same or another. There is no alternative. The deputies of the people cannot be its representatives. They are merely its attorneys. The laws which the community does not ratify in person are no laws, are nullities. End quote. Footnote. Previous quotation in French from Rousseau. The Social Contract, Volume 3, Chapter 15. End of footnote. The difficulty here stated has been endeavored to be provided against by some late advocates for liberty in the way of addresses of adhesion, addresses originating in the various districts and departments of a nation, and without which no regulation of constitutional importance is to be deemed valid. But this is a very superficial remedy. The addressers, of course, have seldom any other alternative than that above alluded to of indiscriminate admission or rejection. There is an infinite difference between the first deliberation and the subsequent exercise of a negative. The former is a real power. The latter is seldom more than the shadow of a power. Not to add that addresses are a most precarious and equivocal mode of collecting the sense of a nation. They are usually voted in a tumultuous and summary manner. They are carried along by the tide of party, and the signatures annexed to them are obtained by indirect and accidental methods, while multitudes of bystanders, unless upon some extraordinary occasion, remain ignorant of or indifferent to the transaction. Lastly, if government be founded in the consent of the people, it can have no power over any individual by whom that consent is refused. If a tacit consent be not sufficient, still less can I be deemed to have consented to a measure upon which I put an express negative. This immediately follows from the observations of Rousseau. If the people, or the individuals of whom the people is constituted, cannot delegate their authority to a representative, neither can any individual delegate his authority to a majority in an assembly of which he is himself a member. That must surely be a singular species of consent, the external indications of which are often to be found in an unremitting opposition in the first instance, and compulsory subjection in the second. End of section 22. Section 23 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Section 23. Chapter 3. Of Promises. Promises, not the foundation of morality, are, absolutely considered, an evil, are of unfrequent necessity. Imperfect promises unavoidable. Perfect promises in some cases necessary. Obligation of promises. Of the same nature as the obligation not to invade another man's property. Admits of gradations. Recapitulation. Application. The whole principle of an original contract rests upon the obligation under which we are conceived to be placed to observe our promises. The reasoning upon which it is founded is that we have promised obedience to government and therefore are bound to obey. The doctrine of a social contract would never have been thought worth the formality of an argument, had it not been presumed to be one of our first and paramount obligations to perform our engagements. It may be proper, therefore, to inquire into the nature of this obligation. And here the first observation that offers itself upon the principle of the doctrines already delivered is that promises and compacts are in no sense the foundation of morality. Footnote. Book 2, Chapter 2. End of footnote. The foundation of morality is justice. The principle of virtue is an irresistible deduction from the wants of one man and the ability of another to relieve them. It is not because I have promised that I am bound to do that for my neighbor which will be beneficial to him and not injurious to me. This is an obligation which arises out of no compact, direct or understood, and would still remain though it were impossible that I should experience a return, either from him or any other human being. It is not on account of any promise or previous engagement that I am bound to tell my neighbor the truth. Undoubtedly, one of the reasons why I should do so is because the obvious use of the faculty of speech is to inform, and not to mislead. But it is an absurd account of this motive to say that my having recourse to the faculty of speech amounts to a tacit engagement that I will use it for its genuine purposes. The true ground of confidence between man and man is the knowledge we have of the motives by which the human mind is influenced. Our perception that the motives to deceive can but rarely occur, while the motives to veracity will govern the stream of human actions. This position will be made still more incontrovertible if we bestow a moment's attention upon the question, why should we observe our promises? The only rational answer that can be made is, because it tends to the welfare of intelligent beings. But this answer is equally cogent if applied to any other branch of morality. It is therefore absurd to rest the foundation of morality thus circuitously upon promises, when it may with equal propriety be rested upon that from which promises themselves derive their obligation. Footnote. Hume's Essays, Part 2, Essay 12. End of footnote. Again, when I enter into an engagement, I engage for that which is in its own nature conducive to human happiness, or which is not so. Can my engagement always render that which before was injurious agreeable to, and that which was beneficial the opposite of duty? Previously to my entering into a promise, there is something which I ought to promise, and something which I ought not. Previously to my entering into a promise, all modes of action were not indifferent. Nay, the very opposite of this is true. Every conceivable mode of action has its appropriate tendency and shade of tendency to benefit or to mischief, and consequently its appropriate claim to be performed or avoided. Thus clearly does it appear that promises and compacts are not the foundation of morality. Secondly, I observe that promises are absolutely considered an evil, and stand in opposition to the genuine and wholesome exercise of an intellectual nature. Justice has already appeared to be the sum of moral and political duty, but the measure of justice is the useful or injurious characters of the men with whom I am concerned. The criterion of justice is the influence my conduct will have upon the stock of general good. Hence it inevitably follows that the motives by which duty requires me to govern my actions must be such as are of general application. What is it then to which the obligation of a promise applies? What I have promised is what I ought to have performed if no promise had intervened, or it is not. It is conducive or not conducive to the generating of human happiness. If it be the former, then promise comes in merely as an additional inducement in favor of that which, in the eye of morality, was already of indispensable obligation. It teaches me to do something from a precarious and temporary motive, which ought to be done for its intrinsic recommendations. If, therefore, right motives and a pure intention are constituent parts of virtue, promises are clearly at variance with virtue. But promises will not always come in reinforcement of that which was duty before the promise was made. When it is otherwise, there is obviously a contention between what would have been obligatory if no promise had intervened, and what the promise which has been given has a tendency to render obligatory. Nor can it, with much cogency, be alleged in this argument that promises may at least assume an empire over things indifferent. There is nothing which is truly indifferent. all things in the universe are connected together. Footnote. Book 2, Chapter 5, page 76. End of footnote. It is true that many of these links in human affairs are too subtle to be traced by our grosser optics, but we should observe as many of them as we are able. He that is easily satisfied as to the morality of his conduct will suppose that questions of duty are of rare occurrence, and perhaps lament that there is so little within his sphere to perform. But he that is anxiously alive to the inspirations of virtue will scarcely find an hour in which he cannot, by act or preparation, contribute to the general weal. If then every shilling of our property and every faculty of our mind have received their destination from the principles of unalterable justice, promises have scarcely an atom of ground upon which they can properly and legitimately be called to decide. There is another consideration of great weight in this case. Our faculties and our possessions are the means by which we are enabled to benefit others. Our time is the theater in which only these means can unfold themselves. There is nothing the right disposal of which is more sacred. In order to the employing our faculties and our possessions in the way most conducive to the general good, we are bound to acquire all the information which our opportunities enable us to acquire. Now, one of the principal means of information is time. We must therefore devote that object all the time our situation will allow. But we abridge, and that in the most essential point, the time of gaining information if we bind ourselves today to the conduct we will observe 2 months hence. He who thus anticipates upon the stores of knowledge is certainly not less improvident than he who lives by anticipating the stores of fortune. An active and conscientious man will continually add to his materials of judgment, nor is it enough to say that every man ought to regard his judgment as immature and look forward with impatience to the moment which shall detect his present oversights. Besides this, it will always happen that, however mature the faculties of any individual may deserve to be considered, he will be perpetually acquiring new information as to that respecting which his conduct is to be decided at some future period. Let the case be of an indentured servant. Why should I, unless there be something in the circumstances obliging me to submit to this disadvantage, engage to allow him to reside for a term of years under my roof, and to employ towards him a uniform mode of treatment, whatever his character may prove in the sequel? Why should he engage to live with and serve with me, however tyrannical, cruel, or absurd may be my carriage towards him? We shall both of us hereafter know more of each other, and of the benefits of inconveniences attendant on our connection. Why preclude ourselves from the use of this knowledge? Such a situation will inevitably generate a perpetual struggle between the independent dictates of reason and the conduct which the particular compact into which we have entered may be supposed to prescribe. It follows, what has been here adduced, that promises, in the same sense as has already been observed of government, are an evil, though it may be in some cases a necessary evil. To remove the obscurity which might otherwise accompany this mode of expression, it is perhaps proper to advert to the sense in which the word evil is here used. Evil may be either general or individual. An event may either be productive of evil in its direct and immediate operation, or in a just balance and comprehensive estimate of all the effects with which it is pregnant. In whichsoever of these senses the word is understood, the evil is not imaginary, but real. Evil is a term which differs from pain only as it has a more comprehensive meaning. It may be defined to signify whatever is painful itself, or is connected with pain, as an antecedent is connected with its consequent. Thus explained, it appears that a thing not immediately painful may be evil, but in a somewhat improper and imperfect sense. It bears the name of evil not upon its own account. Nothing is evil in the fullest sense but pain. To this it may be added that pain is always an evil. pleasure and pain, happiness and misery, constitute the whole ultimate subject of moral inquiry. There is nothing desirable but the obtaining of the one and the avoiding of the other. All the researches of human imagination cannot add a single article to this summary of good. Hence it follows that, wherever pain exists, there is evil. Were it otherwise, there would be no such thing as evil. If pain in one individual be not an evil, then it would not be evil for pain to be felt by every individual that exists, and forever. The universe is no more than a collection of individuals. To illustrate this by an obvious example, the amputation of a leg is an evil of considerable magnitude. The pain attendant on the operation is exquisite. The cure is slow and tormenting. When cured, the man who has suffered the amputation is precluded forever from a variety both of agreeable amusements and useful occupations. Suppose him to suffer this operation from pure wantonness, and we shall then see its calamity in the most striking light. Suppose, on the other hand, the operation to be the only alternative for stopping a mortification, and it becomes relatively good. But it does not, upon this account, cease to be an absolute evil. The painful sensation, at least to a considerable degree, remains, and the abridgment of his pleasures and utility for the rest of his life is in no respect altered. The case of promises is considerably similar to this. So far as they have any effect, they depose us, as to the particular to which they relate, from the use of our own understanding. They call off our attention from the direct tendencies of our conduct and fix it upon a merely local and precarious consideration. There may be cases in which they are necessary and ought to be employed, but we should never suffer ourselves by their temporary utility to be induced to forget their intrinsic nature, and the demerits which adhere to them independently of any peculiar concurrence of circumstances. Thirdly, it may be added to the preceding observations that promises are by no means of so frequent necessity as has been often imagined. It may be asked, how, without the intervention of promises, can the affairs of the world be carried on? To this it will be a sufficient answer in the majority of instances to say that they will be best carried on by the rational and intelligent beings acting as if they were rational and intelligent. Why should it be supposed that affairs would not for the most part go on sufficiently well, though my neighbor could no further depend upon my assistance than it appeared reasonable to grant it? This will, upon many occasions, be a sufficient dependence, if I be honest, nor will he, if he be honest, desire anything further. But it will be alleged, human pursuits are often of a continued tenor, made up of a series of actions, each of which is adopted not for its own sake, but for the sake of some conclusion in which it terminates. Many of these depend for their success upon cooperation and concert. It is therefore necessary that I should have some clear and specific to depend upon the fidelity of my coadjutor, so that I may not be in danger when I have for a length of time persisted in my exertions of being frustrated by some change that his sentiments have undergone in the interval. To this it may be replied that such a pledge of fidelity is less frequently necessary than is ordinarily imagined. Were it to be superseded by a variety of cases, men would be taught to have more regard to their own exertions and less to the assistance of others, which caprice may refuse or justice oblige them to withhold. They would acquire such merit as should oblige every honest man, if needful, to hasten to their succor, and engage in such pursuits as, not depending on the momentary caprice of individuals, rested for their success upon the less precarious nature of general circumstances. Having specified the various limitation that exists as to the utility of promises, it remains for us to discuss their form and obligation in the cases where they may be conceived to be necessary. Promises are of two kinds, perfect and imperfect. A perfect promise is where the declaration of intention is made by me for the express purpose of serving as a ground of expectation to my neighbor respecting my future conduct. An imperfect promise is where it actually thus serves as a ground of expectation, though that was not my purpose when I made the declaration. Imperfect promises are of two classes. I may have reason, or I may have no reason, to know when I make the declaration that it will be acted upon by my neighbor, though not assuming the specific form of an engagement. As to the imperfect promises, it may be observed that they are wholly unavoidable. No man can always refrain from declaring his intention as to his future conduct. Nay, it should seem that, in many cases, if a man inquire of me the state of my mind in this respect, duty obliges me to inform him of this as I would of any other fact. Were it otherwise, a perpetual coldness and reserve would pervade all human intercourse. But the improvement of mankind rests upon nothing so essentially as upon the habitual practice of candor, frankness, and sincerity. Perfect promises will also in various instances occur. I have occasion for an interview with a particular person tomorrow. I inform him of my intention of being upon a certain spot at a given hour of the day. It is convenient to him to go to the same place at the same time for the purpose of meeting me. In this case, it is impossible to prevent the mutual declaration of intention from serving as a sort of pledge of the performance. Qualifying expressions will make little alteration. The ordinary circumstances which qualify engagements will in most cases be understood, whether they are stated or no. Appointments of this sort, so far from deserving to be uniformly avoided, ought in many cases to be sought, that there may be as little waste of time or exertion on either side as the nature of the situation will admit. To proceed from the manner in which engagements are made to the obligation that results from them. This obligation is of different degrees according to the nature of the case, but it is impossible to deny that it may be of the most serious import. We have already seen that each man is entitled to his sphere of discretion, which another may not, unless under the most imperious circumstances infringe. Footnote. Book 2, Chapter 5. End of footnote. But I infringe it as substantially by leading him into a certain species of conduct through the means of delusive expectations, as by any system of usurpation it is possible to employ. A person promises me, I will suppose, £500 for a certain commodity. A book, it may be, which I am to manufacture. I am obliged to spend several months in the production. Surely, after this, he can rarely be justified in disappointing me and saying, I have found a better object upon which to employ my money. The case is nearly similar to that of the laborer who, after having performed his day's work, should be refused his wages. Take the case the other way and suppose that I, having contracted to produce the commodity, the other party to the contract has advanced me 3 out of the £500. Suppose further that I am unable to replace this sum. Surely I am not at liberty to dispense myself from the performance of my engagement. The case here is of the same nature as of any other species of property. Property is sacred. There is but one way in which duty requires the possessor to dispose of it, but I may not forcibly interfere and dispose of it in the best way in his stead. This is the ordinary law of property, as derived from the principles of universal morality. Footnote. Book 8. End of footnote. But there are cases that supersede this law. The principle that attributes to every man the disposal of his property, as well as that distributes to every man his sphere of discretion, derives its force in both instances from the consideration that a greater sum of happiness will result from its observance than in its infringement. Wherever, therefore, the contrary to this is clearly the case, there the force of the principle is suspended. What shall prevent me from taking by force from my neighbor's store, if the alternative be that I must otherwise perish with hunger? What shall prevent me from supplying the distress of my neighbor from property that, strictly speaking, is not my own, if the emergence be terrible and will not admit of delay? Nothing, unless it be the punishment that is reserved for such conduct in some instances, since it is no more fitting that I should bring upon myself calamity and death than that I should suffer them to fall upon another. The vesting of property in any individual admits of different degrees of fullness, and in proportion to that fullness will be the mischief resulting from its violation. If then it appear that, even when the vesting amounts to the fullness of regular possession, there are cases in which it ought to be violated, the different degrees that fall short of this will admit of still greater modification. It is in vain that the whole multitude of moralists assures us that the sum I owe to another man is as little to be infringed upon as the wealth of which he is in possession. Everyone feels the fallacy of this maxim. The sum I owe to another may in many cases be paid at my pleasure either today or tomorrow, either this week or next. The means of payment, particularly with a man of slender resources, must necessarily be fluctuating, and he must employ his discretion as to the proportion between his necessary and his gratuitous disbursements. When he ultimately fails of payment, the mischief he produces is real, but is not so great, at least in ordinary cases, as that which attends upon robbery. In fine, it is a law resulting from the necessity of nature that he who has any species of property in trust for however short a time must have a discretion, sometimes less and sometimes greater, as to the disposal of it. To return once more to the main principle in this gradation. The property most completely sanctioned by all the general rules that can be devised is yet not inviolable. The imperious principle of self-preservation may authorize me to violate it. A great and eminent balance of good to the public may authorize its violation, and upon this ground we see proprietors occasionally compelled to part with their possessions under every mode of government in the world. As a general maxim, it may be admitted that force is a legitimate means of prevention where the alternative is complete, and the employment of force will not produce a greater evil or subvert the general tranquility. But if direct force be in certain cases justifiable, indirect force, or the employment of the means placed in my hands without an anxious inquiry respecting the subordinate regulations of property, where the benefit to be produced is clear, is still more justifiable. Upon this ground, it may be my duty to relieve, upon some occasions, the wretchedness of my neighbor, without having first balanced the debtor and creditor side of my accounts, or when I know that balance to be against me. Upon this ground, every promise is considered as given under a reserve for unforeseen and imperious circumstances, whether that reserve be specially stated or no. Upon the same ground, an appointment for an interview is considered as subject to a similar reserve, though the time of my neighbor, which I dissipate upon that supposition, is as real a property as his wealth, is a part of that sphere over which every man is entitled to the exercise of his separate discretion. It is impossible that human society can subsist without frequent encroachments of one man upon his neighbor. We sufficiently discharge our duty if we habitually recollect that each man has his province, and endeavor to regulate our conduct accordingly. These principles are calculated to set in a clearer light than they have often been exhibited the cases that authorize the violation of promises. Compact is not the foundation of morality. On the contrary, it is an expedient to which we are sometimes obliged to have resort, but the introduction of which must always be regarded by an enlightened observer with jealousy. It ought never to be called forth but in cases of the clearest necessity. It is not the principle upon which our common happiness reposes. It is only one of the means for securing that happiness. The adherence to the promises, therefore, as well as their employment in the first instance, must be decided by the general criterion and maintained only so far as, upon a comprehensive view, it shall be found productive of a balance of happiness. There is further an important distinction to be made between a promise given without an intention to perform it and a promise which information afterwards acquired persuades me to violate. The first can scarcely in any instance take place without fixing a stain upon the promiser and exhibiting him, to say the least, as a man greatly deficient in delicacy of moral discrimination. The case of the second is incomparably different. Every engagement into which I have entered, and adherence to which I shall afterwards find it to be a material obstacle to my utility, suppose an engagement not to write anything in derogation of the 39 Articles, ought to be violated. Nor can there be any limitation upon this maxim, except where the violation will greatly encroach upon the province and jurisdiction of my neighbor. Let us apply these remarks upon the nature of promises to the doctrine of a social contract. It is not through the medium of any supposed promise or engagement that we are induced to believe that the conduct of our neighbor will not be ridiculously inconsistent or wantonly malicious. If he protest in the most solemn way against being committed by any such promise, at the same time that he conducts himself in a rational and sober manner, he will not find us less disposed to confide in him. We depend as readily upon a foreigner that he will not break the laws and expose himself to their penalties, for this has been supposed to be one of the principal branches of the social contract, as we do upon our countrymen. If we do not depend equally upon the Arabs, who inhabit the plains of Asia, it is not because we impute to them a deficiency in their social contract, but because we are ignorant of their principles of conduct, or know that those principles do not afford us a sufficient security as to the particulars of our intercourse with them. Tell a man what will be the solid and substantial effects of his proceeding, how it will affect his neighbors, and what influence it will have upon his own happiness, and you speak to the unalienable feelings of the human mind. But tell him that, putting these things for the present out of our consideration, it is sufficient that he has promised a certain conduct, or that, if he have not expressly promised it, he has promised it by implication, or that, if he have not promised it, his ancestors a few generations back promised it for him, and you speak of a motive that scarcely finds a sympathetic chord in one human breast, and that few will so much as understand. Few things could be more absurd than to talk of our having promised obedience to the laws. If the laws depend upon promises for their execution, why are they accompanied with sanctions? Why is it considered as the great arcanum of legislation to make laws that are easy of execution and that need no assistance from the execrable intervention of oaths and informers? Again, why should I promise that I will do everything that a certain power, called the government, shall imagine it convenient, or decide that it is fitting for me to do? Is there in this either morality or justice or common sense? Does brute force alone communicate to its possessor a sufficient claim upon my veneration? For, be it observed, the wisdom or duty of obedience proceeds upon exactly the same principle, whether it be to a tyrant or to the most regularly elected House of Representatives. There is but one power to which I can yield a heartfelt obedience, the decision of my own understanding, the dictate of my own conscience. The decrees of any other power, especially if I have a firm and independent mind, I shall obey with reluctance and aversion. My obedience is purely an affair of composition. I choose to do that which, in itself considered, my judgment disapproves, rather than incur the greater evil, which the power from whom the mandate issues annexes to my disobedience. Footnote. Chapter 6. End of footnote. There is another principle concerned in this subject, and that is sincerity. I may not evade the laws of the society by any dishonorable subterfuge or contemptible duplicity, but the obligation of sincerity, like all the other great principles of morality, is not founded in promises, but in the indefeasible benefit annexed to its observance. Add to which, the sincerity I am bound to practice toward the magistrate, particularly in a case where his requisition shall be unjust, is not different in its principle, and is certainly of no higher obligation than the sincerity I am bound to practice towards a private individual. Let us, however, suppose that the assertion of an implied contract in every community is true, or let us take the case where an actual engagement has been entered into by the members of the society. This appears from what has been already delivered to be of that class of promises which are of slightest obligation. In the notion of a social contract, little is made over, little expectation is excited, and therefore little mischief is included in its breach. What we most expect and require in a member of the same community is the qualities of a man and the conduct that ought to be observed indifferently by a native or a stranger. Where a promise or an oath is imposed upon me superfluously, as is always the case with promises of allegiance, or where I am compelled to make it by the operation of a penalty, the treatment I suffer is atrociously unjust, and of consequence, the breach of such a promise is peculiarly susceptible of apology. A promise of allegiance is a declaration that I approve the actual constitution of things, and, so far as it is binding, an engagement that I will continue to support that constitution. But I shall support it for as long a time and as great a degree as I approve of it, without needing the intervention of a promise. It will be my duty not to undertake its destruction by precipitate and unpromising means for a much more cogent reason than can be deduced from any promise I have made. An engagement for anything further than this is both immoral and absurd. It is an engagement to a non-entity, a constitution, a promise that I will abstain from doing that which I believe to be beneficial to my fellow citizens. End of section 23. Section 24 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 3, Chapter 4. Of Political Authority. Common Deliberation, the True Foundation of Government. Proved from the equal claims of mankind. From the nature of our faculties. From the object of government. From the effects of common deliberation. Delegation vindicated. Difference between the doctrine here maintained and that of a social contract. Remark. Having rejected the hypothesis that have most generally been advanced as to the rational basis of a political authority, let us inquire whether we may not arrive at the same object by a simple investigation of the obvious reason of the case, without refinement of system or fiction of process. Government then being first supposed necessary for the welfare of mankind, the most important principle that can be imagined relative to its structure seems to be this, that as government is a transaction in the name and for the benefit of the whole, every member of the community ought to have some share in the selection of its measures. The arguments in support of this proposition are various. First, it has already appeared that there is no satisfactory criterion marking out any man or set of men to preside over the rest. Secondly, all men are partakers of the common faculty, reason, and may be supposed to have some communication with the common instructor, truth. It would be wrong in an affair of such momentous concern that any chance for additional wisdom should be rejected, nor can we tell in many cases, till after the experiment, how eminent any individual may be found in the business of guiding and deliberating for his fellows. Thirdly, government is a contrivance instituted for the security of individuals, and it seems both reasonable that each man should have a share in providing for his own security, and probable that partiality and cabal will by this means be most effectually excluded. Lastly, to give each man a voice in the public concerns comes nearest to that fundamental purpose of which we should never lose sight, the uncontrolled exercise of private judgment. Each man will thus be inspired with a consciousness of his own importance, and the slavish feelings that shrink up the soul in the presence of an imagined superior will be unknown. Admitting, then, the propriety of each man having a share in directing the affairs of the whole in the first instance, it seems necessary that he should concur in electing a House of Representatives, if he be the member of a large state, or even in a small one, that he should assist in the appointment of officers and administrators. Footnote. We shall be led in a subsequent branch of this inquiry to investigate how far either of these measures is inseparable from the maintenance of social order. Book 5, Chapter 24. End of footnote. Which implies, first, a delegation of authority to these officers, and secondly, a tacit consent, or rather an admission of the necessity that the questions to be debated should abide the decision of a majority. But to this system of delegation, the same objections may be urged that were cited from Rousseau under the head of a social contract. It may be alleged that, if it be the business of every man to exercise his own judgment, he can, in no instance, surrender this function into the hands of another. To this objection it may be answered, first, that the parallel is by no means complete between an individual's exercise of his judgment in a case that is truly his own and his exercise of his judgment in an article where the province of a government is already admitted. If there be something contrary to the simplest ideas of justice in such a delegation, this is an evil inseparable from political government. The true and only adequate apology of government is necessity. The office of common deliberation is solely to supply the most eligible means of meeting that necessity. Secondly, the delegation we are here considering is not, as the word in its most obvious sense may seem to imply, the act of one man committing to another a function which, strictly speaking, it became him to exercise for himself. Delegation, in every instance in which it can be reconciled with justice, proposes for its object the general good. The individuals to whom the delegation is made are either more likely, from talents or leisure, to perform the function in the most eligible manner, or there is at least some public interest requiring that it should be performed by one or a few persons, rather than by every individual for himself. This is the case, whether in that first and simplest of all political delegations, the prerogative of a majority, or in the election of a House of Representatives, or in the appointment of public officers. Now all contest as to the person who shall exercise a certain function, and the propriety of resigning it, is frivolous, the moment it is decided how and by whom it can most advantageously be exercised. It is of no consequence that I am the parent of a child, when it has once been ascertained that the child will live with greater benefit under the superintendence of a stranger. Lastly, it is a mistake to imagine that the propriety of restraining me, when my conduct is injurious, rises out of any delegation of mind. The justice of employing force upon certain emergencies was at least equally cogent before the exercise of society. Footnote. Chapter 1, page 87. End of footnote. Force ought never be resorted to, but in cases of absolute necessity. And when such cases occur, it is the duty of every man to defend himself from violation. There is therefore no delegation necessary on the part of the offender, but the community, in the censure it exercises over him, puts itself in the place of the injured party. From what is here stated, we may be enabled to form the clearest and most unexceptionable idea of the nature of government. Every man, as was formerly observed, footnote, Book 2, Chapter 5, end of footnote, has a sphere of discretion. That sphere is limited by the coordinate sphere of his neighbor. The maintenance of this limitation, the office of taking care that no man exceeds his sphere, is the first business of government. Its powers, in this respect, are a combination of the powers of individuals to control the excesses of each other. Hence it is derived to the individuals of the community a second and indirect province of providing, by themselves or their representatives, that this control is not exercised in a despotical manner or carried to an undue excess. It may perhaps be imagined by some persons that the doctrine here delivered of the justice of proceeding in common concerns by a common deliberation is nearly coincident with that which affirms a lawful government to derive its authority from a social contract. Let us consider what is the true difference between them, and this seems principally to lie in the following particular. The principle of a social contract is an engagement to which a man is bound by honor, fidelity, or consistency to adhere. According to the principle here laid down, he is bound to nothing. He joins in the common deliberation because he foresees that some authority will be exercised, and because this is the best chance that offers itself for approximating the exercise of that authority to the dictates of his own understanding. But when the deliberation is over, he finds himself as much disengaged as ever. If he conform to the mandate of authority, it is either because he individually approves it, or from a principle of prudence, because he foresees that a greater mass of evil will result from his disobedience than of good. He obeys the freest and best constituted authority upon the same principle that would lead him, in most instances, to yield obedience to a despotism. Only with this difference, that if the act of authority be erroneous, he finds it less probable that it will be corrected in the first instance than in the second, since it proceeds from the erroneous judgment of a whole people. But all this will appear with additional evidence when we come to treat of the subject of obedience. Too much stress has undoubtedly been laid upon the idea, as of a grand and magnificent spectacle, of a nation deciding for itself upon some great public principle, and of the highest magistracy yielding its claims when the general voice has pronounced. The value of the whole must at last depend upon the quality of their decision. Truth cannot be made more true by the number of its votaries, nor is the spectacle much less interesting of a solitary individual bearing his undaunted testimony in favor of justice, though opposed by misguided millions. Within certain limits, however, the beauty of the exhibition may be acknowledged. That a nation should exercise undiminished its function of common deliberation is a step gained, and a step that inevitably leads to an improvement of the character of individuals. That men should agree in the assertion of truth is no unpleasing evidence of their virtue. Lastly, that an individual, however great may be his imaginary elevation, should be obliged to yield his personal pretensions to the sense of the community, at least bears the appearance of a practical confirmation of the great principle, that all private considerations must yield to the general good. End of section 24. Section 25 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 3, Chapter 5 of Legislation. Society can declare and interpret, but cannot enact. Its authority only executive. Having thus far investigated the nature of political functions, it seems necessary that some explanation should be given upon the subject of legislation. Who is it that has authority to make laws? What are the characteristics of that man or body of men in whom the tremendous faculty is vested of prescribing to the rest of the community what they are to perform and what to avoid? The answer to these questions is exceedingly simple. Legislation, as it has been usually understood, is not an affair of human competence. Immutable reason is the true legislator, and her decrees it behooves us to investigate. The functions of society extend not to the making, but the interpreting of law. It cannot decree, it can only declare that which the nature of things has already decreed, and the propriety of which irresistibly flows from the circumstances of the case. Montesquieu says that, in a free state, every man will be his own legislator. Footnote: Esprit de Loi, Chapter 11, page 6. End of footnote. This is not true in matters the most purely individual, unless in the limited sense already explained. It is the office of conscience to determine, not like an Asiatic caddy, according to the ebbs and flows of his own passions, but like a British judge, who makes no new law but faithfully declares that law which he finds already written. Footnote: Stern Sermons of a Good Conscience. End of footnote. The same distinction is to be made upon the subject of political authority. All government is, strictly speaking, executive. It has appeared to be necessary with respect to men as we at present find them, that force should sometimes be employed in repressing injustice, and for the same reasons that this force should, as far as possible, be vested in the community. To the public support of justice, therefore, the authority of the community extends. But no sooner does it wander in the smallest degree from the line of justice than its proper authority is at an end. It may be submitted to by its subjects from necessity. From necessity it may be exercised, as an individual complies with his ill-informed conscience in default of an enlightened one. But it ought never to be confounded with the lessons of real duty or the decisions of impartial truth. End of section 25. Section 26 of Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Enquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness by William Godwin. Book 3, Chapter 6 of Obedience. Rational obedience not founded in contract. Kinds of obedience. Compulsory obedience often less injurious than confidence. Kinds of authority. Limitations of confidence. Reverence to superiors considered. Government founded in ignorance. The two great questions upon which the theory of government depends are, upon what foundation can political authority with the greatest propriety rest, and what are the considerations which bind us to political obedience? Having entered at length into the first of these questions, it is time that we should proceed to the examination of the second. One of the most popular theories relative to the foundation of political authority we have seen to be that of an original contract affirming that the criterion of political justice is to be found in the conventions and rules which have been adjusted by the community at large. In pursuance of this original position, the same theorists have necessarily gone on and affirmed that the true source of obligation to political obedience was to be found in the same principle, and that, in obeying a government regularly constituted, we did nothing more than perform our engagements. The reasonings in support of this hypothesis are obvious. Suppose a number of persons living in any neighborhood should perceive that great common benefit would accrue from building a bridge, sinking a canal, or making a highway. The simplest mode for them to adopt is to consult together and raise the money necessary for effecting this desirable purpose by each man assessing himself according to his ability and contributing his quota to a common fund. Now, it is plain that, in this case, each pays his assessment, supposing the payment to be voluntary, in consideration of the previous agreement. His contribution would be of no avail, however desirable was the object to be effected, had he not reason to depend upon the rest of the neighborhood that they would pay theirs. But government, says the advocates of an original contract, when regularly constituted, is precisely such a provision as the one here stated for building a bridge or making a road. It is a consultation and settlement among the different members of a community as to the regulations most conducive to the benefit of the whole. It is upon this principle that taxes are paid, and that the force of the community is drawn out in such proportions as are necessary to repress the external or internal disturbers of its tranquility. The ground, therefore, upon which each man contributes his share of effort or property is, that he may perform his contract and discharge that for which he has engaged as a member of the community. The refutation of this hypothesis has been anticipated in the preceding chapters. Government can, with no propriety, be compared to the construction of a bridge or a canal, a matter of mere convenience and refinement. It is supposed to be of the most irresistible necessity. It is indisputably an affair of hardship and restraint. It constitutes other men the arbitrators of my actions, and the ultimate disposers of my destiny. Almost every member of every community that has existed on the face of the earth might reasonably say, I know of no such contract as you describe. I never entered into any such engagement. I never promised to obey. It must therefore be an iniquitous imposition to call upon me to do something under pretense of a promise I never made. The reason a man lives under any particular government is partly necessity. He cannot easily avoid living under some government, and it is often scarcely in his power to abandon the country in which he was born. It is also partly a choice of evils. No man can be said, in this case, to enjoy that freedom which is essential to the forming of a contract, unless it could be shown that he had a power of instituting somewhere a government adapted to his own conceptions. Government, in reality, as has abundantly appeared, is a question of force and not of consent. It is desirable that a government should be made as agreeable as possible to the ideas and inclinations of its subjects, and that they should be consulted as extensively as may be respecting its construction and regulations. But at last, the best constituted government that can be formed, particularly for a large community, will contain many provisions that, far from having obtained the consent of all its members, encounter even in their outset a strenuous, though ineffectual, opposition. From the whole of these reasonings, it appears that, in those measures which have the concurrence of my judgment, I may reasonably be expected to cooperate with willingness and zeal. But for the rest, my only justifiable ground of obedience is, that I will not disturb the repose of the community, or that I do not perceive the question to be of sufficient magnitude to authorize me in incurring the penalty. To understand the subject of obedience with sufficient accuracy, it is necessary that we should attend to the various shades of meaning of which the word is susceptible. Every voluntary action is an act of obedience. In performing it, we comply with some view and are guided by some incitement or motive. The purest kind of obedience is where an action flows from the independent conviction of our private judgment, where we are directed not by the precarious and mutable interference of another, but by a recollection of the intrinsic and indefeasible tendency of the action to be performed. Footnote: Book 2, Chapter 6. End of footnote. In this case, the object of obedience is the dictate of the understanding. The action may or may not be such as my neighbors or the community will approve, but this approbation does not constitute its direct motive. The kind of obedience which stands next to this in its degree of voluntariness arises in the following manner. Every man is capable of comparing himself with his fellow. Every man will find that there are some points in which he is the equal, or perhaps the superior, of other men, but that there are certainly some points in which other men are superior to him. The superiority in question in the present instance is superiority of intellect or information. It may happen that the point in which another man surpasses me is a point of some importance to my welfare or convenience. I want, for example, to build a house or to sink a well. It may happen that I have not leisure or means to acquire the science necessary for this purpose. Upon that supposition, I am not to be blamed if I employ a builder for the first or a mechanic for the second. Nor shall I be liable to blame if I work in person under his direction. This sort of obedience is distinguished by the appellation of confidence, and to justify in a moral view the reposing of confidence, the only thing necessary is that it should be fitter and more beneficial, all things considered, that the function to be performed should be performed by another person than that it should be performed by me. The third and last kind of obedience necessary to be adverted to upon the present occasion is where I do that which is not prescribed to me by my private judgment, merely on account of the mischievous consequences that I foresee will be annexed to my omission by the arbitrary interference of some voluntary being. The most important observation that arises upon the statement of this scale of obedience is that obedience in the second degree ought to be guarded with as much jealousy and kept by the person yielding obedience within as narrow limits as possible. The last sort of obedience will frequently be necessary. Voluntary beings constitute a large portion of the universe. We shall often have occasion to foresee their arbitrary determinations and conduct, nor can knowledge as such in any instance fail to be a desirable acquisition. Our conduct, therefore, must and ought to be modified by their interferences. Morality, as has already been frequently observed, consists entirely in an estimate of consequences. He is the truly virtuous man who produces the greatest portion of benefit his situation will admit. The most exalted morality, indeed, that in which the heart reposes with the most unmingled satisfaction, relates to the inherent and indefeasible tendencies of actions. But we shall be by no means excusable if we overlook in our system of conduct the arbitrary awards of other men. Nothing can be more certain than that an action, suppose of inferior moment or utility, which for its own sake might be right to be performed, it may become my duty to neglect, if I know that by performing it I shall incur the penalty of death. The mischiefs attendant on the frequent recurrence of this species of obedience, and the grounds upon which its interference is to be guarded against, as extensively as circumstances will admit, have already been stated. Footnote: Book 2, Chapter 6. End of footnote. Yet obedience flowing from the consideration of a penalty is less a source of degradation and depravity than a habit of obedience founded in confidence. The man who yields it may reserve, in its most essential sense, his independence. He may be informed in judgment and resolved in purpose as to every moral and social obligation. He may suffer his understanding neither to be seduced nor confounded. He may observe in its fullest extent the mistake and prepossession of his neighbor, to which he thus finds it necessary to accommodate himself. It seems possible that he who thus pities the folly, while he complies with the necessity, may still, even under this discipline, grow in discrimination and sagacity. The greatest mischief that can arise in the progress of obedience is, where it shall lead us in any degree, to depart from the independence of our understanding, a departure which general and unlimited confidence necessarily includes. In this view, the best advice that could be given to a person in a state of subjection is, comply where the necessity of the case demands it, but criticize while you comply. Obey the unjust mandates of your governors. For this, prudence and a consideration of the common safety may require. But treat them with no false lenity. Regard them with no indulgence. Obey. This may be right, but beware of reverence. Reverence nothing but wisdom and skill. Government may be vested in the fittest persons, then they are entitled to reverence because they are wise and not because they are governors, and it may be vested in the worst. Obedience will occasionally be right in both cases. You may run south to avoid a wild beast advancing in that direction, though you want to go north. But be upon your guard against purely political obedience and respect. Government is nothing but regulated force. Force is its appropriate claim upon your attention. It is the business of individuals to persuade. The tendency of concentrated strength is only to give consistency and permanence to an influence more compendious than persuasion. All this will be made somewhat clearer if we reflect on the proper correlative of obedience, authority. And here let us recur to the three sorts of obedience above specified. The first kind of authority, then, is the authority of reason. What is really such, or is only conceived to be such? The terms, both authority and obedience, are less frequently employed in this sense than in either of the following. The second species of authority is that which depends for its validity upon the confidence of him with whom it prevails, and is where, not having myself acquired such information as to enable me to form a judicious opinion, I yield a greater or less degree of deference to the known sentiment and decision of another. This seems to be the strictest and most precise meaning of the word authority, as obedience, in its most refined sense, denotes that compliance which is the offspring of respect. Authority, in the last of the three senses alluded to, is where a man, in issuing his precept, does not deliver that which may be neglected with impunity, but his requisition is attended with a sanction, and the violation of it will be followed with a penalty. This is the species of authority which properly connects itself with the idea of government. It is a violation of political justice to confound the authority which depends upon force with the authority which arises from reverence and esteem. The modification of my conduct, which might be due in the case of a wild beast, with the modification which is due to superior wisdom. These two kinds of authority may happen to vest in the same person, but they are altogether distinct and independent of each other. The consequence which has flowed from confounding them has been a greater debasement of the human character than could easily have followed upon direct and unqualified slavery. The principle of confidence and the limitations with which it ought to be attended are capable of an easy and convincing explication. I am bound to the full extent that is consistent with my opportunities and situation to exercise my understanding. Man is the ornament of the universe only in proportion as he consults his judgment. Whatever I submit to from the irresistible impulse of necessity is not mine, and debases me only as it tends gradually to shackle the intrepidity of my character. With respect to some men, therefore, it may be innoxious, but where I make the voluntary surrender of my understanding and commit my conscience to another man's keeping, the consequence is clear. I then become the most mischievous and pernicious of animals. I annihilate my individuality as a man, and dispose of my force as an animal to him among my neighbors, who shall happen to excel in imposture and artifice, and to be least under restraint from the scruples of integrity and justice. I put an end, as to my own share, to that happy collision of understandings upon which the hopes of human improvement depend. I can have no genuine fortitude, for fortitude is the offspring of conviction. I can have no conscious integrity, for I do not understand my own principles, and have never brought them to the test of examination. I am the ready tool of injustice, cruelty, and profligacy, and if at any time I am not employed in their purposes, it is the result of accident, not of my own precaution and honesty. The understanding must first be consulted, and then, no doubt, competence will come in for its share of jurisdiction. The considerations which will have influence in the mind of an impartial inquirer to enforce or to give an air of doubtfulness to his opinions are numerous. Among these, he will not refuse attention to the state of opinion in the present or any preceding generation of men. In the meantime, it will rarely happen that the authority of other men's judgment in cases of general inquiry will be of great weight. Either men of equal talents and integrity have embraced both sides, or their prejudice and deficiency as to the materials of judging have been such as extremely to weaken their testimony. Add to this, that the only ground of opinion, strictly so called, is the intrinsic evidence of the opinion itself. Upon that our judgment must be formed, and the decision of others can have no effect but that of increasing or diminishing our doubt of the rectitude of our own perceptions. The direct province of confidence is to supply, in the best way the case will admit, the defect of our knowledge, but it can never, strictly speaking, furnish knowledge itself. Its proper use belongs rather to the circumstance of actions immediately to be determined on than to matters of speculation and principle. Thus, I ought not, perhaps, to refuse weight to the advice of some men, even when the reasons by which they enforce their advice are conceived by me to be problematical. And thus I am bound, as before stated, to trust another in the moment of emergency, in the art he has studied, rather than myself, by whom that study was never undertaken. Except when the nature of my situation calls upon me to act, I shall do more wisely in refraining from any decision in questions where I am not assisted to decide by information that is properly my own. One of the lessons most assiduously inculcated upon mankind in all ages and countries is that of reverence to our superiors. If by this maxim be intended our superiors in wisdom, it may be admitted, but with some qualification. But if it imply our superiors in station only, nothing can be more contrary to reason and justice. Is it not enough that they have usurped certain advantages over us to which they can show no equitable claim? And must we also humble our courage and renounce our independence in their presence? Why reverence a man because he happens to be born to certain privileges, or because a concurrence of circumstances, for wisdom, as we have already seen, gives a claim to respect utterly distinct from power, has procured him a share in the legislative or executive government of our country? Let him content himself with the obedience which is the result of force, for to that only he is entitled. Reverence to our superiors in wisdom is to be admitted, but with considerable limitations. I am bound, as has already appeared, to repose certain functions, such as that of building my house or educating my child, in the hands of him by whom those functions will most properly be discharged. It may be right that I should act under the person to whom I have thus given my suffrage, in cases where I have reason to be persuaded of his skill, and cannot be expected to acquire the necessary skill myself. But in those cases of general justice, which are equally within the province of every human understanding, I am a deserter from the requisitions of duty if I do not assiduously exert my faculties, or if I be found to act contrary to the conclusions they would dictate, from deference to the opinions of another. The reverence we are here considering is a reverence prompting us to some kind of obedience. There is another kind, terminating in esteem only, that, so far from deserving to be confined within these strict limitations, we are bound to extend to every man who is the possessor of estimable qualities. The reverence which is due from a child to his parent, or rather to his senior in age and experience, falls under the same rules as have already been delivered. Wherever I have good reason to believe that another person knows better than myself what is proper to be done, there I ought to conform to his direction. But the advantage which he possesses must be obvious, otherwise I shall not be justified in my proceeding. If I take into the account every chance for advantage, I shall never act upon the result of my own reflections. The mind of one man is essentially distinct from the mind of another. If each do not preserve his individuality, the judgment of all will be feeble, and the progress of our common understanding inexpressibly retarded. Hence it follows that the deference of a child becomes vicious whenever he has reason to doubt that the parent possesses essential information of which he is deprived. Nothing can be more necessary for the general benefit than that we should divest ourselves, as soon as the proper period arrives, of the shackles of infancy, that human life should not be one eternal childhood, but that men should judge for themselves, unfettered by the prejudices of education or the institutions of their country. To a government, therefore, that talk to us of deference to political authority, and honor to be rendered to our superiors, our answer should be, it is yours to shackle the body and restrain our external actions. That is a restraint we understand. Announce your penalties, and we will make our election of submission or suffering. But do not seek to enslave our minds. Exhibit your force in its plainest form, for that is your province. But seek not to inveigle and mislead us. Obedience and external submission is all you are entitled to claim. You can have no right to extort our deference and command us not to see and disapprove of your errors. In the meantime, it should be observed that it is by no means a necessary consequence that we should disapprove of all the measures of government, but there must be disapprobation wherever there is a question of strict political obedience. A corollary which flows from these principles is deserving of our attention. Confidence is in all cases the offspring of ignorance. It must therefore continually decline in relation, as was above stated, to those cases of general justice which are equally within the province of every human understanding. Footnote, page 111, end of footnote. In proportion as wisdom and virtue shall increase. But the questions that belong to the department of government are questions of general justice. The conduct of an enlightened and virtuous man can only be conformable to the regulations of government so far as those regulations are accidentally coincident with his private judgment, or as he acts with prudent and judicious submission to the necessity of the case. He will not act from confidence, for he has himself examined, as it was his duty to do, the merits of the action, and he has not failed to detect the imposture that would persuade us there is a mystery in government which uninitiated mortals must not presume to penetrate. Now it is sufficiently known that the empire of government is built in opinion. Footnote: Book 1, Chapter 6, page 46. Book 2, Chapter 3, page 68. End of footnote. Nor is it enough for this purpose that we refuse to contribute to overturn it by violence. The opinion must go to the extent of prompting us to actual support. No government can subsist in a nation, the individuals of which shall merely abstain from tumultuous resistance, while in their genuine sentiments they censure and despise its institution. In other words, government cannot proceed but upon confidence, as confidence, on the other hand, cannot exist without ignorance. The true supporters of government are the weak and uninformed, and not the wise. In proportion as weakness and ignorance shall diminish, the basis of government will also decay. This, however, is an event which ought not to be contemplated with alarm. A catastrophe of this description would be the true euthanasia of government. If the annihilation of blind confidence and implicit opinion can at any time be effected, there will necessarily succeed in their place an unforced concurrence of all in promoting the general welfare. But whatever may be the event in this respect, and the future history of political societies, footnote, Book 5, Chapter 22 and 24, end of footnote. We shall do well to remember this characteristic of government and apply it as the universal touchstone of the institution itself. As in the commencement of the present book, we found government indebted for its existence to the errors and perverseness of a few, so it now appears that it can no otherwise be perpetuated than by the infantine and uninstructed confidence of the many. It may be to a certain degree doubtful whether the human species will ever be emancipated from their present subjection and pupillage, but let it not be forgotten that this is their condition. The recollection will be salutary to individuals and may ultimately be productive of benefit to all. End of section 26.